Join us to commemorate Anzac Day across the ABC.
We honour all who have served in our name.
From live coverage of the dawn service and march in your capital city to the services at Gallipoli and Villers-Bretonneux.
At the going down of the sun and in the morning.
Anzac Day 2024.
We will remember them.
On ABC Radio, ABC TV and iView, online and on the ABC Listen app.
Good evening, Natasha McFarlane with ABC News. There are fresh warnings around the safe use of lithium batteries after one exploded in an apartment building in Melbourne's inner north this morning. 2 university students in Carlton suffered smoke inhalation after a mobile phone power bank that was being charged exploded, causing their bed to catch alight. 50 people were forced to evacuate the 8-storey student accommodation building, with one unit extensively damaged. Energy Safe CEO Leanne Hewson says it's essential to not overcharge batteries or let them overheat.
Reinforce making sure that you're buying batteries and products that go with those batteries from reputable suppliers. And it's not set and forget. Keep an eye on them and make sure that you're charging your products away from a door and there's easy access.
Fire Rescue Victoria says it's responding to around 1 fire per day caused by lithium-ion batteries. A second man has been charged over a burglary and police car ramming in Melbourne's West. Kieran Byatt reports.
2 men have now been arrested in relation to an alleged aggravated burglary and the ramming of a police vehicle in Williamstown earlier this month. On Friday, April 5th, 2 armed men entered an industrial property on Byron Street just before 6 in the morning. A firearm was allegedly discharged before 2 vehicles were stolen, with one ramming a police vehicle during the following pursuit. Yesterday, police arrested a 20-year-old Altona man on multiple offences. This morning, armed crime squad detectives charged a second man, a 32-year-old also from Altona, on separate charges. Both are set to appear in court.
Victoria's Environment Watchdog says 5 more parks and reserve have asbestos contamination in Melbourne's West. Testing of recycled mulch has been completed on over 20 sites in the Hobsons Bay City Council area, with asbestos-containing material discovered at 14. The Environment Protection Authority says the likely source of contamination at 12 of those parks is historical. Investigations continue into the source of contamination at the other 2 parks. The federal government has welcomed new unemployment figures as signs of ongoing strength in the economy, while acknowledging work to contain inflation will be a continued challenge. The unemployment rate ticked up to 3.8% in new monthly data, up from 3.7% in February. The federal opposition has pointed to increasing numbers of Australians out of work as a worrying sign for the economy. But Skills and Training Minister Brendan O'Connor says the numbers are very positive.
Inflation moderating and falling. Unemployment, still got a 3 in front of it. And I think that these are good indicators for a government managing the economy well.
A Brisbane man has been arrested over a botched drug smuggling plot that saw blocks of cocaine wash up on New South Wales beaches. Talissa Saganto explains.
36-year-old Daniel Wayne John Roberts was detained yesterday afternoon. It's alleged he was the ringleader of an organised crime gang that tried to ship 900 kilograms of cocaine into Queensland. But the illegal haul ended up in the ocean during bad weather, with a number of packages washing ashore in New South Wales from late last year. Acting Detective Inspector Brad Phelps says the man had been under investigation for 12 months.
This arrest was a result of a united front by law enforcement agencies in the fight against organised criminal activity.
Police allege the suspect had also been involved in a major drug running operation in Western Australia last year.
To sport, GWS Giants coach Adam Kingsley says his team won't change their approach this week against Carlton, despite the loss of star defender Sam Taylor. The unbeaten Giants will take on the star key forward duo from the Blues in Charlie Curnow and Harry McKay, without Taylor, who will miss the next 2 games with concussion. Stephen Coniglio is also out with a knee injury, with veteran Callan Ward to replace him. Kingsley says they'll continue to attack out of defence.
No, we'll play the same way. We think it stacks up any time of year against anyone. And so long as we can execute it at a high level, then we'll give ourselves an opportunity.
To the weather, there's a strong wind warning for all coastal waters. In Melbourne, cloudy this evening with a high chance of showers. Tomorrow, showers easing in 18. On Saturday, partly cloudy, also 18. Right now, it's 15 degrees. This is ABC News.
Here's my top footy tip for the season. You can get your games live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. I know, right? AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports expert commentary team. This season on the home of 100% pure footy. The ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for. Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, side-bottom, launches, goal! The Crows Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. God, what a practice!
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter.
Take your moment. This is that moment.
Something's in the air. Listen to the roar. Feel a different energy.
The pressure's certainly gone up.
Feel it on your skin.
Punches the air with the right hand.
Feel the electricity.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out. Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey. 'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps, goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. Oh, that is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants it at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger. He joins the party. Walks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Stolen. Snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal. Gathers, snaps, she'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know. So Kilda and the Western Bulldogs meet on Thursday night to start round 6 of the AFL in a crucial contest to shape the early season. Both the Dogs and the Saints are 2 wins and 3 losses. The Western Bulldogs have lived the week under the microscope with the footy world awaiting their response. Matt Clinch alongside Ben Cameron to call the action. Cameron Ling in the special comments chair alongside Brent Harvey, and we're very fortunate to have the CEO of the Western Bulldogs, Amit Bains, right from the outset. Amit, welcome. Thanks for coming up.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, gents.
Take us inside what the week has been like for you. Obviously a fair bit of media attention on your club, and what sort of response are you expecting tonight?
Yeah, obviously very disappointing last Friday night, but did have to check the ladder a couple of times. I had a feeling it was 0-12, given some of the commentary during the week, but that comes with the territory. So yeah, clearly disappointed with how we played, and particularly that last quarter against the Dons. So expecting a strong response tonight, particularly in the context of how we played the previous 3 games.
Was there a crisis meeting during the week?
No, some of the rumours, and credit to a lot of the journos who did ring the club to check in, but there were some wild rumours about different meetings and involving different people. There was one that was meant to have taken place yesterday with Kylie and others, but she was blissfully in Sydney for Disney work, and I was at the office in Footscray. So no crisis meetings. Disappointed, but also perspective. It's 5 games in. We're 1 game out of the 8.
Can you understand when you're a club who missed the finals last year, there's questions around what your expectation is for this current squad?
Oh, absolutely. And you know, I think internally no one was more disappointed than us last year with the way the year trailed off and missing finals. And clearly the expectation is to go better than we did last year. So by definition to be playing finals. So to be 2-3 and losing the way we did last week isn't where we want to be. So there's no sugarcoating that aspect of it. But I think in the perspective of where the season's at, it's a bit premature for some of the hysteria, I think.
But just for clarity, your expectation in 2024 is the club, the board feels that this group should be playing finals.
I think everyone to a person, whether it's the coach, the captain, everyone across the board, you know, we set ourselves each year to go as deep as we can, and certainly we're disappointed to have not played finals last year. So that's clearly what we're aspiring to do.
A lot of that commentary that's happened during the week has been around, you know, mixed messages, alignment through the club. So use Caleb Daniel as the example, but Jack McRae previously, Bailey Dale as the sub. Is the direction to win for the right now, or is it to get games into young players? Where's the priority lie? And for Dog supporters, where should their expectations be set around that?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I think that's been one common thread that has been part of the questioning this week. I think Bevo did a really good job of explaining that on Tuesday. Whether there had been some confusion post-game or not, you know, is neither here nor there, but on Tuesday in his presser was very clear that we are contending for the now, and you know, some of those selection decisions are really based around form and picking the best team that we can each week on the basis that we're going to win or want to win rather, but I think there's always an element and your former club's probably been the best at this, where you're not taking the foot off the pedal. Your expectations haven't changed, but the composition of the team changes here and there, and some of the younger players have been introduced. And I think, you know, players like Gallagher and Sanders coming into that midfield mix have been important for us, and it's meant a bit of a reshuffling in other places.
Has it had any impact on other senior players? Players become so tight. They become such good mates. They've seen All-Australian Caleb Daniel and Bailey Dale and Jack McRae, and they want them in the team. When they're not in the team, does it have a flow-on effect that perhaps as a club you need to be aware of?
I think we're always mindful of that, and I think credit to not just Bevo but the coaching group as a whole around the internal communication, because ultimately, as you're alluding to, that is the most important part. So no doubt some of the more senior players are disappointed that they're not playing with their mates that they've run out with, you know, week in, week out. But it hasn't been to the extent of any, you know, as been reported this week, disharmony or dissatisfaction with that, knowing that, you know, internally we want to win every week, and that's why we're picking a team to do so.
Can I ask you about one of those younger players? He's been in the system now for a few years, not playing tonight, Jamara Ugle-Hagan. What can you tell us about why he's missing tonight, and perhaps can you forecast the next week? Are we likely to see him playing next week?
Yeah, look, we're hopeful. Obviously cited personal reasons, but the context of that is there are some family issues that he's dealing with. So he went back home to Warrnambool yesterday. He's back with family. Clearly in those circumstances there's no set time frame. We've got a 9-day break till we play Fremantle after this, so you know, we hope that he comes back sooner rather than later, but equally we know that we just need to support him through this.
Just some of the comments you made really early on, Amit, about the coverage you received. Do you feel like the club, and let's be honest, Luke Beveridge, given some of his relationships with media people, that the club receives harsher criticism than what you might consider fair?
The relativity of it, I probably can't answer because I'm not necessarily looking through the lens of other clubs. And I know, if you asked anyone at Essendon last week, and even speaking to a couple of the guys pre-game, they felt that was them. I know Melbourne have had it at different times, Collingwood at the start of the year. So I think, generally speaking, the cycle dictates that whoever's underperformed cops a bit of heat. I think we're... subjectively speaking, from our end, the personalisation of some of it and the way it's directed at the coach at times is over the top. So we feel that there's not much you can do about it other than perform and, dispel it through wins and losses and shift the focus elsewhere.
You spoke a little bit in response to Lingy's questions about the direction of the club and where it's all at and the now and the future, but is there clearly alignment between the board, Kylie Watson-Wheeler as the head of that, yourself as the CEO, and then down to Luke Beveridge? Are you all aligned as to where you're going at the moment?
Oh, 100%. And even beyond that, Chris Grant, Matt Egan, the list management group, I know there have been references to different things. But ultimately, we're all, hoping that team can go as far as it possibly can. Decisions have been made, as always, with balance, so bringing in mature age players that can impact now as well as drafting for the future. But it's all done with an intention to contend for the now.
So the confusion around that, I think, naturally is then around Bailey Dale signed to a contract until 2027, Caleb Daniel, Rory Lobb brought on a let's just say a well-paid deal, running around in the VFL. So how do those things marry up?
Yep. Well, I think the nuance that's missing in some of that, and if you did the analysis across all clubs, would happen from time to time, is the point at which contracts are concluded and when, some of these dips in form might occur. So ultimately, there's an element of what the coach is doing in the coaching group in terms of the match committee that takes a bit of courage, really, that if blokes aren't informed, to try and do something different. I think, there were just as many people criticising the club and the coaching group for not being a bit more proactive at times, and maybe there's a balance in that. And, I think some of the communication that Bevo delivered this week was really strong in helping address some of that perceived confusion. But in terms of alignment, everyone's strongly aligned.
When do you need an answer from Bailey Smith about his plans around his future?
Well, technically not till October, I suppose. I mean, you want it as soon as possible in some respects because it allows you to plan one way or the other. Bailey's in a delicate situation, obviously, given his past and the injury that he sustained. So we've been really mindful of just supporting him, and he ticked off a big milestone last week by starting back in the running program. So that's been a real boost for him, but also the program to have him back in amongst the playing group and not just doing the rehab off the side. So we'll just have to continue to monitor that. We're also in the same way we're talking about performance, it is only April at this point, so we won't push the issue.
Last one from me. Some of the Luke Beveridge's comments in the press conferences were described as confusing by some in the media. I had it relayed to me that some of the players in the rooms after the match were confused with some of the messaging. Did you hear from any of the players that was the case?
No, and I sat in the post-match as I always do, and
yep.
I had no confusion. There was a lot of disappointment, but certainly no confusion.
His messaging to the players was clear?
Very clear.
Western Bulldogs CEO Meet Baines is with us on ABC Sport ahead of the Western Bulldogs and St Kilda tonight. Is there pressure on Luke Beveridge for his job?
No. As I've said a couple of times, it's round 5. He's contracted till the end of next year. So, again, going back to Ben's question, I think there is an undue level of focus on him by a couple of journalists in particular, which is fine, which is their prerogative. But I think that feeds the media cycle a bit more than it should.
And you spoke about the Bailey Smith contract negotiation. There's Jamara Ugle-Hagan and Tim English. Are you hopeful there might be some good news around either of those players before the season's out?
Oh, no, definitely. I mean, as I've said previously, but absolutely worth reiterating, both players want to stay. So that's the starting point, obviously, in getting something done. It's not done until it's done, but that is a really strong starting point. So obviously in Jamara's situation at the moment, our primary focus is on supporting him through, what he's dealing with at the moment. And, with Tim, hopefully expecting a big game from him tonight too.
Bulldogs fans coming along tonight might just wonder a little bit about Aaron Norton's role. I'm not sure how active you are in terms of following the match committee and the roles for various players, but what do you see Aaron Norton's role in the current Bulldogs lineup at the moment?
Yeah, I think a lot of what he has done as a forward has gone under the radar this year. Not so much last week. I think he wasn't on his own in terms of being a bit under par. But even in a couple of the other games, Cody doesn't kick six. Jamara's not having his season best year without the contribution of Aaron. So even in that Gold Coast game in Ballarat, 13 or 14 score involvements, a lot of the heavy lifting. From a team perspective, I think our aim is just to kick enough points to beat the opposition. So if the goals are spread and I suppose there's unpredictability in who's going to be the focal point and who hits the scoreboard, then that's a good thing. Equally, I think our defenders have actually done a reasonable job in the first few rounds of the season. Liam Jones is pretty remarkable at his age, and Buku's shown a lot. And James, maybe a little bit rusty first up last week, James O'Donnell, but he showed some really strong form at the end of last year, has had an interrupted pre-season, so I'm sure with a bit more time out in the middle at AFL level, he'll come good too.
And very last question as we let you go. The AFLW season comes around relatively quickly, sort of in August, 11 rounds this season. The club made the decision that you've changed coaches in the off-season and the challenge of trying to get back to that premiership side in which you were quite a while ago now. Where do you see your AFLW program at the moment?
Yeah, obviously a lot of change in that realm. So Tamara Hyatt starting in the job as senior coach after a number of years at Melbourne. Patrice Berthold, who's come across as our GM of women's footy, who's come from a high-end Cricket Australian background, played for WA, and a couple of other changes in and around that. So we feel we've made some significant change and elevated, I suppose, the seniority of a couple of roles in our program. We felt that from a club perspective we maybe hadn't got that right, so that will allow us to better support our players. Definitely think we will improve from where we were last year and finishing last. A lot of younger players but a lot of talented players, so I think the excitement in the group is really strong, and it's borne out through the men's program as well, but with the redevelopment of Whitten Oval almost complete and the facilities at their disposal, I know that's creating a lot of excitement. And as you say, it's still the off season, but we've had typically 16 or 17 girls in each week doing regular training across the day, so I think that's an exciting step forward too.
Absolutely, it's on the horizon. Amit, thanks so much for coming up to our commentary position. Good luck tonight.
No worries, thanks gents.
Western Bulldogs CEO Amit Baines with us for Thursday night footy from Docklands. The two sides are 2 wins and 3 losses. The Saints and the Western Bulldogs playing for the 25th edition of the Trevor Barker Ted Whitten Challenge Plate. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Tim Hodges is down on the boundary. Cameron Ling and Brent Harvey are your experts on ABC Sport. And as we bid farewell to the Bulldogs CEO, you can hear the Western Bulldogs making their way out onto Docklands. The Saints are a few moments before that. There's no late changes, and Dan Butler and Riley Sanders are the subs for their respective sides tonight. Firstly to you, Boomer, welcome aboard. Great to have you.
It's always good to be under the roof when you're driving in and it's raining on the freeway, Benny. So it's going to be a good game of football, we hope, because both teams right now, 5 games, 2 wins. Someone's going to be on the back foot tonight, Lingy, and it's going to be a hard season for me. I think St Kilda, for me, have got a little bit more upside. The Bulldogs, I've been really disappointed with the Western Bulldogs start to the season, especially their list and where I thought they were going to finish on the ladder.
Both teams have had moments of playing some really ordinary footy.
Yep.
But then both teams have had moments where they've played some pretty scintillating footy. It's hard to get a gauge on the form line, though. So you look at the Saints last week and you think, wow, they nearly pipped the best team in the comp. 1 point, they were storming home. Had the Giants put the cue in the rack, where they pretty much done and almost copped the shock and nearly lost it. So was it true form? The Doggies almost got over the line over the Cats 2 weeks ago, and Geelong are a very good team this season. But then we saw what they dished up last week against Essendon. You think, actually they're no good. Hard to know what we're getting tonight. I'm expecting a response from the Dogs given the week that they've had, and they've been smashed around. But then they lose Libera and they lose Jamara Ugle-Hagan. The Saints lose Max King. I'm a little bit at it. I have no idea what to expect tonight.
It sort of felt like Amit Baines did his best to sort of reassure everyone. It's only round 5. There's a long way to go in the season, except if you lose tonight against a side who is sort of wrestling in a similar position, looking for a spot inside the top 8. I think we'd all sit together thinking the talent on the Bulldogs list if they're going to be a competing side, really tonight's a night they should find a way, one way or another.
Yeah, you're right. And say it is only 5 games into their season, but 2 and 4, it just seems really nasty. And I don't know, the thing I challenge you on there, Clinchy, is I don't think coming into this season the Bulldogs should have been looking at St Kilda as the one, we want to be thereabouts, we're going to be competing with them. I reckon they've got to be looking beyond the Saints. And that's going to feel like a little shot at the Saints, and it may well be. But I think the Dogs should be good enough, especially given they've got the best player in the competition, the very best player in the competition in their team. They should be looking at the top 4 teams of last year and saying, okay, we want to be competing with those guys, not the Saints who just scraped into the finals last year.
I think Amit has to answer that they're all aligned. So he did, to the question about whether they are, from the board down to himself, through the list management staff and then the coach, Luke Beveridge. But is that possible, Boomer and Lingy, when you've got Rory Lobb, he's playing tonight but has been running around in the VFL, Caleb Daniel, Bailey Dale, so much money of your salary cap, which is, a salary cap is really like a blanket where you can cover a lot of your body but not all of it. So you've got to pick and choose. And they've got a lot of those allocations in the VFL.
It's a really interesting question, and we were speaking off air before about Caleb Daniel, and he's probably the talking point for me. You go 3 years ago, maybe 4, he was All-Australian. I think he's 2020, so 4 years ago or 3 seasons ago that he was All-Australian. I think he's really the best Western Bulldogs, but in the league, when he's got time and space, he can carve up a team. So maybe he's doing some stuff that we're not seeing, and this is the hard part for us to comment, because we're not in the 4 walls. It might be defensive, it might be lack of pressure, it might be whatever it is. I still think he's good enough to be in their 22 by a long way.
Well, I will need an answer to the question of what does Rory Lobb bring to the table structurally that he can come back into this team and Caleb Daniel not.
Is that a case of a tall out, need another tall goal kicker?
Maybe, but they've already got plenty of height. I didn't think... So Ugle-Hagan goes out, I get that. But they've got Norton, they've got Sam Darcy, they've got English in the ruck, who I think thrives on more ruck time. Yep. I don't think they needed the height. And given Rory Lobb's output, which is well below what he's getting paid, and I think he brings nothing to the table. And what with the attitude stuff we saw on Instagram, I'm not a big Instagram user myself.
TikTok, Lingy.
TikTok, my bad. Shows how much I do use any of these. But I'm not picking him. No way. And
wow.
Unless there's some just absolute structural necessity, give me Caleb Daniel. Completely opposite players. I'm not talking about them filling the same role, but Caleb Daniel's going to give you something.
And what you're saying is you don't buy that because they've got Sam Darcy, they've got Norton, they've got English, they've got plenty of tools.
But what's Rory Lobb bringing to the table for me?
Aaron Norton is an interesting one. I actually rate him. He's a star, right? But does he kick enough goals to be... So maybe it's the Western Bulldogs looking and saying, can we kick a big enough score? He's kicked 6 goals in 5 games. As a key forward, you'd be a little bit disappointed with that.
Well, especially one who is seeing himself, and we see him sometimes as one of the best key forwards. A goal a game doesn't cut it.
It doesn't cut it. I mean, if Harry Mackay's kicking 1 a game, Carlton supporters are getting right into him. Norton gets up the ground a little bit more because he's very athletic, but he does most of his work in the forward 50. I just think he should be kicking more goals. So maybe that's why they look and go, well, we can't really... Are we going to get 2 out of Norton? Are we going to get 3? Or are we going to get the 1 that he's dishing up at the minute? We need another goal, an avenue to go. And maybe Rory Lobb's that one that they look at and say, potentially, we could stretch him a little bit and he could get 3 for us.
So on that question, no Ugle-Hagan tonight, no Max King. Who kicks the goals for both sides?
Who kicks the goals?
In the team that wins, in your eyes. It could be a battle of the smalls, Cody Waitman and...
A big chunk of it's got to come from the middle of the ground. You're right. No, the smalls, they've got to get rolling a little bit as well. But I think if you can find goals out of the middle of the ground... Now, Marcus Bontempelli's the best example for the Dogs. But if Adam Treloar can get on the end of it and maybe just find 2 goals coming from the middle of the ground, that's huge tonight when your forwards aren't necessarily going to kick you a big score. Same for the Saints, though. Can Jack Steele get forward and kick a goal or 2? Run of Wangan Miller or Bradley Hill, someone like that, just finding another goal or 2 each, that could be the difference.
I think it's got to be an even spread. I don't think they can say Cody Waitman, you ought to kick 4 goals tonight for us to win. I just think that's not feasible for a small to do every single week. So I agree totally with Lingy. I think they've got to get some goals from around the ground. Higgins is going to pop up and have a couple. Seb Ross needs to step up. Hill from a wing maybe needs to have some shots on goal. I've got a question for Lingy.
Yep.
One of the all-time great taggers, right? The Western Bulldogs. Every time you speak about the Western Bulldogs, you say, do you go after Libba and stop the contest? Or do you go after Bontempelli, who's their best player?
Yep.
Right now, Libba's not out. Do you go as hard as you possibly can to Bontempelli?
Oh, 100%.
You stamp him with maybe a Steele or a Windhagen?
I'd go Windhagen.
Yep.
And let Steele hunt the footy with a little bit more confidence of not having to worry about Bontempelli's smarts. Let Windhagen lock away a roll. Durham did it really well last week for the Bombers. I think Bont's too good to have 2 poor games in a row.
Yep.
But if you could keep Bont to 24 touches and
maybe a goal.
Don't
want him to kick multiples.
Hopefully no goals. That just takes so many other Bulldogs players out of the game because Libba's not playing as well.
So it's Windhagen for you.
Windhagen for me, and let Steele go hunting.
Just on how much of a champion tagger Cameron Ling was, Ben Cousins on the front bar last night just added voice to his toughest opponent, like Dane Swan, like your good self, like numerable others. He said one Cameron Ling, the soon-to-be Geelong champion, a legend in their Hall of Fame.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't he say Cameron Ling?
Who was your toughest opponent, Boom Boom?
I want to say Lingy. I won't say it because he's here. You know who was a tough player? It was Sean Hart from the Brisbane Lions.
Wow.
So he was probably at the end when I was sort of coming through, but he had great endurance, great speed, really good discipline. I'll put him in my top 3. Crazy over here would be in my top 3 as well.
Yeah.
Crazy is Cameron Ling. He's pointing to Brett Harvey alongside Cameron Ling. If you want to join us, 0437 774 774.
Read the top one on the SMS line, Clinchy.
Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Why does Cameron Ling hate the Saints so much? That's from Anthony.
I don't hate the Saints. I just don't think they're yet at the very top of the table. They're not one of the best teams in the competition. They've got holes in their team, and I've been very clear about that. And I think I've got it pretty right. So far. It's not saying they're not going to become a really good team.
Well, they've won 2 out of 5, Lingy. You're not...
Yeah, and last year
off.
they just fell into the finals. I think they're a 7th to 10th type team.
Possibly part of the problem that Ross Lyon's wringing the neck of the St Kilda list when there's not that much there and they're getting more than they've got.
I think we'll get a pretty good indication tonight. On the boundary for us tonight, one of the best in the business. Great to have Tim Hodges joining us for Thursday Night Footy. Welcome, Hodgie.
G'day, Clinchy. G'day, lads. Nice to be with you. A win for Marcus Bontempelli at the toss. The Dogs won the toss. They'll kick to the St Kilda end of the ground. That's the right-hand side if you're at home watching on the telly, listening to us. Look, it's worth noting a really difficult night for our fans. Southern Cross Station, right beside the stadium, has had enormous electrical issues this evening. A lot of trains just unable to even stop at the station. So it's been a real ordeal for supporters to even get here tonight. The Saints hoping for a crowd of between 30 and 31,000. I think at the moment there'd probably be 23, 24, 25,000, so still a hell of a lot of people to arrive. It's a very wet night outside, a lot of rain on the way as well. Thankfully, the roof is shut. No late changes. The subs for the Saints is Dan Butler. For the Dogs, Riley Sanders. He finished last week as a sub. He'll start tonight as the 23rd man. Good calling to you.
Thank you, Hodgie. It's round 6 of the AFL. St Kilda and the Western Bulldogs. Here's Ben Cameron to get us underway.
The best way to make the nightmares go away, give them to someone else. Marshall wins the opening tap down onto it quickly. Windhager gives it off to Burns. He'll spiral the Saints to half forward. Punched away there by Jure, back into the middle of the ground. Still there for St Kilda. Handball to Wangane Malira. Handball straight to Bontempelli. Gives it off to Waitman. On to Gallagher. He'll send the Dogs with a kick to half forward. The Saints are there and battle. The new dad became a first-time father during the week. Takes the mark at centre-half back and moves it on to Bradley Hill, who will kick to the wing.
Where the mark is taken. Rowan Marshall, not his best kick as he turns it straight over, and Bailey Dale takes the mark for the Western Bulldogs and a 50-metre penalty. So I can only assume that's against Bonner, the man on the mark.
Oh, that is unlucky. That is not there.
So Dale kicks inside 50 and Aaron Norton on the lead. He marks on his chest with no Jamara Ugle-Hagan. Aaron Norton is the main man tonight. He marks on a 45-degree angle, 40 metres out from goal.
Just that matchup, Lingy, that we spoke about before the game. Jack Steele looks like he's going to Marcus Bontempelli.
Obviously with instruction, you're our captain. Take down their captain and go a long way to helping his team win the game. Norton, again, first quarter, up and about.
Looking to make a statement for the Western Bulldogs. Aaron Norton comes in and they're on the board first here at Docklands. Under 90 seconds. An unfortunate free kick and a 50-metre penalty allows the Dogs to strike first. They're 1 straight 6 to St Kilda yet to score, with the AFL Games record holder Brent Harvey and Geelong Premiership captain Cameron Lee.
Boomer, we worked out last week of now Aaron Norton's 7 goals that he's kicked this season. 4 of them have been in the first quarter, and most of that 4 are within the first 5 minutes of the game. So starts the game really well, really fresh. Unfortunately, and his challenge tonight is disappears out of the game as the game progresses on. So gets his goal there, fantastic work. But his challenge is he's going to have to impact big time for the entire 4 quarters.
A little bit stiff, Bonner, there too. I think he might have just ran over the mark by a...
Is that what happened?
Step or two. I couldn't see anything else that happened, so maybe that was it.
Bounce back in the middle. English winning the tap down straight in the direction of Bontempelli. Coughs it up, and Sinclair with the kick for St Kilda. Up towards the attacking point of the square. Slapped on by Filippo. Inside 50. Duray there for the Dogs. Tackled and dispossessed. Filippo goes and picks it up, gives it off to Ross. Handball to Hill, half forward here for the Saints. Tackled strongly, ball spills out. And Johannesson will get the free kick. Right half back here for the Dogs, who'll come infield with the kick. Norton with the opening score of the game. It was a goal. That's all we've seen so far.
And Treloar from half back kicks up towards Lobb, trying to get back Marshall. He chopped the arms and the eyes of the umpire. And Rory Lobb will get a free kick for over the shoulder, just between wing and half forward for the Western Bulldogs. A chance to head inside 50 once more. He looks to English, who's gone to the pocket against Wanganeen Miller. It clears him and rolls out of play in front of Stocker and Waitman. Cody Waitman with a late tackle up against the fence. The umpire says throw it in the right forward pocket for the Western Bulldogs.
That'll be a really good matchup tonight. Waitman on Stocker on Waitman, I should say. Stocker plays pretty tight, got some really good strength. We know that Cody Waitman's got all the tricks, so it's going to be an interesting matchup to keep an eye on.
Toss back in. Marshall takes front position against English, tries to knock it down to Ross. His kick is picked off by Treloar. Hand pass out to McRae, top of the 50 for the Bulldogs. Hand pass away to Dale. Swings on his right boot. Long kick towards the teeth of goal. Wilkie couldn't take the mark. Still a chance for the Bulldogs. West is dumped in a tackle by Sinclair. And the umpire will ball it up in the right forward pocket for the Dogs. They lead by 6 points. 3 minutes gone on ABC Sport.
Umpire puts it up quickly. Darcy doing the ruck work. Slaps it to the goal square. Getting back Burns. Clearing kick. Kicks to grass. Beyond the defensive 50 for the Saints. Owen's the first to get there. Shoves Bailey Williams off it. Picks it up. A handball back to Windhager. He goes back to Burns. Gets around Williams. He'll kick around the wing. Up towards the logo for the Saints. Clean bowls a few of them. Bailey Dale back there to mop it up. Slips a tackle of Filippo. Can't slip the second of memory. Spills out to Bradley Hill. Takes the advantage. Centering kick. Bouncing ball for Ross. Has to track it into the pocket for St Kilda. Tries to get around his man on his right. Stabs the short kick in Caminiti. He's on the end of it. 25 out, slide angle to the left.
He actually did quite well there. I thought a left footer probably should have just turned and had a shot. He got himself in a little bit of trouble, but was smart enough with a little bit of composure just to drop his eyes and hit Caminiti up on the lead.
Yeah, it came from good pressure through the middle of the ground, didn't it? And then the wave of St Kilda supporters looked for a second like they'd made a bit of a meal of it. But you're right, had the composure back on his right. Hit Caminiti up. Well played.
So in the absence of Max King, Anthony Caminiti looking to step up for the Saints. Early set shot is driven through the middle. St Kilda cancel out the Western Bulldogs' early lead. It's 1 straight 6 apiece. 5 minutes played. Opening term Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. We've got Cameron Ling, the Premiership captain. Also Ben Cousins' toughest opponent, and the game's record holder Brent Harvey.
Boomer, again, seen it from St Kilda a bit this year. They had huge numbers back when it was down the Bulldogs' forward end. But the moment they exit, they just run in this big wave. Ross Lyons is trying to get more attack. It's a labour-intensive way of playing because you've got to go from deep to get forward. But they were able to do it on that occasion.
Second best defensive team in the competition behind Fremantle, St Kilda are, but that's why, Lingy, they get numbers in the back half. And I think Ross has added that to his style now of, OK, we're going to get back and defend really hard, stop them from scoring, but, gee, we're going to work hard forward. And it's exactly what we just seen there.
The voice of Brent Harvey with you on ABC Sport. The two captains, Bontempelli and Steele, side by side as it's thrown in the air. Treloar tries to break away with the clearance. He can't do so as Zach Jones comes over the top. It's his opportunity for his fourth game for the season. Zach Jones hoping his body can allow him a clean run at it. English wins down the tap for the Dogs. Jones is onto it. Treloar wraps him up. Still in the middle of the ground with neither side able to break clear. A goal apiece through 6 minutes.
The umpires tonight, Stevens, Hosking, Jan Fagner and also Mollison. On the restart, Bontempelli emerges with it for the Dogs. Laces out lob. Attacking edge of the square, wants to wheel and go long. Has Norton deep in the goal square. Wilkie comes across, halves the contest, brings it to ground in the pocket. Onto it Gallagher though for the Bulldogs. Unsure where to go. Tries to take on Wilkie. Centering bouncing kick, chopped off by Wanganeen Malira. He'll give it off to Stocker and he clears the 50.
With a kick out towards Owens, it clears him and Bailey Dale. The foot races on hard against the boundary. Owens taps it to his own advantage and sees it out of play.
Well done by Wilkie down there, wasn't it? I'm not sure who the Bulldogs player was, but he tried to get around him with a bit of pace, and Wilkie just had that little push on the hips and made the kick just go central where the St Kilda could rebound.
Toss back in, a goal apiece through the opening 7 minutes here on ABC Sport. Tim English wins down the tap, looking for McRae. Can't take it cleanly. Steele's hand pass chopped off by English. Tackled and dispossessed. Steele has another go. It gets the hand pass out to Sebros. To Windhager, around his body to the wing. Caught behind Cooper Sharman with Dale taking the mark. Turns and comes inboard. Buku Kamas marks, works it over the top to Williams.
Williams takes it, ignores Bailey Dale running by. Instead, he'll lace it into the pocket. Coming up, lob, hands to it, can't mark. Marshall Roves for St Kilda, off to Steele. Off to Cordy, the premiership player with the Dogs, who moves it to Ross. He'll give it off to Windhager. He kicks to the wing for St Kilda.
Membry couldn't take the mark, but he's first back onto it. Trying to knock it forward to Caminiti, but Johannesson slides in for the Dogs. 1-2 with Buku Kamas. JJ chips it to Treloar and he marks in the defensive 50. Averaging over 30 disposals a game, Adam Treloar, the leading possession getter for the Western Bulldogs. That's not his best kick over the top of Bramble. Has to regather under the pressure of Wilson. Hand pass missed the intended target, Vandermeer. They're onto the pup now. Hand pass to Harms. Ridden into the turf. A good tackle by Steele. Hand pass came out from Garcia of the Dogs. Works it to Bramble. Kicks up to Norton. Can't gather. Stocker's the loose in defence. He gathers. Looks into the corridor. Not a lot of options on. Gives the hand pass to Brad Hill, who comes to a complete stop before he pokes the kick to Windhager, not 15.
Windhager wants to send it out towards the dockside wing, overshoots his target in Wilson. Burns arrives, Gallagher does really well. Keeps it in and wins the footy, gets a kick away. In front battle, brings it down to ground level. St Kilda there through Windhager. Handball to Wanganeen Malira, kick off a step, not the 15. Hill takes it, gives it back to Windhager. He chips it over the top. Forward of the wing, Burns marks.
Gives the hand pass away to Wilson, who was running the boundary. The young Saint long inside 50. Sharman the target. Good defensive work from Jones. Didn't get it out of play though. Sharman keeps it alive. Hand pass to Caminiti. Turns it over. Straight to Bontempelli of the Dogs. O'Connell under enormous pressure and his kick goes out on the full. It'll be coming back a Saints free kick at left half forward and Ryan Burns will take it. Scores level at a goal apiece.
Of course, James O'Donnell, the son of a former Saint, also the international cricketer Simon O'Donnell, came in to present his jumper down at the Dogs, and I'm not sure too many of the young Dogs players knew exactly who Simon O'Donnell is, as Battle drives it long to full forward for St Kilda. Off the hands of the pack in the pocket, there to mop up Steele, he'll snap to the hot spot, and Jones is able to mark at fullback for the Dogs. He chips it short, trying to get it to a target, McRae. Bontempelli has to come in and help out. Knocks it out to Treloar. Little 1-2 with Williams, gets it back and goes to Dale. In the back pocket, he kicks in the Norton direction.
He reaches out in front of Wilkie and takes the mark at centre half back.
Get it quick to lob if they can. He's got on Bradley Hill as the matchup. They're not going to go there. They're going to try the switch. Lob's got to demand that footy. Take advantage of the mismatch.
Back inside the defensive 50 to Liam Jones, who works it to Johannesson at right half back, and now the kick up to Bramble. The Dogs turn defence into attack. Centre wing looks up to Lob. He's got two opponents, arms outstretched, can't take the mark. And a good spoil from Cordy with Hill offering assistance. The boundary throw in 55 metres out from the Bulldogs' goal.
That's the trouble when they don't go there quickly. So Cordy was able to get back around, reset their defence, got the match up the way that the Saints wanted it, makes a good spoil and forces it out of bounds.
Cameron Ling with you on ABC Sport. A goal apiece so far through the opening stages of the first quarter. Garcia for the Saints trying to knock it out. He wrestles now with the footy. Hugo Garcia, the pick 50 from 2023 last year. Locks the ball up at half forward for the Bulldogs.
Scores level, Thursday night footy here on the ABC. There's knocking it away, Bontempelli fighting after it again, over the top of it, Steele. And another ball up to come in the middle of the ground. One straight 6 apiece, Norton and Caminiti, the goal scorers. Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron, Cameron Ling, Brent Harvey, Tim Hodges down on the boundary. English slapping it down in the direction of Johannesson, tackled quickly. Another ball up to come.
Every time the Western Bulldogs go into their forward 50, St Kilda working back harder, Lingy, and they've got numbers at the fall of the ball, normally 2 outnumbered, and an easy transition outside. So Bulldogs, that quick ball movement that you're talking about, that's what they need to get onto.
Shepherding in the ruck in the eyes of the umpire, so Tim English will get the free kick against Rowan Marshall. Kicks lateral into Jack McRae, so that closer to goal. Broadcast wing, he turns and comes inboard to Liam Jones. So Donald on the switch if he decides that, but the Saints have the corridor well guarded. So Jones tries to pierce a kick to half forward. Ed Richards takes the mark on the edge of the centre square. Veers out on the left-hand side, has lob deep at the teeth of goal. Cordy rises, makes the spoil. Under pressure, Burns, tackle, hand pass to the goal line. Can Norton get a boot to it? He can't. And Stockert rushes it through for a minor score. The Bulldogs take the lead with that behind. They're 1-1-7 to the Saints 1 straight 6. 13 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport.
Sinclair taking the kick in, just ambles into the pocket. Time to take a bounce and then a low penetrating kick in the direction there of Sharman. Doesn't take the mark. Spills out towards Richards. Dogs back in possession. Bontempelli tackled by Bonner. Taken to ground. All up at half forward here for the Dogs.
Both teams just a little bit tentative with their ball use at the moment. Just feeling each other out a little bit, not wanting to make a mistake and just gift the other team a goal.
Dogs leading by a point. Darcy in the ruck. Wins the tap, follows up with the tackle. Harms extracts it. Able to get a handball away, out towards Darcy. Pinched though quickly there by Owens. Now St Kilda in possession, holding the ball. Free kick. It'll go the way of the Dogs. And Riley Garcia to have it. 2 Garcias out there tonight. Hugo for St Kilda, Riley for the Dogs.
Haley Dale gets the mark here. He's had plenty of the footy to start this game. Just reminding everyone how good he is.
Possession number 5 alongside Adam Treloar, long to the teeth of goal. Norton had a good piece of it, not paid the mark. Play on the call. Wilkie tries to clear it. His kick is smothered. Onto it, Riley West. He can't get a clean kick away. And Wilkie gives the hand pass to Higgins. Just drops it onto his boot. A clearing kick which won't clear the congestion. And the mark is taken by Lockie Bramble. Just inside 50 out to the right.
It's hard to have this many early, Lingy, when you start as the sub, isn't it?
Yeah. So I'm a good early player in the game. Keep me out there.
The former Hawk out to the right. This will take one of his best efforts. He's been given the nod over a few more experienced players in the Bulldogs lineup. He's just going to put it to the top of the goal square where Norton flies. Had a good piece of it, can't take the mark. Waitman was taken high and he'll get the free kick. Maybe he might have cocked his head back to make sure the umpire saw it. We'll get a look on the replay in a moment's time, but Wilkie's tackle gathering him high in the eyes of the umpire. Cody Waitman with a shot on goal, no more than 15 metres out.
He gets the free kick because he was the one that attacked the ball the hardest.
Yep.
When you put yourself in that position and you're going at speed, the players have to stop you at some stage, and he might have shrugged that shoulder, Lingy, but it was very smart.
Leading the way with 11 goals for the Dogs this season, Cody Waitman comes in and he gets things going. The Bulldogs extend their lead out to 7 points. Through 15 minutes of the opening term on ABC Sport, the Dogs 2-1-13 to St Kilda 1 straight 6. Brent Harvey and Cameron Ling, your experts.
Boomer's right in that Cody Waitman got that because he was the most aggressive in the attack on the footy. The lowering a little bit there, I'm okay with that one, because when you're taking it at that much pace and your next move is either bracing for contact or to change the direction, you naturally are going to take a slightly lower stance. There was no ducking of the head. There was a little bit of a fall at the knee, but I reckon he earned that free kick.
100%.
I don't have any problem with that one.
It's when they go real low and they shrug that shoulder up. He was that's a free kick every day of the week. He can't stop that, and that's all because he was the one attacking the football and got the ball at speed.
He was rated the 46th player on the ground last Friday night. Can kick bags though, Cody Waitman, when he gets going. The Dogs in the middle, through McRae, somehow gets it on the boot, tumbles a kick forward. Harms is able to gather. Handball to Riley Garcia. Clever kick. Waitman again. In space. He marks 30 out slide angle.
It was a fantastic kick.
Great vision, wasn't it?
Oh, he had 2 or 3 people closing on him, coming from the side and coming front on. And he's actually just pulled that kick and went on a little bit of a right angle. It's fantastic vision.
Just watching the replay of it, Liam Stocker just got himself into no man's land. It's that awkward bit. Do you come at the kicker, you know your opponent's ducked out the back and he got burnt.
Cody Waitman, shooter's sleeve on, and the shot is good. A return to form for Cody Waitman. And the Western Bulldogs kick away to an early lead. 3-1-19, plays one straight 6. We've played 16 and a half minutes in the first term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Games record holder Brent Harvey, Premiership captain Cameron Lynn.
And Boomer, that's where we always talk about how important it is just trusting your teammates. So Liam Stocker there is caught in absolute no man's land. He's told by his coach, come at the kicker to put that frontal pressure on. He knows in his mind, clever player like Waitman, he's ducking out the back into space.
Every forward's doing that.
Exactly right. So you need your midfielders having left hard from the centre square defensively to put some pressure on Garcia. Instead, they don't. He gets goal side. Stocker's burnt. Goal to Waitman.
Back-to-back goals away of Cody Waitman for the Western Bulldogs. They open up a 13-point advantage here. Back in the middle, English and Marshall. Marshall wins down the tap, looking for Zach Jones. He overran the footy. A chance for Hugo Garcia of the Saints. A throw in the eyes of the umpire as he was tackled. Jack McRae takes the free kick for the Dogs. Bangs it long inside 50. Waitman the target, nudged underneath it by Wilkie. It's gathered by Stocker. Kicks out to half-back where Wilson takes the mark on his chest.
That's the kick, though, there. The one where you can get the ball in the centre. You know it's one-on-one. You can wheel on your left or right foot. You go long. You're going to get a one-on-one every day of the week.
Darcy Wilson looks into the middle of the ground. Ron Marshall's off balance. Can't complete the mark. Bontempelli for the Dogs. Hand pass over the top to Williams. Here's Waitman again. A chance for his third. He kicks a short dink kick to Vandermeer. Not 15. Hand pass over the top to Riley West. He's trying to spin on the ground. He gathers. Tackled. Lost it. A chance for Stocker to clear. Hand pass to Marshall. Hacks the kick into the middle of the ground. Tough one for Higgins.
Man.
What a reflex catch to his right.
Gives off the handball. Releases Bradley Hill. Long thumping kick. Caminiti attacking the footy. Spills the mark. Jones there. O'Donnell too. The ladder picks it up. Shovels the handball back towards fullback. Bailey Dale able to gather on the bounce. He'll kick towards the halfback flank. Mark taken by the dual premiership Hawk Duray. He can chip it over the top to Williams. Williams kicking around the boundary. West comes up and marks. Releases Dale with the handball. Running room. He'll kick inside 50. Looking for lob in a wrestle. Cordy spoils it down. Waitman again for 3 1/4. Tumbles it home. Correct weight. Cody Waitman is on this evening. 3 in the opening term. The Dogs have 4. 4-1-25. Plays one straight 6. 19 minutes into the first. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
That's a wow.
Yeah.
Again, Lingy, he's hit that ball from off the pack with speed. He's first there, and the composure just to figure it out. Hand on top of the football. The ball's going to spin left to right. That was forward craft if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, and I was about to say, I'll let you take this one because I've seen you do that, not to embarrass you, but just the ability to time the front of the pack at speed. Callum Wilkie there was trying to defend him. Actually had decent position, but because of Waitman's timing and speed, he was no chance. And then superb finish. I mean, that is brilliant stuff.
And they've got to be careful now, the Saints, because if Waitman gets his tail up, we've seen him go on and kick 5 or 6 in the game.
No King, no Ugelhagen. Well, it's Cody Waitman who is the starring forward tonight. Bontempelli on half-back for the Bulldogs. Gets the hand pass away to Riley Garcia. Kicks out to the wing. Tough one for the Bulldogs. Through Vandermeer. Tries to knock it forward. Brambles locked up. The umpire gave him a few moments. As Filippo laid the tackle, and now he's going to pay holding the ball. So the Saints will win it back on the outer wing through some good pressure. And Burns is the last player on the bottom of the pack. He'll take the free kick for the Saints. Looks up towards half forward. Rowan Marshall pushes wide. Has the mismatch on Harms, but he can't complete the mark. English, the unlikely rover, gets the hand pass away. Links up with McRae and now to Harms around the outer wing. Taylor to Ray marks centre wing. Looks up towards Norton. And Darcy at centre half forward. Darcy timed his run. Dropped the mark. Ugelhagen crumbs it. Norton crumbs it perfectly. Runs into the left forward pocket. Aaron Norton for his second. Beautiful finish. An unlikely 1-2 punch with Darcy doing the aerial work and Aaron Norton doing the work at ground level. He puts through his second. And the Bulldogs all of a sudden with the last 4 goals of the match to open up a 25-point advantage. 5-1-31 to the Saints, 1 straight 6. 21 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport.
Is it too early to say just beware the team that's copped it all week? So, the Bulldogs, they're a different team the way they're playing now. They're hunting around the footy, their pressure's great, and their ball use is really good going forward.
And I thought Jamara was really good in that play too, Clinchy.
Just thinking about
little handball. I missed the handball he gave to Norton. No,
I was thinking without Jamara, they are not missing a beat tonight. Their forwards are wrong.
And you're spot on because that was a great roving goal. Something Norton doesn't have to do very often, but it was a great finish in the end.
Back in the middle, English and Marshall both with hands on it. Coming through Steele, picking it up off the deck. Loses the footy. Trelaw slaps it out in front of Johannesson. Gathers, handball, misses O'Donnell. Puts him under pressure. Burns closes him down. Wrapped up, Tim Hodges downstairs.
Ben, just on Lingy's point, Marcus Bontempelli just got to the bench and took a massive sigh. It was almost like relief, just to say, thank goodness we've started well after copping it all week.
25 points, the Dogs lead. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Burns off a step, kick a turnover. Mark taken by English.
But that comes from pressure, that Riley West was straight in Burns' face there. Rushed the kick. English swallows it up. That's where everyone's on the same page for the Dogs at the moment.
Harvey Gallagher marks at right half back for the Western Bulldogs. They lead by 25 points. Looks up towards Norton at half forward. Worked out of it. And Rowan Marshall, the St Kilda ruck, takes the mark at left half back. Work a kick over the top to Marcus Winhager. Burst from the stoppage and now looks up towards half forward. He's going to turn and come inboard to Cal Wilkie.
Give the ball to Wanganeen Miller. That's better. He's a superb ball user and runner. 2 people have ignored him running through the corridor with a little handball.
Well, Wilkie should have gave that. He ended up kicking the ball, but he wasted 3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah.
And now Riley Bonner trying to find a way through the middle of the ground. He kicks inside 50 towards Mitch Owens. Outnumbered 2-on-1. Good mark taken by O'Connell for the Western Bulldogs. He goes back to Jones. 15 metres out from his defensive goal.
He wants to bring it towards the dock side of the ground, and here is Waitman, the man with the hot hand. In that shooter sleeve for the elbow injury. Inside kick on the 45 to English. Just backward of the logo.
Darcy and Norton both working together again down the line. English is not going to go there though. I didn't mind that with Waitman lurking at their feet.
English comes infield to Gallagher, who goes into the middle, and Buku Karmas. He marks and will send it out to the city wing. Taken out there by Duray. Usually a good left-footed kick. Sends it long. Norton in good position. Can't mark. Out the back it goes. Darcy runs into the open goal and puts it through. Their red, white and blue chip prospect, Sam Darcy. A roving goal for the 200 centimetre plus. He kicks it and the Dogs are out by 31 points. 6-1-37. Plays 1 straight 6. 24 minutes into the first. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling and Brent Harvey.
Well, Saints have got a silly call. Saints have got to be careful because they're nearly out of the game. But they did this the other week in gather round against Richmond, and they did it last week against the Giants. You do this too many times, you can't just keep coming back. They've given them a massive start, 6 goals to 1. The other thing, they don't look like it.
No.
Bulldogs, every time they go in, they look like they're going to score. Well, they had how many inside 50s? 12 inside 50s. They've had 7 scoring shots. The coach will be ropeable at quarter time.
And it's so uncharacteristic for the Saints under Ross Lyon to give up easy scores. The Bulldogs out by 31 points with the last 5 goals of the match. Back in the middle of the ground, English trying to do the roving, having one down the tap. He was tackled by Winhager, didn't get a disposal away. Now Marshall is locked up by Richards and the umpire will ball it up. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Just on that, Clinch, remember he said after the Norwood game against Richmond that Ross Lyon said that the UFO arrived and there were aliens running out in the St Kilda jumpers in the opening hour of that match, and they changed at half-time. It's exactly what we're seeing tonight.
St Kilda aliens are back, you think, Hodgie?
I think that's a yes. Johannesson takes the mark from the intercepting mark from Bailey Dale. He's in the middle of Docklands, looking inside 50. Veers out to the right, kicks into the direction of Norton. He'll have to fly from behind. Made the bump on Cordy. Plowns the call. It spills to Vandermeer. Hard against the boundary. Turns and fires on goal. And it's across the face and misses everything out of bounds on the full.
Just watching the height again forward of Darcy and Norton worrying the Saints defenders. I wonder if Ross Lyon would be questioning himself and the selection or non-selection of Dougal Howard, just with that extra big body down there.
And that's maybe why the Bulldogs did bring that tall into
Bring in lob, yeah.
Stocker with a long kick up to the wing. Buku Karmas coming in from the side. A nice juggled mark. Neutral territory on the City wing. And they've really liked the work of Buku Karmas at the kennel. He goes back to Johannesson. Switches into the middle of the ground, and the mark taken by Jones. Stabs it short. Vandermeer leading up. Runs a U-turn. Kicks into the pocket. West a lateral lead. He'll mark close to the boundary line. Just a couple of metres in. 35 metres out. Wide out. Right half forward.
It was a perfect kick. He worked really hard too, Riley West, to provide a lead. I mean, it's a tough part of the ground to be having a shot at goal. But again, another mark inside forward 50 for the Dogs. Right now, just in total control of this game.
An acute angle. Boot to ball from 40 out, right on the boundary line. It'll go across the face. The pack forms. Norton hands to it. Whistle on the play. Free kick to the Dogs.
It's the height that got it. I think it's Norton who's going to get the footy. But they had English, Darcy and Norton all there, and Lobb. So the quadruple towers were down there. And someone panicked for the Saints and gave the free kick away.
It was Callum Wilkie, a little tug of the jumper. And this is exactly what you want when you've had a nightmare week. Aaron Norton, slight angle, 15 out, drives it through. What are they going to say now? Aaron Norton with 3 in the opening term. The Dogs have 7. 7-1-43. St Kilda 1 straight 6, 27 minutes played. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling and Brent Harvey.
It's funny, isn't it, Lingy? We talk about Aaron Norton not kicking enough goals before the game. He's kicked 3 first quarter goals. Their key forward goes out of the team. He has to stand up and he says, hang on, I'm still here. I'm not a bad player.
They're certainly stretching them, aren't they?
They are.
Making them worry.
Now, speaking of stretching, what they're doing, Lingy, they're stretching the ground as well. They're making the ground really big. We seen in that last play, and well called by the boys, they brought the ground from the ball from one wing out to the other wing, and then they could go forward because they had the tools up forward. So really making the ground big on the Saints and making it hard to defend.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Just watching Luke Beveridge, he came down early. He's hugged every player on the bench, almost like a statement start to the game for the Dogs. And I'll send it back to you as play resumes.
They mightn't be done yet. Bontempelli gets the clearance. Hand pass to Treloar. Kicks inside 50. It ricochets off Darcy. Wilkie for the Saints gathers. Hand pass to Battle. Under pressure Sinclair. Puts it out in front of Wilkie. Slipped over. Jones gathers. Tackled out of play by Williams. Kept it alive for a moment. Well, Marcus Windhager is tackled across the line by Adam Treloar. Hodgie.
Well, Lingy, we normally work with Mick Malthouse on a Friday night. He still scares me. Is there a point where the St Kilda players would be fearful of what's coming their way in about 2 minutes' time from Ross Lyon?
They'd be feeling it themselves already. They know they have not started this game at all in an acceptable manner. They've got to get it back in control around the contest, start having some composure with the ball, but it's going to go back in the Dogs' end, I reckon, again here.
Windhager kicked up to the wing. Duray is almost too slow. Run down by Higgins. Play on's the call. Filippo tries to knock it back to Higgins to Hill. Is there a chance of the Saints late here? Cooper Sharman pulls his kick towards Caminiti. Can't pull in the mark. Sliding in Mitch Owens. Hill. Beautiful, graceful one-handed pickup as he gathers between wing and half forward, but he hand passes over his shoulder. A hopeful ball to Zach Jones. Hand pass to Sharman. Misses Higgins with his kick. Lunging forward. Jones knocks it forward. Sharman gathered, but just as the siren sounds, for quarter time, he got it to Wilson. And an emphatic response from the Western Bulldogs after a disappointing loss to Essendon last week. The Bulldogs with 7-1, including the last 6 goals of the quarter, to lead by 37 points at the first break. 7-1-43 to the Saints, 1 straight 6. The goals came through 3 to Aaron Norton and 3 to Cody Waitman. Sam Darcy, the other goal scorer. While for the Saints, their only goal came through Caminiti. Thursday night footy, the Dogs emphatic in their start. They lead by 37 points. Great to have your company on Thursday night footy on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
There's a swag of great movies on ABC iView. bold, beautiful, and uniquely Australian.
Give me a bucket.
There's Mystery Road's Detective Jay Swan in Goldstone.
Things are going to change sooner or later.
Dan's sport drama in Strictly Ballroom.
I want to dance with you your way.
Tim Winton's novel adapted in Breath. Plus Sisters of War, Looking for Alibrandi, and so many more.
Because that's how life is.
Great Aussie movies. Always free, always entertaining on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
So Dale kicks inside 50 and Aaron Norton on the lead. He marks on his chest with no Jamara Ugle-Hagan. Aaron Norton is the main man tonight. He marks on a 45-degree angle, 40 metres out from goal. Looking to make a statement for the Western Bulldogs. Aaron Norton comes in and they're on the board first here at Docklands. Under 90 seconds. Leading the way with 11 goals for the Dogs this season. Cody Waitman comes in and he gets things going.
Harms is able to gather. Handball to Riley Garcia. Clever kick. Waitman again. Cody Waitman. Shooter's sleeve on. And the shot is good. A return to form for Cody Waitman. Looking for lob in a wrestle. 40 spoils it down. Waitman again for 3 1/4. Tumbles it home. Correct weight. Cody Waitman is on this evening.
Darcy timed his run, dropped the mark. Norton crumbs it perfectly, runs into the left forward pocket. Aaron Norton for his second. Beautiful finish.
Saints got to be careful because they're nearly out of the game.
Taken out there by Duray. Usually a good left-footed kick. Sends it long. Norton in good position. Can't mark. Out the back it goes. Darcy runs into the open goal and puts it through. Aaron Norton. Slight angle. 15 out. Drives it through. Aaron Norton with 3 in the opening term. The Dogs have 7.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The highlights of the opening quarter in which the Bulldogs put a week of controversy behind them. 7 goals to 1 in the opening term to lead by 37 points at the first break. 7-1-43 to the Saints, 1 straight 6. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Tim Hodges is down on the boundary. The thoughts of the AFL Games record holder Brett Harvey and former Geelong Premiership captain Cameron Ling.
Boomer, after a horrible quarter like that, I'd normally say, the coach will, get stuck into them a little bit. I'm not sure a spray's the right thing right now for the Saints. They actually need to be told how to fix things up, and whether it's a structural thing, whether it's what they're doing with their ball use going forward. I think it's a guidance thing now. Probably some pretty strong words still, but they looked so almost, I hate to use it, but clueless about how to fix up that momentum of the Bulldogs. They need to actually be told, hey, guys, this is what's happening and you need to do this to counteract it rather than just a straight-up spray.
And I like a good old spray, Ling, don't get me wrong, but I think you're right because structurally, just the way the game's flowing, the way that St Kilda let Western Bulldogs do what they wanted to do, they do. They need to reset. You're not going to go in at half-time in the lead, St Kilda.
No.
So you need just to peg back 2 to 3 goals this quarter.
Yep.
In the third quarter, let's come out and peg another 2 or 3. Then we're back in the game. If we can win the last quarter, we can still win the game. But you're not going to be in front at half-time, so there's no point going out there and trying to win the game in this quarter. You've got to be a little bit more methodical about the way you go about it. But credit where credit's due. Western Bulldogs got a bit of a cook during the week, and they've responded really well. And I've loved what I've seen in this first quarter.
And from the Dogs' perspective, that's exactly right. They've played brilliant football, hard footy. They put pressure on. They won the contest. They used it really well. Their planning coming into the game has worked really well with their tall targets up forward, then getting crummers to their feet. But given the last couple of weeks that they've had, I don't even know if they need to be reminded of it, but they cannot flirt with this. It has got to be, hey guys, we're not the reigning premiers here. We're not the number 1 team in the competition who's maybe can coast through the rest of the game. We've got to train, play good habits all the time. Get back to the way we started this game. Do it again in the second quarter.
I totally agree. St Kilda just doesn't look like they've got that edge. Now, Waitman's kicked 3 goals in the first quarter. I spoke about Stocker playing on him at the start, and I thought it was a fantastic matchup. Can play on him in the ground, can go with him in the air. They're handing over a lot. So I've seen Cody Waitman run from the forward 50 past a player. Stocker holds his ground, a winger goes to him and picks him up. Now, that's the best thing. When you're a forward and you're on fire and you're getting handed over, you're thinking,
this is okay because I'll just play in between these two guys. No one would know who I'm on. And Waitman's ended up kicking 3 goals. So they've got to tighten up on those little things, the Saints.
The voice of Brent Harvey and Cameron Ling, your experts on ABC Sport. Your thoughts on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Stan from Victoria, enjoying the call. You want to make a bet, Rossline is prepping his spray for the guys. Bigger and louder than the one last time. Brett says, I remember Boomer being tagged by Anthony Franchina. Boomer used to run him around the centre square prior to the bounce. Can you remember that?
Oh, I can. I'll tell you a really quick story if I've got enough time. I broke my dummy AC joint. And I played in the 3rd week. I probably shouldn't have played. And all I had been doing for 3 weeks was running. So I was bloody fit. And Anthony Franchina come to me, and every centre bounce, I'll just do a whole lap of it. And then by the end of it, it was knackered. So good.
Why don't teams realise that the Bulldogs' best quarter is their first? They've been doing it for years. And Waitman, the flea, is much better informed tonight. Second quarter underway. The Bulldogs will get the clearance first. It's Gallagher who feeds it back to Treloar. And centre-half back for the Dogs. Kicks up towards half-forward. Vandermeer tries to bring it to the front. Bontempelli can't swoop onto it. Mitch Owens gathers for the Saints. Gets the hand pass away. And it's kicked in by Riley Bond in the middle of the ground. And Brad Hill takes the mark. Plays on as he swings onto his left-hand side. Kicks looking for Rowan Marshall. He reaches over the top of Harms. Can't come down with the mark. It's Bailey Dale for the Dogs who gets the hand pass away to English. Out into space on the wing. Harms gathers. Kicks up towards Darcy. Has to spoil it against Cal Wilkie trying to rip in the footy. Wanganeen Miller came racing past. Left the footy behind. Onto it Wilkie. He's tackled at the top of the 50. The Dogs still trying to extract it as it's knocked out by Williams. But Jack Steele for the Saints gets the hand pass away. And a chance for Wanganeen Miller to clear for the Saints.
He'll kick up towards the wing and turn it over. Bailey Dale doesn't want to be the sub again. He started well. Forward of the wing. He'll kick the Dogs long to full forward. Norton goes up. Through his hands it goes. Bonner's there to mop it up. Tackled quickly. Taken to ground. Ball up to come. Quickly, Tim Hodges on the boundary. How was Ross?
Well, it just goes to show Lingy and Boomer are the experts. It was 1 minute and 20 seconds that Ross Lyon spoke to his team. He was cool, he was calm, he was composed. He referred to the whiteboard the entire time. It was more an education session. There was no ranting or raving. So, yeah, it was just to try to teach these boys how to get back into this game.
Boomer and Lingy, as you said, Hodgie, bang on the money. Wilson on the wing here for the Saints. Long kick towards Caminiti. Jones there with him. Halves it to ground, then wins it at ground level. Gives it off to O'Donnell. He wants to send his kick towards the wing, a turnover. Straight to Bonner, who marks for the Saints in the middle of the ground.
Got to get it forward. Quicker, free forward.
And eventually gets the hand pass to Steele and realises Caminiti's all on his own in the pocket.
But he's taking it up against the boundary line. Yep. He was free in the top of the goal square.
Yeah, the ball should have went there 6 seconds quickly. Yeah. Just held on to it a little bit too long.
Caminiti's issues have been in front of goal, and this is going to be a tough task in the right forward pocket. He'll start against the fence.
Strange.
Saints desperately need one here.
Strange bit of play by Bradley Hill just at the start of that play where the ball was flowing to one side of the ground. He chose to try to come back. And in the end, there was nothing on because the St Kilda guys were moving to the other side of the ground.
Their only goal of the opening quarter, Anthony Caminiti gets his opportunity tonight from outside the boundary line. It's right across the face of goal. And no change to the score, out of bounds on the full. The Bulldogs leading by 37 points. 2 minutes gone in this second quarter.
Strange shot selection from there, Lingy. Drop punt. Yeah. Very, very hard kick. You have to bring the ball back left to right. Banana every day of the week from there.
English goes short, about 10 metres. Called to play on Bailey Dale. Gives it back to English. Kick up to a pack on the wing. Ball comes down in front. McRae there for the Dogs. Handball to Lobb right there with him. Porty. That's the old and the new in terms of centre-half forwards for the Dogs. And it goes out of play on the wing. A throw-in to come.
I'm not sure Anthony Caminiti could make the ball talk quite like you could.
He's a good Northern Knights boy, so we might have a few tricks in his bag.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling, Brent Harvey. 37 points the Dogs lead.
From the throw-in, it spills down the way of Ed Richards for the Bulldogs. His kick is smothered. Harms tries to get a hand pass around Steele. Works it to Richards. Hand pass to Vandermeer. Away to Bontempelli from 55. The Bont on the run. He misses to the right-hand side. Almost set up perfectly for him, the Western Bulldogs, by 38 points.
They've given him a little bit of space. I think that's his 8th touch for the game. You don't want to give him time and space to kick the football like that. He doesn't usually miss those goals.
Hill with the kick in, up to a contest. Khamis coming through like a wrecking ball, punches it down. Wilson gathers for St Kilda on the wing. Dock side of the ground. Sinclair, a spearing pass, and Caminiti again marks high up at half forward. Comes infield with the kick to Filippo. His dad Sam played 3 games for the Dogs back in 1995. At half forward here. Sets it up towards full forward. In from the side, Owens. Hands to it. Spills to the top of the goal square. Sinclair can't gather. Higgins comes through. Wants the high free kick. Spills out to Marshall. Bontempelli's there to clean up. He'll kick towards the defensive arc for the Dogs. Punch back in by Battle. Windhager. Handball to Steele. Steele tries to shrug the tackle. He can't do so successfully. Free kick going to the Dogs. Arms the tackler. He'll have it in the back pocket.
A couple of maybe free kicks there, Lingy, but to the Bulldogs' credit, they're going after him. They're tackling well. It's been a great start in terms of pressure for this quarter as well.
The former Demon James Harms had 34 disposals in the VFL to get his way back into the side. Kicks to the wing for Norton, looking for Darcy. Wilkie makes the spoil. Brad Hill at the back gathers to the Saints, takes a bounce as he looks at the challenge of Gallagher. Thinks, I've got you covered. Turns back into the corridor and chips it to Riley Bonner. Thought about the hand pass back. Straight down the middle to Marshall. Hill will get it back. He dodges and weaves around Johannesen. Drives a kick inside 50. This time Caminiti flies. Can't hang on to the mark. Higgins front and centre. Hand pass chopped off by Liam Jones to the Dogs. Gets the hand pass away to Bontempelli. Through the middle looking for Norton. Wanganeen Miller flies. Regathers to the Saints. In the middle of Docklands. Kick is smothered by Treloar. Spills to Johannesen. Back to Norton. Here go the Dogs.
On his right. Kicks in the lob direction. He's backpedaling. One-handed. Reels it in nicely. Right on the arc of 50. He is a long kick. He'll wheel and send it long and float it on goal. It'll miss out to the right. Minor score. Dogs out by 38. Thursday night footy on ABC Sports. 6 minutes into the second.
That was a great kick by Norton on his right. He looked up and he had the St Kilda player out, so he only could go one way. That there from Rory Lobb, that's a player looking to try to impose himself on the game.
That's trying to kick a goal, isn't it? Rather than they could have got
I tried to say it in a nice way.
Yeah. No,
he had Treloar on. It was a little 15-metre chip, and Treloar was screaming for it with his hands out. He probably should have went there, but he wanted to make an impact and score a goal.
He just had to check it in the arc. It wasn't behind, marked over the line by Riley Bonner. Some interesting comments from James Bartel during the week about the goal umpires being told to check everything and then feeling like they've been hung out to dry by the AFL.
Wanganeen Miller through the middle to Stocker, who wants to send it long. They've got options aplenty, but they can't get it to Mitch Owens. As Buku Karmas going back with the flight off balance, is able to juggle the mark in the left back pocket for the Bulldogs. The Dogs by 39 points, no goals so far in this second quarter through 7 minutes. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Tim Hodges down on the boundary. Cameron Ling and Brent Harvey are your experts. Taylor Duray kicks up to the wing, lobs the target, can't take the mark. Windhager onto a tackle by Lobb, it spills and is locked up between Heat and Cody Wakeman. And a ball up centre wing on the broadcast side.
That's better by Lobb. Marking contest, brought it to ground, followed up with a tackle. That's how he's got to build his game.
Winning the tap down English, straight to Treloar, who kicks to Lobb, half forward flank, feeds the handball to the runner McRae, chiselling ball into the pocket. Harms goes up, Wilkie spoils it away, Harms gathers again, snaps it back to the goal square. Bonner gets back and punches it through, minor score. So still peppering the Dogs, out by 40 points neat. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Steele had to take a risky kick as it was brought back in quickly by Bonner. Hand pass to Battle. Makes it up to Mitch Owens, who takes the mark at left half back. Has Zach Jones free on the wing. He works it quickly to him. Wants to get the hand pass away to Burns, who looks inboard. The kick towards Higgins. He's outnumbered 2-on-1. And getting back is Ed Richards to provide some good support. Switches into the middle of the ground where McRae marks. He can work it wider still to Tim English, who's taking on Rowan Marshall. The two big men bounding down the wing. English takes a bounce and then misses his target. Stocker left it for Wilkie. Hand pass around Harms, and in the end, Ollie Bonner decides to let it trickle out of play. A throw in at left half forward for the Dogs. It's the Bulldogs 7-4-46, leading the Saints 1 straight 6. The last time the Saints gave up 7 goals in an opening term, round 17, 2022 against the Fremantle Dockers.
English and Marshall. Marshall laying it on a platter for Windhager, unable to gather it. Harms on his way through, tackled quickly. And taken high, free kick. How do you try and approach a game when you're down 40 in the position of St Kilda, Boomer and Lingy?
Well, what we spoke about at quarter time is just trying to win the quarter.
Arms goes long, Norton hands to it, spills out the back to Wilkie, just dumps it on his left boot, clearing kick. Straight to Bailey Dale, attacking edge of the square for the Dogs.
It doesn't look like they're going to do it, though.
Dale in two minds. He thinks he's within range. He gains a few metres, veers out to the right, goes for home. He's got it there. Sailing through the Saints' fingertips on the goal line. And Bailey Dale from downtown with another goal for the Western Bulldogs. 46 points is their lead. The last 7 goals of the match. 8-4-52 to the Saints, 1 straight 6. Tim Hodges on the boundary. This is, of course, the St Kilda home game. It's not a lot to cheer about at the moment.
Oh, Clinchy, that's what I was going to say. It's St Kilda's first home game of the season at the Docklands. It is a really good crowd, it's got to be said. And it's a really angry crowd. I think they're angry with the way their team's playing. They're angry with the umpires and the free kicks not coming their way. I think they were even angry Ross Lyon didn't bake their team at quarter time. So, yeah, she's pretty volatile here at the moment.
So they should be angry. And why Boomer and I both said they're not going to do it the way they're playing is they get all their numbers back. It means the Bulldogs had a beautiful wall set up. The one thing you can't do is just wildly bomb it out. You're kicking it straight back to the Bulldogs.
Especially through the middle of the ground where that one went.
Exactly right. And Bailey Dale just says thank you very
But
much.
they're the little things, Lingy. Dale can kick the ball. We know that. I haven't played against him for 7 years.
Secondary ball up in the middle. English decisive, trying to pull it down towards Richards, who's gone into the midfield. Spills out to Sinclair for the Saints. Bouncing ball inside 50. Unable to gather it neatly. O'Donnell is quickly wrapped up, drag it in. Umpire says no.
One umpire on the other side was about to pay that holding the ball.
And in good position too to see it.
Membry doing the ruck work against English with Marshall setting himself in the middle of the ground. Hugo Garcia for the Saints. Hand pass to Steele. Hill's under pressure. McRae got him and takes him over the boundary line. Just didn't have prior opportunity as the umpire gestures for a boundary throw in. 50 metres out from the Saints' goal.
We'll go back to that Dale goal where he's 55, 60 out. We know now the stand rule's there, so you can actually run and gain meterage. He kicked that from about 48 metres. Really bad manning of the mark from the other St Kilda players. Let him just do that.
The voice of Brent Harvey with you on ABC Sport. He leads the way with 7 intercepts. Bailey Dale is Steele, the St Kilda captain, into the pocket. Caminiti make the spoil on Puku Karmas. Jones under pressure, turns it over. Hugo Garcia for the Saints. Missed his teammate. It's Riley Garcia who gathers for the Bulldogs. Hand pass out in front of the West under pressure. He jams it on the boot into the middle of the ground. Waiting for that kick was Carl Wilkie of the Saints. He gathers in front of Norton. Hand pass away to Hill on the wing for the Saints.
Wants to draw the man. Feeds the handball away to Stocker. Cruising by. Long kick into the pocket. Jones went down illegally. Caminiti put him down. Gave away the free kick. Jones in the back pocket for the Dogs. Goes short to Johannesen. His kick to Bailey Dale, not a good one. Sets a task for him. Allows in the Saints. Trying to pick it up cleanly. Bonner gets it out to Jones. Gives it back to Bonner. Flying shot on goal. He's missing out to the right.
Penny, you asked before how you get yourself back into the game, and the scoreboard doesn't need to say that you're in front at half-time, Lingy. You've got to show something, though, in terms of your structure and the way and style that you want to play. At the minute, I haven't seen nothing in the first 12 minutes, Lingy, that suggests that the Saints are going to turn this game around.
Bailey Dale long down the middle looking for Norton. Spoiled down by Cal Wilkie. Winhager put Steele under enormous pressure. Hand pass over his shoulder. It may work out, though. Wilkie gathers the hand pass. Kicks out to Brad Hill, who marks it right half forward. The Saints haven't kicked a goal since the 5-minute mark of the opening quarter. Hill kicks towards the teeth of goal. In from the side. Owens can't take the mark. Wilson off balance. Tries to knock it forward, but it's pinched by O'Connell. The Bulldogs out of defence. He draws the opponent and gets the hand pass away to Bailey Williams. In the right back pocket, kicks up to West. Bulldogs leading by 45 points.
And what Boomer's talking about is just this little patch here. Make sure the Dogs cannot exit their back 50 easily. So build it with a little bit of pressure, a little bit of contest work, get a little bit of territory your way. Don't let them just get out like they've done exactly now.
Yeah, Dale, a releasing kick to Gallagher on the wing. He backpedals, nothing initially, comes infield, looking for Norton, overshoots him. Out the back, here's Waitman, just inside 50. Left foot kick, a perler. Oh, Bontempelli dropped a simple mark, nearly had enough of it. Allows in the Saints close to the line in the back pocket. And it stays in with Battle and a ball up to come.
You don't say that very often.
No, he's human. He's probably exhausted. He ran that hard to get to that part of the ground, but...
Ball up, forward pocket, here for the Dogs. Clearing kick through Ross. Just a short kick beyond the defensive 50. Giray going up, spills the mark, allows in St Kilda.
It's knocked on by Mitch Owens to the advantage of Brad Hill, who has given them a spark. He pulls his kick into the middle of the ground. Membry marks. Hand pass to Hugo Garcia. Almost run down by Vandermeer. Hand pass to Membry. He's got options at the top of the 50. Burns takes the mark. Sharman's running around the back. Burns swings onto his right-hand side. Kicks towards Zach Jones. Getting back, O'Connell gets hands to it. Jones gathers and puts through the Saints' second goal. Jeez, it took a bit of hard work to get it there. But finally, St Kilda fans with a reason to cheer. They peg one back against the runner play. The Bulldogs lead cut back to 39 points, and the Saints' first goal since the 5-minute mark of the opening term. 8-4-52, the Western Bulldogs. St Kilda 2-1-13. It breaks a run of 7 consecutive goals for the Dogs. Brent Harvey and Cameron Ling with you on ABC Sport.
They made hard work of it. They had a spare. They had a spare, the Saints, in their forward 50, and they toyed around with the ball a little bit too much. Garcia nearly got caught. In the end, a little bit lucky that O'Donnell
got the mark.
Market.
Yeah, and it's their decision making going forward. Even to choose to kick the Jones, they're trying to go through a couple of Bulldogs defenders. It was more luck than anything. So they're just not quite clicking. But you said it, just little bit by little bit. Now this contest here is really important. Don't just give one straight back.
50th club appearance for St Kilda for Zach Jones tonight. Darcy taking it out of the ruck. Kick forward for the Dogs. Spoilt down by St Kilda. Burns onto it. Handball to Wangani Malera. Handball to Windhager. Working down the city wing. Bonner pulls his kick. Mark taken by Sinclair. He'll look inside 50. Leading out through the hands of Caminiti. Out the back, Duray for the Dogs. Gives it off to Jones. He'll kick towards the logo looking for Harms. Sharman marks. Finally, the Saints are finding something here on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Dogs by 39.
Cooper Sharman spinning the footy in his hands, called a play on, so Harms runs at him. He just pokes a kick into the pocket, asking a bit of Caminiti. It's wide of him. And lands in front of Heat and Liam Jones out of play for a boundary throw in.
Well, the Saints are certainly missing King, just as that tall target. He's always on the move. He's standing there. He's so tall, 201 centimetres, hands in the air. They know where to kick it. At the minute, they're forward 50 entries. They're going to Caminiti a lot, but he's just not capable of marking the football just yet.
From the throw-in, Buka Kamas lost his footing. He could have been in trouble, but the umpire says he's had no prior opportunity as Ross lays the tackle with Sinclair. Thrown up, Darcy wins down the tap for the Dogs. Windhager's kick was smothered. A chance for Gallagher. It kicks a high ball towards Lobb on the wing. Can't take the mark. Saints have the numbers. Sharman with a hand pass back to Wilkie. Underground hand pass off the turf to Wangani Millera. Now to Seb Ross. It opens up in front of him. Looks up towards half forward. Now the mark is taken by Mateus Filippo. And he thinks he's within range. 55 metres out from goal. He veers out to the left. Gives it everything he's got. It won't quite have the journey. Caminiti wrestles against 3. Mark was dropped by Bramble. Centering kick from Higgins. And Hugo Garcia takes the mark. At the top of the goal square as Treloar slipped over.
Again, probably just a little bit of fortune for the Saints there. The kick wasn't perfect by Filippo, but they get a result. Well, they should get a result, from Garcia. Should pop this one through. Just owning some territory for the Saints. Little wins.
Looking for his first goal in AFL footy from the Calder Cannons, and the Saints have 2 on the trot. Something to try and build on as they come from everywhere to celebrate with Hugo Garcia, pick 50 in 2023. A goal-kicking mid who the Saints traded up to get from GWS. And he's on the board in his second game of AFL footy. The Bulldogs 8-4-52 to the Saints 3-1-19. 18 minutes gone, second term on ABC Sport. You had Cameron Ling and Brent Harvey.
I wasn't sure what Filippo was doing then, Lingy. He had the ball and the ball was in transition. They should have went. They had the one-on-ones that we've been talking about for most of the night, but I thought he was actually going to have a shot on goal.
Oh, I felt that too. Which was
60 out. I'm thinking he must have a big leg.
And it's just that, and again, that's that decision-making going forward. The hesitancy to just go with the play, one-on-ones, make the Bulldog defenders worry. Instead, it was almost a nothing kick and could have been spoilt through. Now, they get the result out of it, so great, but they've just got to maybe fix that bit up as well.
Back-to-back goals for the Saints. Treloar out of the middle, left foot kick inside 50. Good mark, Sharman. Defensive mark for the Saints. Flares his kick out towards the wing. Here is Filippo. Makes it on the chest. Comes infield, dangerous infield kick. Turnover, straight to Bontempelli. 55 out. His kick-off line into the pocket. It tumbles out of play. Throw in to come. Rory Lobb.
Wow, I've got to say,
gives him a few.
Yeah, Bont again. He dropped that mark before, and he should have gone to Rory Lobb. It's very un-Marcus Bontempelli-like.
That's two he's missed.
Yeah.
His corner. I think the crowd were calling for deliberate then too. He's had a shot and goal and missed it. It's gone out of bounds.
Marshall up against Darcy. It spills down the way of Wanganeen Miller. A clearing kick. Turns it over. O'Donnell takes the mark. It's 55 metres out from goal.
They've got to stop that dump kick out of their back 50.
James O'Donnell puts it to the teeth of goal. Bontempelli flies in the pack. Can't come down with the mark. Hill has it locked to his chest as he's tackled by Bontempelli. And Riley Garcia and a ball up 15 metres out from the Bulldogs' goal.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport English and also Marshall, both with hands on it. It spills out towards Hill. His kick into the middle of the ground. Geray fighting after it. Heavy bump on Caminiti. Spills out to Bailey Williams. Retreats with the handball to his namesake Bailey Dale. He'll step and kick long towards Lobb. Hands to it, spoiled away. Ross there to mop up. He kicks the Saints out to the halfback flank. Jones can run onto it. Sells some candy around O'Donnell. And now he'll kick up to the logo straight to Bontempelli.
Miss steal, the turnover. It's a worm burner inside 50. Darcy comes out. Sharman in front. Can't gather. It spills the way of Riley West. He kicks across the face of goal. Underneath it, Wilkie takes an impressive high mark, running back with a fly. He bounds out of defence. A couple of bounces. The South Australian turns and comes inboard to Hill. He looks up the wing. Options are plenty. Mateus Filippo has a couple of metres. He marks. Has Wanganeen Miller a running boundary side. Feeds the hand pass to him. They're now at right half forward. Trying to find a way around to Ray. Almost worked his way into trouble. Awkwardly on the left, back to Hill. He gathers. Has Dale in front of him. Hand pass to Jack Steele. He's almost brought down by Bailey Williams. Gets the hand pass away to Bonner. Then kicks an awkward ball inside 50. Membry flies. Can't take the mark. Higgins slips over. Hand pass to Ross around the body. He misses to the right-hand side. Ooh. They're wrestling their way back in at the Saints, but they're still making hard work of it. The Bulldogs by 32 points at the 21-minute mark of the second term.
Hard work, Clinchy. That was torturous.
Very laborious from St Kilda as Brambles run too far. A little travel call. Lost his bearings, Lockie Bramble. Went on an adventure.
I'm not sure, but he had a bounce in there. He had a bounce. I just counted 12 steps on the replay.
Have a look. Here we go. Here's the bounce. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Oh.
13.
I reckon you're spot on.
You reckon the umpire missed the bounce, Boomer?
I think the umpire may have missed the bounce.
So this may be a little gift going the way of Jack Higgins. 47 out. The set shot is out to the right.
And they've missed a couple of chances now. They've got themselves a little bit back in the game. I know it's hard work for them to score, but if one of those goals hit, they go in 4 goals down instead of 6. And that's that little part where you just peg them back slowly.
They've actually got the rhythm of the game back. It's now just giving themselves a little bit of a reward and half-time, not having that score so far ahead that it looks almost hopeless. It gives themselves a glimmer of hope.
The Saints with 2 goals, 3 in this second quarter to the Bulldogs 1-3. As the Dogs from half back through Bailey Williams, kicks up towards the wing. Norton can't take them up, but he becomes the tackler. Locks the ball to the chest of Ryan Burns' chest centre wing. On the broadcast side, the Bulldogs 8-4-52 to the Saints 3-3-21. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Cameron Ling and Brent Harvey, your experts. It's gathered by Taylor DeRay on the wing after Rowan Marshall did all the roving himself. Down pass to Richards, who runs out of room. Up in front of the Saints bench and a boundary throw in with the Dogs by 31 points.
You're listening to Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport, round 6 here at the Docklands. Umpire flings it in. Marshall taps it back towards the boundary, tracking it. Treloar flicks out a handball. Might have been a throw off to Bailey Williams. High hooking kick forward of the wing. Wanganeen Miller able to punch it down. Coming through Filippo, leaves it behind. McRae flicks it out to Richards, to Norton. Dogs in possession to Johannesen. Low ball looking for a leading target. Vandermeer marks. Now we'll look inside 50 towards Darcy in the pocket. West going back with the flight. Can't take the mark. Out of play it goes. Throw in right forward pocket. Bulldogs by 31. Cameron Ling, Brent Harvey.
I'm just watching Liam Jones play his position. He's matched up on young Garcia. Every time St Kilda look like winning the ball and going forward, Garcia presses up first to come back. and Jones just drops off, and they've got a +1 there all the time just through Jones reading the play so well.
Marshall down to the boundary. Dale with the hand pass to Riley Garcia, long towards Norton to the top of the square. Can't take the mark. Adam Treloar gathers, jams it on the boot and bounces it through. The Dogs with their second goal of the second quarter. And Adam Treloar able to capitalise in a fortunate position. The Bulldogs restore a 37-point advantage, 9-4-58 to the Saints 3-3-21.
We just spoke earlier, Boomer, you mentioned about the fact the Saints had a couple of chances and just missed one or two that could have made that margin a bit more manageable coming into half-time. And then they give up that goal there, and it was kind of almost a nothingy goal. Adam Treloar, great awareness. He had split second to throw the ball onto the boot and get the goal. But as a defensive unit, you should be able to kill the ball there and hold it up.
I'm just watching the replay there. The wingers didn't come down. They came down a little bit late, and it's just... That's how they've played their football tonight, Lingy. They've just been just off. Nearly every contest I've seen, the Saints are just off. And that one hurts them because there was 2 goals to 1 before that.
Restart in the middle. English slaps it to Treloar, the goal kicker. Now with the centre clearance in the direction of Lobb. He can't take the mark. Cordy right there with him. Richards bursts onto the footy on the logo. Wants to get back on his left. He'll kick into the pocket. Norton tracking the footy on the bounce. Through his legs it goes. And it will tumble out. Right on the arc of 50 in the boundary line, a throw in to come.
That winger who didn't close out on Treloar was Bradley Hill. Again, that marking contest, Bradley Hill ran round the back of it trying to get just a little spill. Yep. His man was front and square and nearly got a really dangerous ball. He's got to be careful about having awareness of his opponent.
From the throw in, Richards chisels a kick forward. Fortunately finds the chest of Aaron Norton, who was playing in front of Cal Wilkie, who can't believe his luck. And a shank kick lands right in the lap of the key forward, and Aaron Norton will have a chance to go back and kick for his 4th.
Well, that's the second one he's got. There was one in the first quarter too. It was a bit of a shank come off the side of the boot, and Norton was in front of his opponent. That's just smart football.
Yeah, it's footy basics, isn't it? Yep. As a forward, in front, first to move.
Had 6 goals coming into tonight, has 3 goals already. Aaron Norton to continue the charge, steers through his 4th. And the Dogs are taking back control late in this second quarter, despite the Saints' endeavours. Back to a 43-point advantage. It was 37 at quarter time. 10-4-64 the Western Bulldogs to 3-3-21 the Saints.
I wonder, Boomer, watching those St Kilda, you mentioned the wingers going back there at the previous goal, the Adam Treloar goal. Even watching there's a couple of St Kilda players who find comfort in just going back into the defensive 50, knowing there's a heap of numbers. But they're back there to get a kick and get a touch, not to defend first and really cover any little holes in that and help defenders out who might get caught out and then win the ball. It's a subtle difference. I reckon there's a couple of Saints players who are just purely going back there to get themselves a little touch.
It's a great point, and things like that get shown up in the review, and might even be a half-time review, a real quick one where he shows that 3 or 4 times.
He's moved past 200 goals in the AFL tonight. Aaron Norton. Clearance coming from Windhager, straight up and down for St Kilda, trying to punch it on Marshall. Wilson picks it up off the deck, handball to half forward. Filippo gets it to Windhager on the boot. Forward kick goes to Hugo Garcia. Owens handballs it on. Wilson gets around his man and snaps it through. St Kilda with the instant reply. And they're just hanging around. Their 4th major of the evening. Move along to 4-3-27. The Western Bulldogs 10-4-64. It's back to 37 points. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling, Brent Harvey.
And that's why little things kill you, Lingy. 2 goals. The Treloar one they just shouldn't have got.
Yep.
There was good forward craft by him, but St Kilda shouldn't have allowed that. And then the other one when Norton's just playing in front, it's a missed kick and he gets it. They get 2 easy goals. If they don't get them and the Saints win the quarter 4-2, that's the 2 goals that they've pegged back. They peg back another 2 in the third quarter. All of a sudden, it's a 2-game ball game. So you look back at these things, it's just the what ifs are going to hurt him. The what ifs are going to hurt him tonight, I think.
The little moments where when you've given up a lead early on, a big lead, you've got to make then every post a winner from there. And you're right.
So back to a 37-point lead, the Western Bulldogs way, as we close in on half-time. Richards gets the clearance for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Ponsonpelli. Inside 50, a beautifully weighted kick to Riley West, who marks in the left forward pocket.
And boom, sorry, but when you're trying to find little things, and we're trying to find positives for St Kilda to grow on into the second half, you get your best players in the middle of the ground, and there was a minute 30 on that clock to go before half-time. You cannot let that sort of exit happen. Marcus Bontempelli on his left, just cruising through with time and space. That is unacceptable.
Easiest of clearances for the Bulldogs. Now Riley West to make it count. He comes in on a 45-degree angle from 35 metres out and puts through another one for the Dogs. The immediate answer straight back for a 43-point advantage. They did get out by as much as 46, the Western Bulldogs, in this second quarter. 11-4-70 to the Saints, 4-3-27. That's 4 goals to 3 the way of the Dogs in this second quarter.
Jack Sinclair's coming to the bench now, and I'm not saying he's being dragged, but he was part of that centre bounce thing, and he just got caught watching Bontempelli, and Jack Steele was in there, Windhager was in there. You can't let that happen.
So the 3 guys that are in there now for the Western Bulldogs, other than the ruckman English, have all got one thing in common, Lingy. They're left-footers.
We all know left-footers are better than other players. Yep, yeah, you're right.
Richards was getting played on his right side. He gets the ball and he's got so much space to his left. Gives it to Bontempelli, who's also a left-footer, who the opposition was playing on his right side. These are the little things that you've got to know and note about the opposition.
McRae with the clearing kick, tumbling it to half-forward for the Bulldogs. Bounces off the body of Sharman. Back into the muck and congestion. Free kick. Will go the way of the Dogs. West wants to take the advantage. Not much advantage. Kicks inside 50, and it lands in the lap of English. He had 3 Saints around him, but somehow, fortuitously, it landed in his lap. 40 out, slight angle to the right.
Well, I don't like being negative when I'm commentating or special comments, but it's hard to find something about St Kilda that I've really, really, really liked tonight.
No, you're right. And a minute 30, if English kicks this, a minute 30 to go and you concede 2 goals.
2 goals.
You're allowed to be negative. I'll let you go, Boomer.
That's a ruckman pushing forward in front of 3 people.
Yep.
Got some criticism during the week from Lee Matthews. His set shot, he loved it the moment he struck it. And it's a statement half of football from the Western Bulldogs. 12-4-76, plays 4-3-27. They're out by 49 at the main break. And the goal kickers, Aaron Norton with 4, Waitman with 3, singles to Treloar, to Sam Darcy, to West, to Bailey Dale, and to Tim English. While for St Kilda, Jones in his 50th club appearance, Darcy Wilson, Hugo Garcia, and Anthony Caminiti, they all have singles. 49 points, Cameron Ling and Brent Harvey at halftime.
Well, outstanding. Let's start with the positive. I'm going to let you loose soon, Boomer, and I'll join you in the negativity, actually, because I couldn't agree more with you. But let's celebrate the wonderful half of footy the Bulldogs have played. They've copped it all week from everywhere about the way they played last Friday night, and fair enough, they weren't good. But their attitude has been spot on. They've hunted the footy. They've tackled really relentlessly, and their ball use and their forward work looks super, super dangerous. Almost the very best thing about this, Boomer, is Marcus Bontempelli is still probably a touch off his best. He's missing a couple of kicks. He dropped the mark. He showed us that he's actually human, and they've still delivered a half of football like that. Brilliant play, Western Bulldogs.
I like seeing different. Richards in the centre square, it gives them a different look. Now, I know that's through necessity because Liberatore's not in there, but why can't we see a little bit more of Richards through there? He's a beautiful kick of the football. He's a left footer, so and we will get the Saints, because I thought that second last centre bounce was really poor, just knowing that players who you're playing on are left footers or right footers. But I like seeing that sort of mix up in the centre square for him.
I wonder, and it's a great point you make, because Richards is dynamic too. He moves with the ball. He's got that run.
He reads it well.
So I wonder, Bailey Dale comes back in, no longer the sub, has played a really good half as his traditional rebounding half-back role that he had become an All-Australian at. Ed Richards had done that for, I reckon, the last few weeks, over Bailey Dale.
Had to.
Now, through maybe necessity of Libba not being there, Richards just up the ground a touch more, through the middle of the ground, use his dynamic legs, his good kicking. Dale's back to his more traditional role. It feels a lot better balanced. Now, that's easy to say when the rest of the team, everybody's working in beautiful unison at the moment. Just their flow and their connection right across the ground has been excellent.
That's a really... My knock on the Bulldogs, because I actually like the way the Bulldogs play, but my knock on them, Treloar doesn't get a lot of clean ball. It's a lot of stoppage ball on the boot. Libba does the same.
Yep.
So Bontempelli is the one that you want kicking inside 50. Now, Richards is playing through the middle and kicking the ball inside 50 a little bit more. They look better. They look smoother. It's a good move. I like it.
On the flip side, we've got to go there because
we do.
They were awful. I mean, the first quarter they got blown out of the water, the Saints. Then you said it, don't try and win the quarter by 6 goals. Just try and win it by 2 goals. Get the game back with a little bit on your terms. They did for a tiny bit of that quarter, but then missed a couple of opportunities. But the way they finished that quarter almost would make you angrier if you were a St Kilda supporter.
What did they kick? 1, 2, 3. They've kicked 4 goals in 4.5 minutes or 5 minutes of football, the Western Bulldogs. So that's going to be... It's hard to win a game of football if you have patches of 6 or 7 minutes where they kick 4 goals and you're consistently... Because we've seen that in... Not only tonight, we've seen that in previous weeks as well.
And it's great having you talk about this because I hadn't picked it up. The 3 left footers of the Bulldogs in the centre bounce. There's 1:30 to go, and the starting points of St Kilda midfielders in those centre bounces is starting on their right hand side.
Yep. So the ball spills loose. Richards wants that left side. He's a left footer.
Yep.
Most left footers can't kick on their right, Lingy. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah, and the natural movement is always shift to that left.
Correct. So you play him on his right hand side. The ball spills loose. He's comfortable getting the football. He gives the handball to Bontempelli,
who's doing the same
who's
thing.
His left footer, getting played on his right side, and he kicks the ball inside 50. That's poor craft. That's not knowing your opposition. I think everybody in the world knows Bontempelli's a left footer. They might not know Richards a left footer, but they should.
But even a concentration, attention to detail thing in the moment is, if they did know it, they switched off for a second.
They did.
And they like, oh, no, I'm fine here. This will be fine.
The very next centre bounce, English pushes forward and takes a mark and kicks another goal. 2 goals in probably 50 seconds.
Yeah. This is as bad a footy as the Saints have played all year.
Yeah, it's not nice.
No. Yeah, they haven't lost a match by more than 15 points so far this season, and yet they conceded just 80 points last week against GWS, which is the most they've conceded all season. The Bulldogs with 76 points to half-time, and it's the 7 marks inside 50 from 32 inside 50s, which has looked pedestrian at times.
I've just received a text message from my 12-year-old boy reminding me that I picked St Kilda in my tips and he picked the Western Bulldogs. So going well tonight, me.
It has been that kind of weekend. The Bulldogs by 49 points at half-time. On the SMS, 0437774774. Marcus in Chile, South Melbourne says, could Bontempelli's troublesome ankle perhaps be worse than we think?
Maybe.
Struggled for a few weeks now. It's probably not at the peak of his powers, but he was still able to have a couple of influential moments throughout that second quarter. But, yep, we're with you. He's not quite at the level in which you would expect. And we'll bring some more of your thoughts on the SMS in a few moments' time.
It's good to see when Marcus Bontempelli's just a bit off. He still had 7 contested possessions and still found a heap of the footy and still pretty handy.
Yeah, David in Paran, a Saints fan, saying they are in a total tailspin at the moment. There's a few of those thoughts coming through on the SMS, 0437774774. We'll pause for the moment from Docklands in Melbourne and get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Retailers are getting ready to reopen tomorrow in the Bondi Junction shopping centre, where 6 people were killed and others injured during a stabbing rampage at the weekend. Here's Danuta Kazaki.
New South Wales Premier Chris Minns and Police Commissioner Karen Webb were among the hundreds of people to walk through Westfield Bondi Junction in Sydney's east today, with the centre open for a day of reflection ahead of trade resuming tomorrow. Suzanne Abbas has worked at a retail store inside the centre for 16 years and came to pay her respects.
Walking in there today, I felt I was intruding. I felt I was in a tomb.
The Shop and Warehouse Workers Union State Secretary Bernie Smith says it's been a difficult time with help on hand.
And I think there's been really considered ways of how do people go back into those workplaces.
Mr Smith says workers have been paid their regular wages whilst the centre has been closed.
Meanwhile, the New South Wales Premier says social media companies are allowing their users to sow division by not acting quickly enough to remove harmful content. The federal government says it's working to close down accounts who post graphic and misleading content to platforms in the wake of the attacks at Bondi, as well as at a church in Wakeley. Premier Chris Minns says confronting footage of the alleged stabbing at Wakeley is still online and that social media firms have had more than enough time to remove harmful posts and they should be held accountable.
Considering we're 48 hours after the offence and it's still up, still available. Now think about what that does to community cohesion. These are unedited images of an alleged crime that are guaranteed to sow division in the community and make passions boil over.
The West Australian opposition claims the state's Department of Communities remains significantly under-resourced. A 10-year-old boy died by suicide on Saturday while living with a relative under state care. His death will be subject to a coronial inquest. The Liberal leader, Libby Mettam, has described the death as tragic and says it shows the department is in crisis.
It is inexcusable in a state as prosperous as Western Australia that we see such significant under-resourcing for an agency that's charged with overseeing and supporting our most vulnerable children.
And if you or someone you know needs help, you can call 13-YARN, that's 139276, or Lifeline on 13 11 14. Financial experts say the job market remains extremely strong, despite the latest figures showing a slight dip. Australia's headline unemployment rate increased slightly to 3.8% in March. Employment fell by 7,000, unemployment rose by 21,000. Economic advisor at Judo Bank, Warren Hogan, says with these figures, interest rate cuts are unlikely.
It just adds to this story that interest rate cuts are unlikely. The demand for labour is strong. People are getting jobs, and that is going to eventually translate into more consumer spending, particularly in light of these tax cuts that are coming on 1 July. Unfortunately, the implication is I think this brings rate increases back onto the horizon.
The man accused of driving his car into a Victorian pub last year, killing 5 people, will face a committal hearing in September. 67-year-old Mount Macedon man William Herbert Swales charged with 5 counts of culpable driving causing death, 2 counts of negligently causing serious injury and 7 counts of reckless conduct endangering life after the incident at the Royal Daylesford Hotel. Police allege Mr Swale drove after ignoring warnings his blood glucose levels were low. He remains on bail. Finance ministers from the Group of 7 countries are meeting in Italy for talks on Ukraine and the Middle East. They're expected to consider whether to use frozen Russian assets to boost financial support for Ukraine and will debate urgent appeals from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to bolster the country's air defences. Ukraine's Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal says there'll be severe consequences if Ukraine loses the war.
If Ukraine will fall, the global system of security will be destroyed, and all the world will need to find and will need to look in for a new system of security, or there will be many conflicts, many such kind of wars, and in the end of the day it could lead to the Third World War.
And authorities in Indonesia have issued an urgent alert for Mount Ruang along with a tsunami warning after a large volcanic eruption in North Sulawesi province. At least 800 people have been evacuated from the area. Video of the eruption shows purple flashes of lightning in the sky above fiery streams of lava. Authorities say the potential for further eruptions high and there's a risk of a tsunami if parts of the mountain collapse into the ocean below. And you've been listening to the latest from ABC News.
Do you often feel overwhelmed by the daily news cycle? Too many headlines with too little context? Well, join me, Sam Hawley, for ABC News Daily.
You know, there's middlemen involved and you have to make sure that the farmers are getting a good deal.
A podcast that walks you through one story per episode to help you with a deeper understanding of the issues affecting your world, all delivered in a comprehensive yet easy to digest 15 minutes. So join me for ABC News Daily.
Hear it now on the ABC Listen app. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Dale in 2 minds. He thinks he's within range. He gains a few metres, veers out to the right, goes for home. He's got it there. And Bailey Dale from downtown with another goal for the Western Bulldogs. 46 points is their lead. Sharman's running around the back. Burns swings onto his right-hand side. Kicks towards Zach Jones. Getting back, O'Connell gets hands to it. Jones gathers and puts through the Saints' second goal. Marshall down to the boundary. Dale with the hand pass to Riley Garcia. Long towards Norton to the top of the square. Can't take the mark. Adam Treloar gathers, jams it on the boot and bounces it through. And 6 goals coming into tonight. Has 3 goals already. Aaron Norton to continue the charge. Steers through his 4th. And the Dogs are taking back control late in this second quarter, despite the Saints' endeavours. Back to a 43-point advantage.
Forward kick goes to Hugo Garcia. Owens handballs it on. Wilson gets around his man and snaps it through. St Kilda with the instant reply. Free kick. Will go the way of the Dogs. West wants to take the advantage. Not much advantage. Kicks inside 50 and it lands in the lap of English. Up some criticism during the week from Lee Matthews. His set shot, he loved it the moment he struck it. And it's a statement half of football from the Western Bulldogs.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time from Docklands in Melbourne. The start of round 6 of the AFL. Thursday night footy with you on ABC Sport. And it's the Bulldogs who lead by 49 points. 12 goals to 4 in a rampaging opening half in which the Dogs have answered some of their critics. And the Saints are left wondering where to next. 12-4-76 to St Kilda 4-3-27. 4 goals for Aaron Norton with no Jamara Ugle-Hagan tonight. 3 goals to Cody Waitman. While for the Saints, 4 individual goal kickers. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Tim Hodges down on the boundary. Cameron Ling and Brent Harvey are your experts on ABC Sport. No shortage of matches to look forward to across the weekend. Boomer and Lingy. We head to the city of Churches tomorrow night. Adelaide taking on the Bombers. Essendon look to continue with their momentum from last week. Adelaide, can they turn one win into 2? Interestingly, with the team sheets came through, Jordan Butt's out injured, Matt Crouch out suspended, John Menzies is out, Elias Sardis comes in, Paul Lacey and Scholl come in for the Adelaide Crows.
You'd imagine the Crows get that one, but I mean the Bombers were good last week. They didn't beat much, but I thought the Crows beat a better team in Carlton. But yeah, it'll be a good game of footy.
Scott Pendlebury has been named for Collingwood in Saturday afternoon footy. Jordan Sweet comes in, Charlie Dixon is going to be managed. Port Adelaide, a good test if their midfield trio can continue to shine against Collingwood coming off the bye.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is probably a game and a round for me, Ling. I'm actually liking what Port Adelaide are doing. I love watching Connor Rosie play, Butters. And then you chuck in a bit more experience of Wines and these type of guys. So I'm really enjoying the way they play. But Collingwood, we know how poorly they started. Were they that bad? We don't know. I reckon we'll find out a little bit more. The MCG plays in the Collingwood's hands a little bit, but really interesting to see which way this one goes.
I think the Pies won by about 70 points last year at the MCG, but they have had a few thrillers over the journey. Carlton and the Giants in the twilight, so the Giants obviously the worst for wear without Sam Taylor and Steve Coniglio, getting that thrilling 1-point win over St Kilda last week. Cal Ward comes in, Lee Kalia gets his opportunity, while for the Blues, Mitch McGovern and Adam Sard are out through injury. Lockie Cowan and Lewis Young come in.
Yeah, a couple of injuries for both teams. It's funny you say game in the round Collingwood Port, but throw this one as well. And I know Geelong taking on Brisbane at the Gabba as well. So it's a terrific round of footy with some big matchups.
I've jumped the gun now. I apologise, Lingy.
and funnily enough, I'm jumping ahead here, Clinchy, even at the other end of the ladder, North Melbourne playing Hawthorn as well. There's really evenly matched games right across, but I'm going to give Carlton the nod in that one, Clinchy.
So for the Cats, they bring back in Patrick Dangerfield, Jake Colajasny, Tom Hawkins and Toby Conway. So a couple of key inclusions come in. For Connor O'Sullivan, who's been omitted, Zach Tui's managed, Shannon Neal omitted, and Reece Stanley managed. The Brisbane Lions get, Jared Lyons comes in, Zach Bailey unfortunately out injured, so really good test for the Cats to go to the Gabba to try and win on the road.
Yeah, and their first really big test, start of a month, where they play against Brisbane, Melbourne, Carlton and Port Adelaide in the next 4 weeks, so that's going to tell us a lot about where the Cats sit. Brisbane looking to get that form back. They were excellent against Melbourne last week.
So the Giants and Geelong, the 2 unbeaten sides so far this season. The local derby in WA, Benny, always a big occasion. I'm sure Harley Reid Mania will go to another level if he can stand up and shine in a local derby. Dom Sheed comes in for Luke Edwards for the West Coast Eagles. Sean Darcy returns for the Fremantle Dockers, so Darcy and Jackson to line up alongside each other. Matt Taberner's out-managed. Sam Swakowski out, and Sam Sturt also comes in for the Fremantle Dockers.
What if he wins the medal? Best on ground. Harley Mania would go to a whole entire level.
Oh, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't
it?
Well,
gee, get some coverage over there.
Ellie,
he gets some coverage over here.
Do. Dominating the clearances and his goals last week for the West Coast Eagles, but we know these games are even at the best of times, but West Coast looking to make it 2 on the trot, and Freo.
Oh, come on. If Freo are serious,
they've been a little unlucky,
haven't
they?
You know, it's funny, though, with the derbies, because It's been, no matter where they are on the ladder, it's sort of like Anzac Day, Collingwood Essendon, isn't it? No matter where they are, you know it's going to be a pretty tough game. But you're right, Lingy. I think if Fremantle want to be any threat whatsoever, it's just you win this.
They've had those two close hard luck losses against two good teams. Just go win this one.
Yep. And just squads at this stage named for Sydney and the Gold Coast Suns and North Melbourne and Hawthorn.
What a game.
The Kangas get Zerha, Phillips and Archer into their added squad, while for the Hawks it's Gunston, Sarong and Morrison.
Well, it's going to be unfortunate because one team's going to be, well, unless it's a draw, Lingy. One
draw, you think?
Oh, well, if it comes a draw, gee whiz, just walk away. It couldn't be a draw. So one team's going to be winless after this round. One team. Hopefully it's not the Kangas.
Do you think the Kangas can win?
Oh, I think it's funny because I think the Kangas can win every week. I know people are going to say you're an idiot, and maybe I am, but I see how hard they train, and I've been there for a long time, and I got my fingers crossed, got my toes crossed, got everything crossed. I just hope they win. We've got a past players day here, so we'll be up there somewhere having a couple of cold,
very nice.
Can we get
nice
a
win.
camera up there? That'd be good.
What worries you most or frustrates you most about the Kangas at the moment, Boom Boom?
Oh, that's a loaded question.
It is a loaded question. Right now, I would say that the backs are getting put under the pump, but it's hard to defend when the ball's coming in 60 or 70 times per game. So we probably need to put a little bit more pressure on through the midfield.
So there you go. Brent Harvey and Cameron Ling with their thoughts to the rest of round 6. Matt Clich and Ben Cameron to call the action. Tim Hodges on the boundary. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Ashirio to Brett and son Cameron, who are out camping. He is 7. We've managed to fluke reception on the old transistor radio, both under the blankets, loving the call. So g'day to Brett and Cameron, who are listening in. The Dogs leading by 49 points. And players are in position. We're just about ready to get things underway.
I want to see the Dogs go away in this one, Boom. Just to really say, okay, we're going to concentrate on not just winning tonight's game. This is about next week and the week after and the week after.
Foot on the throat type of thing.
Yeah, like if they're going to be... So they've copped it all week. They've had 2 bad losses. So one bad loss, then the other one was against the Cats. They've copped it all week. They've had a statement first half. Make it a statement game.
32 inside 50, 16 scoring shots for the Western Bulldogs.
Keep on going.
50%.
They lead by 49 points. Second half underway. English and Marshall, they crash into each other. Marshall wins the tap. Windhager the clearance. Kick smothered, in fact. Ricochets into the congestion. Sinclair onto it. Tumbling kick inside 50. Karma swats it away. Handball to Johannesson. Handball to Bontempelli. Handball a turnover. Off to Hugo Garcia of the Saints. Gives it off to Ross. Kick to full forward. Higgins can't mark. Bontempelli gathers. Handball away to Treloar, to Dale. Kick for English. And he just controls it down easily to Mark. Still inside the defensive arc for the Dogs.
A little bit of ruck work in that mark.
Yeah.
Mark there, Lingy. Well, that was beautiful.
Knew he was up against Zach Jones and just thought, I got you covered.
And he just pokes the kick over the top to Johannesson, who marks it right half back. Bulldogs leading by 49 points, early stages of the third quarter. He comes inboard to DeRay, who will give it back to Johannesson, trying to break the lines. He kicks from half back into the middle of the ground over the fingertips of Norton. Darcy tries to knock it onto Waitman through traffic. Hand pass to McRae, gets it back to Waitman, into the middle of the ground for Richard, swings onto his left side, kicks inside 50. Wilson couldn't gather, Darcy left it for lob, gets the hand pass away. Gallagher jams it on the boot and puts through another one for the Western Bulldogs, who pick up exactly where they left off, closing the opening half. And Harvey Gallagher with his 5th goal in AFL footy. The Bulldogs by 55 points, 13-4-82 to St Kilda 4-3-27. It took just 90 seconds into the third quarter.
That's what they've got to do. They are in control of this game. That is stating the obvious at half-time, but keep playing that they desperately, the way they want to play for the rest of the season. So Jason Johannesson off half-back, trying to run and create. Might not work perfectly. Went to a contest, they had to re-win it again, but then they were prepared to take it forward, dangerous part of the ground. They get a reward with a goal.
Well, the Johannesson run there, it makes... You're shifting the opposition's defence because when he runs with the football, people go to him. So someone's going to press. It's a handball over the top. It's a clear ball inside 50.
Kick the last 3 goals in the game now. The Western Bulldogs out of the middle. Marshall after taking it out of the ruck. Bailey Dale. Defensive mark on the defensive 50 for the Dogs.
He's made a statement tonight, though.
He doesn't want to be the sub anymore, does he? Kicks to McRae, who gives it back to Bailey Dale running by. Sends it out to high half forward where West can mark. Doggies down the city wing. Here goes West looking for Norton leading into the pocket. And like a heat-guided missile, it finds the chest of a leading Aaron Norton.
I wonder how much the narrative will shift to, well, it was great by the coach that he made Bailey Dale the sub because it gave him the sting in the tail. He's playing great footy.
We're not like that in the media.
No, never.
Who wants Norton to play at centre-half back, Lingy? He's just kicked 8 goals tonight.
Wrong side for a left footer. 45-degree angle, boot to ball from 48. The drop punt is perfect. He's got a handful. 14-4-88, plays 4-3-27. The Western Bulldogs out by 10 goals plus. 61 points, 3 minutes into the third. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Brent Harvey, Cameron Lee.
You've got the Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yep.
That's
and more to come.
I just predicted 8. I said 8. He's getting 8. Why put him centre half back? He might get 8, Lingy, if he keeps going at this rate. He's didn't look like missing there, but that was beautiful build up by Westy, wasn't it?
Yeah, what a kick.
I thought he probably should have turned and went to one-on-ones. Really methodical, really slow play, and then Norton comes out, and in the end, the beautiful kick, and Norton had metres.
A lot of space. That would frustrate Ross Lyon, wouldn't it? With that amount of space, the ball could get in there after slow play. Now it's back to St Kilda. You've got to respond to this just for your own competitiveness.
His best return previously tonight was 2 goals, Aaron Norton, so he eclipses his effort so far and 2023 as well with 5 already. Filippo at half forward for the Saints. Eventually the ball came clear. It was locked to his chest, tackled by Joe Haddison. Players circle and there's no chance to break clear despite the endeavours from Jack Steele.
It's already the highest score they've conceded this year, St Kilda.
Yeah, and the potential that it could get pretty ugly as Treloar on half back for the Dogs into the middle of the ground. Norton comes bounding out, shoved underneath it by Wilkie. Sinclair at the back gathers, squeezes a kick inside 50. Buku Karmas will lead Caminiti to the footy. He can't quite take it cleanly, but the reinforcements arrive. Quick hand pass came from O'Donnell, and Harms has taken the advantage. Play on is the call.
Everyone's
no real
stopped.
advantage. Everyone's stopped, so it's going to come back, which is bizarre given in the eyes of the umpire the Dogs took the advantage. Probably should be a ball up if everything was fair and even, but it's going to come back to James Harms, who's going to take it at right half back. The Dogs by 61. Bizarre.
I'm struggling to find a winner for St Kilda, Lingy. Like, I'm looking over each line, and I just haven't found a winner.
Harms, a long kick to Lob, reaches up and takes it.
He's been okay, your man tonight, Lingy.
Yeah, he's been okay. Yeah.
Competing well.
He's competed, and when the ball's hit the ground, he's competed at ground level.
Alongside the logo, he kicks inside 50, underneath it Marshall, spoiled by English. Loose footy at ground level. Richards able to pick it up, handball to McRae, handball to Waitman, runs into the congestion. Dispossessed in the tackle, holding the ball. And St Kilda with it. Bradley Hill takes the advantage, runs himself into a cul-de-sac, escapes it, gives it off to Windhager.
Who kicks out towards half back. Darcy Wilson's able to take the mark and he bounds away. Running away from Gallagher, who continues to offer chase. Driving kick up towards half forward. It didn't really do Filippo too many favours. Chasing after it, Liam Jones. Lost his footing, trying to knock it onto Treloar. Caminiti gathers. Hand pass out towards Hugo Garcia. Has to become the tackler on McRae. Works him out of it. Gets it back. His hand pass can't quite link up with Caminiti. And Dale for the Dogs in the back pocket. Hand pass to Treloar. Kicks a high ball out of defence. Lob almost ran into his own teammate Vandermeer. In fact, it's I think it's Garcia who's a little worse. Gallagher, who's a little worse for wear with a collision with Rory Lobb, who comfortably took the chest mark at left half back.
Lobb switches it right to the defensive goal square, and Bailey Dale goes for a little run, takes a bounce, short stab pass to Bramble.
I reckon that was a knee clash or a big corky, was it?
Yeah, one or the other,
yeah.
But he saw neither is nice, is it? Bramble kicking into the middle of the ground, gets it to Treloar, applies the Shepherd to release McRae. Short kick, a good one for Vandermeer. On the logo, city side of the ground, off to McRae again. Driving ball, Bontempelli marks. Oh, drops it at the last minute. He's had a night like that, the Bont. An almost night. Not his best, and the handball goes out of play for a throw-in. 40 around from the attacking goal for the Dogs.
It looks
Tim
like
Hodges on the boundary.
Corky.
Have you got me? Harvey Gallagher, guys, yeah, he's being helped off. He's in an enormous amount of pain. If that's a corky, that's one of the worst corkies you'll ever see. So he's got a trainer either side of him helping him off the ground, and Riley Sanders already reading the cues. He's doing his full warm-up, expecting to be subbed into this game.
Kicked a goal in this quarter, Gallagher, but unfortunately heading for the sideline here. The kick inside 50. English can't take the mark. Seb Ross with the hand pass to Sinclair. Hurries a kick out of defence. Vandermeer couldn't gather. O'Donnell into the pocket for Waitman. Cordy races over the top and spoils it out of play in the left forward pocket for the Bulldogs. They're 14-4-88 to the Saints 4-3-27. 8 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport.
Looks like they might already be handing over the papers pretty swiftly. I'll leave the boundary riding to Hodgie, though, from the throw-in. No one able to emerge with the footy yet. Another ball up to come. 61 points the Bulldogs lead. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Up it goes. Slapping it down quickly, Marshall to Wanganeen Malera. And another ball up to come. Might need something on the SMS line here, Clinchy.
Yeah.
Keep us engaged. If you're leaving Thursday night footy training, what was on the menu at the club tonight? Have you been dropped or promoted into the ones? What have you got for us?
Marshall down to Wanganeen Malera. He's run down by Jack McRae, who's going to win a free kick for holding the ball.
Great tackle, great desperation. Just locked on to Wanganeen Miller. A fantastic tackle from behind, and another one, if you wanted to shift the narrative, you could say, has certainly taken his demotion and then promotion back into the team well, and has played a terrific game tonight. He's worked hard, he's done all the little things, been part of a midfield group that has completely owned this game.
18 disposals, 4 clearances, 8 score involvements for Jack McRae tonight, looking to hit the scoreboard, and he comes in and steers it through. Back with a vengeance as he puts through another one for the Western Bulldogs, a 15th goal for the match, and this could get ugly. 15-4-94, if it can get more uglier than what it is. 4-3-27, the Saints through 9 minutes of the third term.
And add 5 tackles to those stats, Clinchy. He's had a fair old night. We're only 9 minutes into the third quarter, and he's had a very, very good night. He's got that zip back and he's running. The boys, it's funny, you know, I've noticed tonight he's turning up and the boys are giving it to him.
Yeah.
He's such a beautiful kick. Why wouldn't you give it to him? But tonight I've noticed it more than ever.
And Boomer, to pick up your point from before about St Kilda, about struggling to find any winners across the ground, it's a great point you make. And one thing we can't do is fall for statistics, how many possessions, because some players, Windhager's got a bit of the ball, Hill's got a bit of the ball, but they are part of a midfield and a group that has been destroyed.
Here they go out of the middle again, the Dogs, through Bontempelli, right foot kick, Battle going back. Takes the mark for the Saints, last line of defence. Kicked 7 of the last 8 goals, the Bulldogs, after they kicked 7 unanswered earlier on in the game. Battle sending it towards the half-back flank. Here's Hugo Garcia, a kick up to the wing. Mitch Owens, good juggled mark. Just in front of the logo for St Kilda.
Feeds the hand pass away to Burns, looks to kick inside 50. Higgins sets himself and takes the mark in front of Bramble. It's a good little vertical leap from Jack Higgins, as all eyes are on Tim Membry. And a chance to fire one back against the flow here, pretty much directly in front, 35 metres out.
Bramble just lost him, didn't he? He kind of lost body contact, and then Higgins did the right thing. He just came at the ball. Nice big stretch and a good mark.
7 disposals and a behind so far tonight for Jack Higgins, coming in, looking to try and lift the Saints. He misses to the right-hand side. 66-point lead the way of the Western Bulldogs at the 12-minute mark of the third term on ABC Sport.
Well, he swallows them. Confidence game, isn't it, Lingy? Kicks that 9 out of 10 times.
Disposal number 21 coming up for Bailey Dale, who goes up the pipe with the kick in. Off the hands, it comes to the back. Darcy gathers it. He's tackled quickly. Spits out to Steele for St Kilda. Handball away towards Cordy, who coughs it up. Straight to Norton. Back the other way go the Dogs. His kick to half forward. Bouncing ball. Vandermeer and Wilkie. Wilkie a clever slap to his teammate in Bonner, who swivels and kicks short right onto the chest of Ross. Bulldogs by 66. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Seb Ross at left half back, eyes darting into the corridor, decides against that. Chips a kick up to Steele, who marks centre wing.
They couldn't go the corridor then because Bulldogs guarded it so well. They're forced to go outside.
Around the back, kicks up to Brad Hill, not 15. Onto it, Hugo Garcia has to get the hand pass away to Zach Jones. He's penalised holding the ball as Taylor DeRay lays the tackle. Some interesting decision-making from the Saints, which is putting their teammates in some pretty poor positions. Look, the side bereft of confidence, trailing 15 goals to 4.
32 tackles to 44, Western Bulldogs favour Lingy. They've out-tackled him, they've out-pressured him.
Yep.
Just been all over him in every aspect of the game.
Riley Garcia at right half back for the Dogs, kicks up to West, who takes the mark on his chest. Centre wing on the broadcast side.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Zach Jones has just come to the bench and he's going to be subbed straight out of this game. I don't think he looks particularly happy about it, so that means Dan Butler is into the game. The update on Harvey Gallagher, the doctors are with him down in the rooms and they're confident they can get him back onto the field with that really, really, really nasty corky. So I'd love to ask Lingy and Boomer their great corky stories, their worst they've ever had, but they have said that they're hopeful they can get him back on the ground.
If it is a corky, it looked like, because I was with Lingy, I thought it was a bit of knee on knee.
Yeah.
Rory Lobb's a lot taller, so it was probably his knee into his quad area, and it takes a long time. You'd be down there stairs on the bike.
You just know tomorrow's going to be rough for you too.
Up all night icing, Lingy.
Yeah.
Here goes Bailey Williams down the wing, driving it into the pocket for Norton. Over his head, it tumbles out. Thrown in the pocket. Here is Harvey Gallagher trying to get that bad corky moving. So how bad tomorrow when you first wake up? How hard is it to get out of bed?
Well, the first thing is he's going to be tired, because if he's doing it right, you're up every 4 hours icing. Oh. So you get a broken sleep, and it's not a good sleep.
Thrown back in, Darcy tries to knock it to the front for the Dogs. Sinclair's kick is smothered by Treloar, and plenty of encouragement coming through from Adam Treloar from that desperate defensive act. Cody Waitman comes racing in.
The only advantage these players have got these days, Boomer, is those big the leg sleeves are a machine.
You're right.
Which switches on for you every couple of hours and pumps freezing cold water through it, acts as ice. They're all soft these days. We had to get up and get the bag from the freezer and everything.
You just sleep in those?
You do.
And it will...
It'll pump in there for you. No, it's a brilliant machine.
Buko Kamas took the mark from the clearing kick from Mitch Owens. He centres it in the middle of the ground to Bramble and then to Harms. Looks up to Vandermeer, who's leading up. Still outside 50 though. 55 metres out from home. He puts it towards the teeth of goal. Rory Lobb's there. Norton in the back. He's got it again. He's unstoppable tonight, Aaron Norton. And a chance to go back and kick his 6th in the third quarter.
Yeah, it's a good grab, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kick to the hot spot. You always put the pressure on the pressure on the opposition. And I thought it was very crowded then. I thought the ball was going to have to come to ground for the Western Bulldogs to score, but what a mark. Great contested mark.
Got to go back to 2022 when Aaron Norton kicked 5 goals or more. He's on a 45-degree angle, 15 metres out. Aaron Norton is having a night out as he puts through his 6th. And the Bulldogs are charging to victory, 72-point leaders at the 15-minute mark of the third quarter. 16 for 100 is up. 4-4-28 the Saints. Cameron Ling and Brett Harvey with you on ABC Sport.
Well, I've got to say, pre-game, I'll go back and revisit this. I wondered and asked the question why structurally Rory Lobb comes into the team. We've seen it in play tonight, so credit Luke Beveridge. That height up there has really worried St Kilda. So Lobb, Darcy and Norton have just been a threat. At times the St Kilda defenders have panicked a bit, balls come to ground often, the Crummers have gone to work, and it's Aaron Norton who's got the rewards on the scoreboard, but they've all been threatening with that height through there, and the Saints have just had no answers.
I've got a question for you about that mark. Remind me to come back to it. Harvey Gallagher back out there, by the way, with that nightmare corky. Free kick from the restart. Now the goal umpires come charging out from behind the goal at the Lockett end. Maybe I'm not sure what that's for, but Marshall with the free kick in the middle. Long kick inside 50 for the Saints, roving the pack. Higgins, handball out towards Butler. His handball on, unable to be gathered cleanly by Windhager, and a ball up. A high free kick, in fact. Windhager just pulled onto his back and taken high, free kick. Mark set 47 out. Slight angle to the right. So if you're in the schoolyard and there's a massive pack and someone kicks it in there and Norton takes that mark, what's the game called?
Mark is up.
Mark's up. You call it Jack in the Pack or something?
Some people call it Jack in the Pack. I'm from WA. We call it King of the Pack over there.
Yeah, markers up, I love it.
Markers up. Yep.
Wasn't my favourite game, Lingy.
I just used to rope the pack. Don't bother launching. Here goes Windhager. Puts his laces through it from 50 and kicks it.
Going to check it.
Review, of course. Let's review it.
Jones might have got a touch on it.
We're going to get it checked, as we always do. It's an important thing to do in these close games, though. You don't want to get this one wrong.
He didn't appeal.
He has touched it. Right on the line. Fingers well bent back.
Well done.
That's when we say that's a good review.
The soft call wasn't behind, to the goal umpire's credit.
Back yourself every now and then, Lingy.
Yeah.
Back yourself. So I've got this one.
Western Bulldogs by 71 points, though we say that, Boomer, but that was what the goal umpire did in Adelaide when
yes,
Ben Keys had the snap, and it was a very, very high leverage moment in the season.
That's a fair call, Ben.
Bailey Dale into Jones, kicks up towards Lobb, who was in a tangle with Cal Wilkie. Wilkie held onto the jumper in the eyes of the umpire, so the footy has to be returned to Lobb. He's at right half forward, looks into the pocket. Good kick for Darcy on the lead, he's got it. Deep in the right forward pocket.
If Lobb could compete like this every single week,
he'd play.
I would.
You don't question it.
Yeah, I'd begin to change my tune on him.
Yep.
But he's competed in the air. He's brought the ball to ground. He's followed up with tackles.
One thing you can't do is when Jamara comes back, he can't play all four.
No, true.
Unless English is having a spell and Darcy can play in the ruck.
Sam Darcy out to the right, the 20-year-old, 200-plus centimetre. He fires towards goal. It won't quite have the journey. Norton's in the pack. He can't take the mark. And offhands it goes through for a minor score. 72 points as the Western Bulldogs lead 19-minute mark of the third term on ABC Sport. Just having a look, 6 goals against Adelaide in 2020 is Aaron Norton's best. He wants to pass that tonight.
Wangani Malira, back pocket for the Saints, kicking to the wing, and that'll able to present up. Might have been shifted forward in battle to give them something, St Kilda. He'll send his kick long around the wing, and O'Donnell coming in takes the mark. Free kick will go to Jones. So the Western Bulldogs back with it. Bites off the kick to the logo quickly for English. Handball releases Johannisen. Forward handball to McRae. Cuts back onto the left. Kick partially smothered. Ricochets away, and Wangani Malira there for St Kilda on the half-back flank.
Now pass to Windhager, who chips it over the top to Hill. He's got players in the middle of the ground. Spots a kick up where the mark is taken by Sebros. Hand pass to Owens. Kicks inside 50. Membry the target. As Higgins put on the block, kept Bramble out. Tim Membry, who's had a pretty quiet night, just his 4th disposal coming up. And shoot from directly in front, 45 metres out from goal.
Just better play by the Saints. Though down here in front of us, they were able to just put enough pressure on Jack McRae, force the turnover, and then so often when you can get that quick turnover, you got options everywhere. You got free teammates. Took it through the middle of the ground, and pretty simple in the end for Tim Membry to take that mark.
The experienced Sainter looking for their first goal of the third quarter. At the 21-minute mark, Tim Membry comes in, leans into it and misses across the face to the left. No one was on the goal line. Tim English almost took the mark in play, but threw for a minor score. 70 points as the Bulldogs lead at the 21-minute mark of the third term.
Johannisen bouncing off defensive 50, kicks up towards halfback to Drew Ray, who gives it to Bramble, kicking around the city wing, and Lobb backpedaling, takes the tumbling mark. Just a couple of things to watch here. So the Dogs by 71 on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Ross Lyon's biggest loss as St Kilda coach, 61, as Lobb kicks towards half forward and punched out of play by the Saints. So we'll keep an eye on that. Also, the Dogs 11 straight from set shots tonight, so it does help when you kick straight, doesn't it? I know that's not everything tonight.
No, but it certainly does.
Yeah.
Thrown back into play. English and Marshall, it's knocked down to the front. A chance for Richards. Kicks end over end into the pocket. Rory Lobbs over the footy, and Cal Wilkie sees him out of play.
Even that last passage of play by the Bulldogs will be what infuriates Ross Lyon most. How easily the Bulldogs went from a kick out to the ball now sitting 25 metres out from the Bulldogs' goal.
And the Bulldogs can set up their defence now. Probably going to get another entry if this one comes out.
Marshall down to the front. Trelaw tries to fend off the tackler. Hand pass to English to McRae. Hand pass away to Riley Garcia. Kicks to Bontempelli, who marks in the left forward pocket. And a chance for the Bont to get on the scoreboard tonight.
He goes about his business. He hasn't had a huge game or an impact on the game. He probably hasn't had to, but I think he's up to about 18 possessions now.
Just held his spot at the front of the pack in front of Marcus Winhager. Marcus Bontempelli, chance to put through the Bulldogs 17th and join a growing list of goal kickers. The Bulldogs best starts his approach on a 45-degree angle. Bontempelli rams through another one. Well, the Bulldogs with 4 goals and make that 5 goals to none so far in this third quarter to lead by 77 points. 17-5, 107 to the Saints, 4-6-30 ahead of Boomer and Lingy. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Clint, you just won for Boomer and Lingy. If you Luke Beveridge, would you... This is going to be 35 minutes or so of junk footy coming up. The game's won, 70-odd points ahead. Would you not consider putting Riley Sanders in finally to the game as the sub? Just to let him have a pretty easy free hit and run around?
Yes, you want to get him into the game for his own development, Hodgie, but they are about playing to good habits now. Because they've had a rough start to the year, you don't just let him go out there and just freewheel. He's got to learn the way that Luke Beveridge wants him to play when he gets a whole game under his belt again.
It's also 12 straight from set shots now this evening for the Western Bulldogs. There's an interesting point around that as well. As Williams kicking to half-forward and Lobb presenting. Showing what he can do. Looks low inside 50. No one able to mark. Vandermeer goes down, got cleaned up. Ball spills to McRae. Richards runs into a tackle, eventually slips it. Handball out. Coming through Riley Garcia. Handball to Lobb. Handball to McRae. Back at the half-forward flank, the Dogs. Williams with a high kick to full forward. Pack forms. Trelaw nearly, not quite. Coming through Garcia. This is Riley. And wrapped up. Ball up. Full forward here for the Dogs. They lead by 77. Thursday night footy, ABC Sport.
It was a spoil that got Vandermeer. It was accidental, but it was still high contact, wasn't it?
Darcy tried to take it out of the ruck. It spills to Riley Garcia to the top of the goal square. English can't take the mark. In the end, Stocker is able to spike it through for a minor score. So 77 points is the West. Mate, that's 78 points as the Western Bulldogs lead at the 25-minute mark of the third term.
Oh, Wanganeen Malera goes straight up the middle. It all opens up for St Kilda. Off to Windhager, to Hill, through the bullseye, to Hugo Garcia, runs around his man, left foot kick to full forward. Buku Kamas gets a hand in, breaks it up. Membry follows up in the pocket, handball infield, Caminiti to Owens, snaps the goal. Something for St Kilda. It ends a run of 7 unanswered goals and 5 goals to zip in this third term. Bulldogs by 72. 17-6, 108, plays 5-6, 36. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Brent Harvey, Cameron Lee.
That was actually a pretty good goal, Lingy. Yeah. The best thing they've done for the night by far. And it started with a really nice kicking, a long drop punt into the middle of the ground where they got that run. Hill got in on the end of it. And it was actually well done by Buku Kamas as well, just to get back and defend it. But in the end, it was the first kick. I love that kicking.
Yeah,
right up the middle of the ground, be aggressive.
His kick is so penetrating. It gets there fast.
Yeah, I agree.
That just opened up the whole ground for the Saints. One of the few highlights of tonight's game.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Clint, just an update on Latham Vandermeer. Came to the bench, was brought to the bench after that high spoil contact. Was checked by the doctors. He's okay.
Steele gets the clearance of the Saints. Hand pass to Ross, kicks around his body, but only as far as English off the Western Bulldogs. Knocks it on to Williams. Hand pass back to Dale, across half back. Kicks to Jason Johannesson. Bulldogs by 72 points. 17-6, 108 to the Saints 5-6, 36. It's been all one-way traffic since the Dogs kicked 7 goals to 1 in the opening quarter. As they work it across half back. Lockie Bramble has it at right half back. 5 goals to 1 the way of the Dogs in this third quarter. Looks up towards the lob. He's worked out of it. It clears to Sinclair at the back for the Saints. Hand pass inboard to Ross. Looks up. Caminiti's racing towards the goal. Has to clear Buku Kamas. Caminiti made good body contact. And leaning back takes the mark in the left forward pocket. Saints fans haven't had too much to get excited about tonight, but that was a better passage of play.
Much better. Got the turnover. I think the spoil was on Rory Lobb. He was trying to lead up. They got the spoil in there and then did what you got to do when you get a turnover. Get it in there quick. Give your forwards a chance. Got goal side of his opponent. Caminiti just used his body nicely and he's going to kick this one around the body.
About 25 metres out, 3 steps across the body, misses to the left-hand side. Well, that's the best execution from 25 metres out. The Bulldogs by 71 points.
Tried to kick that ball really hardly. You've got to be really careful from the snaps that you don't kick at the ball too hard.
Dogs work it out at the D50. Jurea short kick to Treloar. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
I'm not sure if I spoke too soon on Vandermeer or whether he's just picked a really bad time to get a hot hit in the head, but he's been the man to be subbed out of the game. So I'm not sure whether they're being ultra cautious, the Bulldogs, or just want to get Sanders into the game. But Riley Sanders is now into the game and Vandermeer is out.
So what we can say is enter Sandman. Finally into the game.
Oh dear. Boomer,
working on that.
Boomer, sort him out, can you?
Oh, we're going to have to do something.
Kick into the middle of the ground for Dale.
You're happy with that one, Benny?
Yeah, Johannesen, long kick inside 50. Off the hands of the pack, out the back it goes. And Ross on the last line for St Kilda. He'll chip it over the top. And the mark taken by Butler, who tries to speed away from them. Gives it off to Hugo Garcia. Just gets his handball away to Bonner.
Into the middle of the ground, down Butler the sub, takes the mark, hand pass to Hill, gets the hand pass away to Ross, so options are plenty, gives it to Stocker through the middle of the ground, drives a long kick looking for Wilson, getting back with the flight as Williams spoils it down and the siren sounds for three-quarter time. The Dogs able to add to their half-time lead of 49 points. They lead by 71 points at three-quarter time, 17-6, 108. To the Saints 5-7-37. 6 goals for Aaron Norton, including 3 in the first quarter. 3 goals to Cody Wakeman. Individual goals to Treloar, Bontempelli, Darcy, Gallagher, West, Dale and English. Meanwhile, for the Saints, their goals have come through Jones, Owens, Wilson, Garcia and Caminiti. Three-quarter time at Docklands in Melbourne. Thursday night footy to kick off round 6. It's the Bulldogs doing a number on the Saints. They lead by 71 points. Great to have your company on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
The May issue of Gardening Australia is filled with growing goodness. Feast your eyes on gorgeous new release roses. Read about growing proteas and Japanese zelkova. And take a fresh look at chrysanthemums. Visit an artist's garden, give your indoor plants a health check, learn how to maximise your veggie harvest, and get tips on easy ways to compost. Available from newsagents and abcmagazines.com.au.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Into the middle of the ground for Richard, swings onto his left side, kicks inside 50. Wilson couldn't gather, Darcy left it for Lobb, gets the hand pass away, Gallagher jams it on the boot and puts through another one for the Western Bulldogs.
Here goes West, looking for Norton, leading into the pocket, and like a heat-guided missile, it finds the chest of a leading Aaron Norton. 45-degree angle, boot to ball from 48. The drop punt is perfect. He's got a handful.
18 disposals, 4 clearances, 8 score involvements for Jack McRae tonight, looking to hit the scoreboard. And he comes in and steers it through. Back with a vengeance to Bramble and then to Harms. Looks up to Vandermeer, who's leading up. 5 metres out from home. He puts it towards the teeth of goal. Rory Lobb's there. Norton in the back. He's got it again. He's on a 45-degree angle. 15 metres out. Aaron Norton is having a night out as he puts through his 6th. And the Bulldogs are charging to victory. 72-point leaders. Marshall down to the front. Treloar tries to fend off the tackler. Hand pass to English to McRae. Hand pass away to Riley Garcia. Kicks to Bontempelli, who marks in the left forward pocket. And a chance for the Bont to get on the scoreboard tonight. The Bulldogs' best starts his approach on a 45-degree angle. Bontempelli ramps through another one.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time at Docklands in Melbourne. A 5-1 third term for the Bulldogs. Sees them lead by 71 points. 17-6, 108 to St Kilda 5-7-37. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron call the action. Tim Hodges down on the boundary. Cameron Ling and Brent Harvey are your experts on the SMS 0437 774 774. the Saints will never win another premiership until there's a 100-year anniversary, if ever at all. So that's a few of the St Kilda fans' thoughts. Marcus in South Melbourne. St Kilda's biggest loss to the Western Bulldogs is 111 points, I think. Is that in danger tonight? Lingy and Boomer, what was your usual pre- and post-game meals? We might get to a bit of that in the final term. And Phil from Victoria, enjoying the call and special commentary. Not my team, but it's really hard to believe this Saints team beat the Pies. That's from Phil in Victoria. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Just an update, Clinchy, from down here. Lathan Vandermeer, he was collected high in the forward line, came from the ground. He was spoken to by the doctors who gave him the thumbs up. He never went down to the rooms, hasn't done a HIA or a SCAT test or anything, but was subbed out of the game. I think it was just being ultra cautious. It was interesting, before going out to the three-quarter time huddle, he actually sat with the doctors and looked at the incident, but they haven't done anything with him. So I think they were just being ultra cautious to take him out of the game and allow Riley Sanders into the match, who'll start on the ground in this final term. And just an observation on Ross Lyon, he came through the crowd at quarter time. At three-quarter time, he elected to come between the two interchange gates and up underneath the grandstands, maybe to avoid some angry St Kilda supporters. But I'll be honest, I reckon 50 to 60% of the St Kilda supporters have already left the ground. They're pretty disgusted with what their team have shown tonight.
Well, Hodgie, just to back that up on the SMS, my own personal SMS, Mark from Torquay, 34-year member, missed 6 games since 1989, already in the car driving back to Torquay, listening to you guys. Absolutely embarrassing. I know this guy. Honestly, if you cut his arm, it bleeds red, white and black. It takes a lot for him to leave a St Kilda game. So Saints fans are absolutely fuming with this performance, and Boomer, unfortunately, they've got a right to be.
Yeah, absolutely they have been. I was lucky enough to call the St Kilda Collingwood game, what's that, 3 weeks ago now, maybe 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. It just looks chalk and cheese. It looks completely different. They played with dare, they had a lot of run, they used the ball well. Tonight they just... We've seen glimpses of it in that quarter there, Lingy, but it was only 2 plays. And it was a goal from a kick in. I think the next play was a bit of a fast play where Caminiti marked the ball down there as well. But take that out of it. I've seen no dare. I've seen nothing really from the Saints tonight.
It does open up an interesting discussion, and Matthew Lloyd spoke about this last night on Footy Classified. They're sort of shifting narrative around St Kilda. So they sacked Brett Ratton. Bassett said at the press conference when they unveiled Ross, we feel like we can get more out of the list. Since Ross has got in, they've essentially done nothing but talk down the list. They've got a lot of work to do. So we spoke a lot about whether the Bulldogs are aligned and know where they're at. Do the Saints know where they're at?
Well, that's a good question, and I don't know what the answer is, especially when you see tonight's game play. So you've got a Bulldogs team that is under pressure, under the pump. One thing they're going to come out and do is play with ferocity early, but it can be a little bit of false bravado given the week that they've had and playing Essendon poorly last week. If you're St Kilda and you are on top of them early and you are doing everything right, you're hungry, you're desperate, you can strip away all that confidence of the Bulldogs. Instead, the Bulldogs were up and about, flying, and St Kilda let them play that way, and now it's just got worse and worse and worse, and a horror night. And it can't just simply be Max King's not out there and we didn't have a forward target.
Yep, totally agree.
That's a cop-out. It's got to be more than that, and they've been destroyed right across the ground. You said there were no winners for Saints across the ground. You're spot on. That something in this last quarter, just fight it out to the end. Pride in their performance from now on.
Into the final term we go. The Bulldogs by 71 points as English wins down the tap to McRae. Tries to get a toe poke to Sanders, the sub into the action. Out past Miss Bontempelli. Trelaw sockers it off the ground. Out towards half forward. Wilson leads the foot race for the Saints. Gets there first. Out past to Cal Wilkie. One way then the other. Around Darcy. Jams it on the boot. Long up the line. There's nobody there for St Kilda. Johannesson takes the mark. Turns and comes inboard. Finds Bramble on the AFL logo on the broadcast side. He can return it back to Johannesson. Between wing and half forward.
He's looked good tonight at Johannesson. He's got his run back. Kicks the ball well. Very important player for the Western Bulldogs.
He's thrown the locks out a bit as well in the off-season as he kicks into the pocket. Norton's the target. It won't get to him. In front. The mark is taken. And it's Sam Darcy who rises to take the mark. Another of the tall timber in the Dogs' forward 50.
See Darcy getting better and better with his body work, with his positioning, with his work rate. He's 208 centimetres.
Scary, isn't it?
Yeah. And what, game number 12 he's in.
Yep.
He's got so much more to learn. His body will continue to fill out. He'll get the endurance, but gee, all the pieces are there for something pretty special.
He's kicked a goal in every game as well. Has one tonight. He's just building throughout his career. Sam Darcy comes in, aims it at the left goalpost and misses to the left-hand side. The Bulldogs by 72 points. 90 seconds gone. Final term on ABC Sport.
Hard to believe that Ross Lyon's biggest defeat as a St Kilda coach is 61 points. So that's looking like getting broken tonight. Short kick into the pocket. Wanganeen Malira tight ropes the boundary with another kick away to Hill.
I'd wonder how many of Ross's teams coached either club, St Kilda or Fremantle, would have scored 100 points against them before three-quarter time. Wouldn't happen often, I wouldn't have thought.
No, they rarely concede 100 points in total. Here they are with it on the wing through Hill. Running away from a couple of Dogs. He kicks inside 50. Butler trying to take a hanger off hands. Out of play. Dogs by 72. 2 minutes into the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Round 6 here at the Docklands.
It's important, Lingy, for both teams that they finish off. Like you said before, it'd be good to see the Western Bulldogs put their foot on their throat and squeeze and get get a really big win. But for the Saints, to take something into next week as well.
English down to McRae. Couldn't get a clean disposal away. Was tackled. It's gathered by Riley Garcia. Out pass missed Bontempelli. Waitman tries to knock it back to him. Sliding in Wanganeen Millera. Tackle when not in possession. The Saints want to take the advantage. Winhager runs to left half forward. Out pass away to Ross. Kicks into the pocket. Cooper Sharman caught behind. And the bounce is out of play in front of him and Buku Kamas. Annie on the SMS, 0437774774. Not fuming, but flat. Riley wants to know, Lingy, what are your thoughts on Jack Sinclair?
He's not at his best form. He's a long way off it, obviously, tonight. But even the couple of other games, just a little bit off. A slower start. Maybe the injury interrupted pre-season, still hampering him.
Just a 13 disposals tonight as Steele tries to break his way through a tackle. Out pass to Sinclair on cue. From 48, drives the shot on goal and hits the right goal post. That's the perfect response. Couldn't quite be. Bulldogs by 71 points. And Mick from Malden wants to know, what was Zach Jones's stats? Why was he pulled? He had 7 disposals, Zach Jones, tonight.
And was part of a midfield that was absolutely blown off the park. In general about Sinclair, I do want to add that. I think he's a wonderful footballer, a brilliant player, but just not yet back to his best.
That shot was actually going through until Lingy willed it into the post. Windhager at half forward here for the Saints, kicking into the pocket, out of bounds on the full. Slaps his hands in frustration. 71 points. Bulldogs lead. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's not wrong about the crowd too. Gee, it's dropped off by about 60%, I reckon.
Thinned out, hasn't it?
A lot of seats available right now if you want to come into Marvel Stadium.
James O'Donnell in the back pocket. Son of a former Sainter in Scuba. Simon O'Donnell, kick up to the wing. Off the hands of Darcy, down in front it goes. Coming through Sinclair. Feeds a handball for the Saints to Wanganeen Malira. Off the hill, tries to go with the low ball. Kicks it into an opponent, ricochets away. Butler takes it, tackled to ground. Holding the ball. Dogs back with the footy at centre half back. They're out by 71 points, nearly 5 into the fourth.
Tim English takes the mark from Taylor DeRay. Looks up towards McRae at half forward. Getting back, Rowan Marshall spoils it out of play and over the boundary line. I'll try and bring you a bit of Ross Lyon's press conference tonight. We're on here till 11 o'clock, so I think it might be entertaining to hear what Ross has to say and the assessment of tonight.
I think the eyes will be darting around the room.
I'm not putting my hand up to go down there and ask any questions.
Yes, Penny.
I was going to say we might need to sacrifice someone to go down and ask a few questions. Stocker kicks in the middle of the ground. Buku Kamas couldn't take the mark. Johannesson for the Dogs. That's so well covered across half-back. As Higgins offers chase, but Bramble, it's a harms at right half-back.
Hodgie's always happy to take on Mick Malthouse on Friday night, so he can go down there. He'll be happy to do it.
Hello, Hodgie. If you're up for the challenge, I wouldn't have thought anyone's really that silly to pose too many questions tonight. Ross will do the talking himself. As Rory Lobb was stripped of it, it appeared in the tackle, but he's getting a free kick. He wasn't in possession in the eyes of the umpire. Centre wing for the Dogs.
Long high kick. Darcy launching at it off his hands. Free kick. English, the recipient.
It was English, Norton, Darcy all together then. And again, the theme of the night, there's been panic from the St Kilda defenders, worried about that height. Gave away the little pull of the jumper, or trying to keep English out of it. There's a blood rule.
Yeah, I'm not sure who exactly has some claret. A few players.
Everyone's heading to
maybe,
the bench. Maybe Wilkie.
Looks like Cal Wilkie, possibly. 71 points, the Bulldogs' advantage. Cal Wilkie.
He's not happy.
No.
This is an attitude thing, isn't it, Lingy? And we spoke about it probably halfway through the third quarter as well, but out-tackled. The Saints have been out-tackled tonight by 13, 39-52. You look at the scoreboard, usually the losing team
has to tackle more.
Well, they haven't got the football.
Yeah.
So it's been huge by the Western Bulldogs.
Tim English on the runway, 45-degree angle, boot to ball from 45 out. The big ruckman from the Dogs can't sneak it through. Minor score, 72 points the lead. 7 minutes into the fourth, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Lingy and Boomer, what did you make of the criticism of Tim English during the week from Lee Matthews that he's a big man who's playing like a little man at the moment? We'll get you to come back to that.
As the Saints from half-back working around the outer side. Battle takes the mark. He's been relatively quiet as well tonight. He bounds on the wing. Hand pass to Ross. Back to Josh Battle. Ran into McRae. Tackled. Got a hand pass away. Couldn't link up with Ross once more. It's gathered by Treloar. His hand pass turns it over. Windhager away to Brad Hill. His firing shot on goal misses to the left-hand side. 71 points, the Western Bulldogs lead. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Just watch Rory Lobb come off the ground. He had a sore left foot, took the boot off and complained to the doctor, and the doctor has taken him straight down the race. He walked right past me and he was hobbling badly, so it's a left foot injury for Rory Lobb.
Oh, what a kick.
Darcy straight down the middle. Treloar takes the mark. He looks out to right half forward. Harms is running back with the flight. Trying to offer some sort of contest was Ross. It spills away from him. Onto it Sanders, the sub. Gets the hand pass back to McRae. Hand pass to Richards. He can poke a kick back to Harms, who hasn't moved from right half forward. 60 metres out. Kicks towards Bontempelli and Norton. Was that in the back against Wilson? Surely it was. The non-officiating umpire in the middle of the ground says that was an easy one to spot. And Marcus Bontempelli will line up for his second pretty much directly in front.
Unfortunately, that was just a player playing his sixth game of footy, just making a mistake. Trying to take a bit of a hanger, maybe, or just, I don't know what he was trying to do on Marcus Bontempelli.
He jumped early. He jumped very early, didn't he?
And made a mess of it. Clear free kick.
So 19 disposals and a goal so far tonight for the Bont. Wrestled his side back to 3-3 tonight. Directly in front. Bontempelli comes in and puts through another. His second. And the Bulldogs first of the final term at the 9-minute mark. 18-8, 116 to the Saints 5-9-39. On ABC Sport, you with Cameron Lang and Brent Harvey.
Marcus Bontempelli, 21 disposals, 2 goals. Not bad for a sort of slightly off game. Just to answer your question, Benny, you said about Tim English and the criticism. I mean, I do hesitate to argue with Lee Matthews at all, but out of all the players, I didn't think English was first in line for me to cop the criticism. I think there's a few others I would have happily doled some of that criticism out to first, including a bloke who's gone and kicked 6 goals tonight in Aaron Norton and a couple of other players who were probably letting them down a little bit. But English has been very good tonight, and I didn't think he had been that bad throughout this season.
Now to an equal high, game high lead, I should say, for the Bulldogs of 77. The thoughts of Cameron Ling just there. A quirky one very quickly. So the Bulldogs won the toss tonight. There's an account on Twitter that keeps track of these things. Every time this year the Bulldogs have won the toss, they've won. Every time they've lost the toss, they've lost.
Definitely something in that.
That's bizarre. I'd like some probability numbers on that, if someone can give them to me, as Wilson gets the clearance here for the Saints. A high, shallow inside 50 entry. Bouncing ball. Jones tracking it back into the pocket. Jones arrives. Releases a handball away to Bramble at fullback.
He switches play to the right back pocket where the mark is taken by Bailey Williams. Not sure it's the same as winning the toss in Indian conditions, but I'm with you. There's something bizarre about it. Sanders, the sub, gets involved once more, takes a mark and kicks out to Bramble. The right half back, around the back to Bailey Williams. Kicks over the head of Waitman up towards Darcy. Tries to make the contest against Cordy, but the Saints have the numbers. Caminiti turns and kicks inboard. Hugo Garcia marks, driving kick long towards Membry, who juggles the mark. Buku Karmas thought he had a touch onto it. The umpire pays the mark for Tim Membry with a chance to go back and kick his first of the night.
Yeah, he just misread that a little bit, Buku. He ran underneath the ball and we relied on his leap a little bit too much, so just mistimed it.
He's just getting better and better, isn't he, Karmas, each game? But you're right.
The ball really well.
Yeah, that one just completely mistimed the flight, his jump, and misread it. Yeah. One of the few mistakes he's made tonight.
Tim Membry, the 29-year-old in game 272. Looking for the Saints' first of the final term. He comes in and puts it through. So the margin cut back to 71 points the Western Bulldogs way. 18-8-116 to St Kilda 6-9-45. 12 minutes gone, final term on ABC Sport. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Rory Lobb back from the rooms. The shoe is back on his left foot. He was just explaining to the guys on the bench, I think 5 blokes all landed with sprig marks on his foot, so that's why he was in so much pain, but he's back out there, back in the ruck for this next contest.
He certainly worked hard tonight. I'll give him credit. I've been critical about him pre-game and also in the past. The challenge is always that he's got to be able to back up this type of intensity, but I like what I've seen from Rory Lobb tonight in the air at ground level. He's certainly given heaps. Do it every single week, and you just force the coach to put you in the team and pick you every single week.
Restart in the middle. Lobb able to get his hand to it, but it spills down towards Stocker, who's in the middle for the Saints. Kick inside 50. Karmas a couple of tries, doesn't complete the mark. Spills out to Membry for 2 in a minute. Bounces it through. A couple of last quarter goals for Tim Membry. And the lead of the Bulldogs is cut to 65 points.
What was that
18-8-116 plays 7-9-51. 65 points
Ross
at
Lyons,
the moment.
Biggest defeat?
61.
61.
So they're pulling it back towards that Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Brett Harvey, Cameron Lynch.
Well, at least they've got something out of this last quarter. Membry in particular, because he hadn't really done a lot, Lingy, before that, and he wasn't on his own either. Don't get me wrong, but. Like I said before, it's important that you finish off games, regardless of the scoreboard, to take that into the following week. I watched a video on the video. Sounds like it's very old. It was on YouTube. Sorry. It was on YouTube.
The name again?
The Maroons, the Queensland Maroons, and you just knew they were coming, regardless of the scoreboard and the time and the score. They played every minute like it was the last minute of every game, and they spoke about the importance of playing that last minute into the first minute of the next game. So it's important to St Kilda do that.
Yep, State of Origin, of course. It's all on the ABC Listen app with the NRL team. You can find it all there alongside our AFL coverage. A couple of stoppages back in the middle. Caminiti up against Lobb. It spills down the way of Bontempelli, trying to thrust his way forward. Hand pass picked up by Lobb. Long kick inside 50. Norton could have been dragged down. It spills down the way of Brad Hill. Gathers inside the defensive 50. Winhager slipped over. Sanders over the footy. Stocker coming the other way. Hill ran into Lobb. He's trying to get a hand pass away. And Harms lays the tackle to lock it up inside 50.
Can I jump in there? Sanders and Stocker, both fantastic. Both turned their body. If one player had led with his head there with poor technique, we would have had a concussion on our hands. Both really good technique, protecting their heads. Well done.
And a suspension.
Yes,
on
the other one, and he wouldn't have deserved it.
Kick inside 50 from Duray, trying to find Sam Darcy. Can't take the mark. West coming through. The 2 young pups, part of the Bulldogs litter. Sons of Guns. Here's Gallagher, shrugging off a tackle. Handball away to Bailey Dale. At half forward, Duray shakes a couple out of their boots, then gets run down. Just got a handball away. Coming through, Riley Garcia. He's stripped of it. Slick hands to Sanders. On to Richards. Saints bringing the pressure all of a sudden. Higgins getting involved. They're at half-back. St Kilda pushing the back. Free kick. It'll go the way of the Saints and Higgins. 65 points. The Bulldogs lead Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Bradley Hill, stop running around the back.
Yes. Got the 1-2 with Higgins. Higgins kicks up to the wing. Duray couldn't take the mark. Butler tackled, lost it. It spills to Bailey Dale. Gets the hand pass to Bramble. And now to Gallagher. Good to see he was able to continue out the match. And Riley West inside 50. Marcus Bontempelli all on his own in the left forward pocket. One of the best players in the AFL. And shoot for his 3rd goal of the match.
Bradley Hill keeps running around them. He's done it all night. He's up to about 28 touches. He's going to look good on the stat sheet.
So you want to give him the ball, Lingy, when he's at pace and he can break a line. That's the important part there. If he can break a line, you give him the ball every day of the week. Yeah. But that was stationary.
Not that little just running where you start.
He gave it straight back to him, and he was in trouble.
And he's the 152nd ranked kick in the AFL because he ends up with the ball in those positions.
Dan Butler is hobbling off the ground. We'll come to that in a moment. Marcus Bontempelli with the famous number 4, and he's back. Comes in and steers through his third. And plenty of embraces as his teammates come to celebrate with the Bulldogs captain. It's been an enjoyable night for him after a week in the headlines. And he'll come to the bench as well with the Dogs. 19-8, 122 to the Saints, 7-9, 51. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
A dirty night for St Kilda has just got worse. Dan Butler in the contest just here on the wing has done his right hamstring. So he got up and I think he thought, is this cramp? And he looked at the doctor and came straight to the bench, spoke to him, he clutched at it and he's now hobbled down the race to the room. So it's a right hamstring for Dan Butler. So the sub tonight, it's a horrible way for him to end his evening.
Nasty night for the Saints. I love, Boomer, the fact that Marcus Bontempelli for the first half was a little bit off and his team stepped up for him, which they didn't do last week. And now he's just having some fun. He's nailed 3 goals in the second half. He deserves to just relax and enjoy.
He's having some fun. I don't think he's been great tonight. He's had 23 touches and kicked 3 goals. Your great night's not that. You're going okay, aren't you?
Yeah.
Caminiti into the ruck, gets it moving forward for St Kilda, hacking it on Burns to half forward. There for the Dogs, Duray. Sharman comes in and wins it though. Pinches it and gets a kick forward. Straight to O'Donnell. Hurried handball. Goes into the congestion. Picked up by Higgins. He'll snap a kick to full forward. Karmas drops the chest mark. Sharman comes through. Gathers it himself. Gets it on the boot. Deserved a goal. It would have been good. Across the face it goes. A minor score. Dogs by 70.
I reckon Norton will be searching for another one. Sixes is high. He'll be thinking, come on, just get me one more. Even if it's cheap, I just want one more.
Equal career best after kicking 3 goals in the opening quarter. Really set the tone for the Bulldogs tonight with Cody Waitman kicking 3 in the opening quarter as well. It's Jack McRae in the right back pocket. Shares it with Dale. Kicks to Treloar. Inside the defensive 50.
Few of the mids and half-backs have just got to rack up a few touches first, Boom, and then they'll get it down there.
Play a bit of keepings off.
Rack up the fantasy numbers for those that play that.
There's Dale's 32nd, 33rd disposal.
He's leading the way. 29 for Brad Hill. 28 for Treloar, Johannesson and McRae. As Tim English marks on the wing. He can work it over the top to Harvey Gallagher. Kicked a goal in the third quarter. Looked like his night was done with a collision with Rory Lobb, but has been able to return. As Gallagher looks up towards half forward, sends it towards Norton, who tries to fly from the side, can't take the mark. Waitman knocks it back towards Norton, but it's Riley Bonner who gets the hand pass away to Steele. Hard against the boundary for the Saints, kicks up towards Mitch Owens, can't take the mark. Out the back, Bailey Dale. Quick 1-2 with Gallagher. Dale against the boundary. Hand pass inboard to Puku Karmas. Pinched by Winhager. Hand pass to Owens. Trying to break the tackle. Turns it over.
Yeah, errant handball picked off there by Riley Garcia. Dogs on the wing. Handball to Duray, to Sanders, to Treloar. Handball releases the run of Johannesson. He'll kick it laterally short to Bailey Williams. Time to amble forward. Oh, the goals. And miss left. Oh,
Waylay.
Out of bounds on the full. So the Saints back with it. Bulldogs by 70. Nearly time on in the fourth. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Tomorrow night, Adelaide and Essendon from the City of Churches. Tony Waitman just getting a little bit of treatment down on the bench. We'll head down to Tim Hodges in a moment.
Wilkie out to Wanganeen Millero, who takes a run at half back. Got options aplenty. Wilson's all on his own at left half forward. Takes the mark, ignores Hill, goes for memory in the pocket. He'll take the mark. English couldn't make up the late ground. Tim Memory's had a frustrating night, but a chance to kick a third in this final term. As the ball's just pinged around a little bit more freely.
Yeah, a lot more time and space in this quarter, certainly for the Saints.
It's funny, the sub, isn't it? Riley Sanders comes on when the game's literally done and dusted. You're running around, you probably don't really want to put your head over the football and risk anything silly.
Tim Memory on the angle, steps around, snaps across his body and puts through his third. Something late for those Saints fans that have hung around. Have a pretty good appetite to be able to do so. 19-8, 122, the Western Bulldogs to St Kilda 8. 10.58. 26,719 into Docklands tonight, but there's a fair few less than that at the 21-minute mark of the final term.
And the big question for St Kilda is, how do they get themselves back to the form? And you've spoken about this a little bit already, Boomer, that finishing this game off was important.
Yep.
But there is no easy road back to form and to good football. It's going to take, maybe even just early next week, it's just scrapping and that real ultra-defensive style they play before they can start to add the element again of attack. It almost got to fight themselves, scrap themselves back into some form.
Yep.
English goes early from the restart. Silver's service down to Bontempelli. Pinballs off a couple. Gives it back to Treloar. Wheels back onto his right. Sets it up inside 50. Lob launching at the footy. Doesn't take the mark. Spills down to him. It's a handball away. Shoveled on there quickly by West. Out to Williams. Half forward now Dale. He'll snap a floater into the pocket. Lob in good position. Hands to it. Doesn't drag it in. Norton going after it. Wants number 7. Sees it out. Trying to come. Bulldogs by 64. Biggest ever defeat as a St Kilda coach for Ross Lyons. 61. Thursday night footy here on ABC Sport.
Thrown back in. Caminiti doing the rock work against English. It spills down to Jack Steele. The St Kilda captain, a half back, but Harms is underneath it. Takes the mark on his chest despite the late spoil from Higgins.
Lingy, that's that dump kick again. They go very central from it. You've got to know that the Western Bulldogs are set up behind the ball. You've got to go boundary.
Yeah.
Even if he marks it and you're on the boundary, it's a harder kick to score a goal.
James Harms will have to kick about 55 metres. He's directly in front. He veers out to the right. Gives it everything he's got. It's right to the goal line. Norton's trying to wrestle there. It's rushed through in the end by Riley Bonner for a minor score. The Bulldogs 65 points.
Short kick in from Bonner to Wilkie. Gives it off to Sinclair. Handball back to Bonner from the defensive arc. Long left leg kick out towards the wing, and Darcy. Strong mark for the Bulldogs. The second generation dog stabs it short to Bailey Williams. Bulldogs by 65. Plenty of discussion coming up for the Saints in the postscript. Interesting, the Bulldogs straight kicking tonight. I think it's 14 straight from set shots. I had an interesting guest during the week speaking to them about goal kicking routines, who might have done a good job.
Do we have a name?
We'll chat to you about that in the post game.
Oh, tease it, nice.
Duray kicking around the boundary line. It's just radio crafting, boys. Bulldogs by 65 points, 24 minutes into the fourth. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
What's the last 3 or 4 minutes of a game like this, Boomer, where you know the analysis is going to come pretty fast for St Kilda players post-game?
Yeah, you're not looking forward to it, especially if Ross Lyons coaching. I'm tipping that they've got the review. Some players won't want to watch the review. You just want to say, let's move on. That was that bad. Let's just move on from it. But unfortunately, the coaches don't think like that, and they say, let's review this like we've never reviewed anything else, and you'll watch every minute of it. Sometimes you might even watch the whole first quarter if a team kicks 7 or 8 against you.
Oh. I was going to say, sometimes the cold shoulder is worse than the spray. And Sam Darcy for the Bulldogs gathers at half-back and pass to O'Donnell, lost it. Membry for the Saints, hand pass to Owens, inside 50, Hugo Garcia to Hill, who puts it out on the full into the front row. The lunging effort late of Liam Jones. It's been that sort of night for the Saints, and Brad Hill has had his frustrations as well.
Short kick from Dale to Joe Hannison. Smith medalist back in 2016.
Where does he sit, Lingy, in the kicking?
152nd.
Maybe a little bit more after that.
Yeah, and it's almost, I believe it's been a myth for a long time that he's a really good ball user.
Or you think sexy misser?
What's that?
Like someone who looks like a good kick but regularly misses the target.
Ah, yeah, that's the one. The ball spins nicely through the air.
They look like they kick it well but don't hit enough targets.
Yep. 100%.
Now starting to think of a few names who might be in that category. Paddy Dangerfield once upon a time had his issues in front of goal, but he's sort of fixed himself up. Riley West at half-back, kicks up towards Rory Lobb. Couldn't take the mark. Steele with the hand pass away to Riley Bonner. Kicks up towards half-forward. Winhager in one direction. DeRay in the other. Richards with a hand pass. Free kick over the shoulder. And it's going to go the way of the Western Bulldogs. It'll come back to Riley West. Reason I thought for danger. He always looked good. Socks up. Absolute professional.
Chest out of the middle, kick it long.
Sometimes the yips with the set shot. So we're fortunate I've named and shamed one player in the whole AFL as Harms takes the mark on the wing. The Bulldogs by 65 points.
Harms stabbing it short to O'Donnell. He just pokes it over the top to McRae. The left foot is linking up.
The mark number is 145 to 72.
McRae into the pocket. English hands to it. Juggles it down.
Make that 142.
English 30 out, 45-degree angle, left forward pocket.
They're just every stat you look at, Lingy, including the tackles, plus 18 now.
Wow.
It's just growing.
This has been brilliant by the Dogs. A wonderful response after the week they've had and the way they played last week. But you can't help but just look at St Kilda and shake your head. Think, how can you let a team play like this?
The All-Australian ruckman into a little canter in a career year. A few goals are always handy for the contract, but a little narrow there from Tim English. 66 points the lead. It looks like it's going to be Ross's biggest defeat as a St Kilda coach.
Jack Sinclair brings the Saints back into play, kicks up towards Owens in a tangle with O'Donnell. He tries to keep it alive as he taps it. Owens and turns to the umpire. Surely I was held when I didn't have the footy. The umpire says throw it in, centre wing on the broadcast side. 19-10, 124 the Western Bulldogs. St Kilda 8-10-58. Get in touch with us in the post-game. 0437 774 774 is the SMS line with your thoughts on tonight's result. English tries to knock it down to McRae, but it's Hill who gathers. Hand pass to Winhager. Kicks up towards half forward. Hugo Garcia worked out of it by DeRay for the Dogs. Hand pass away to Liam Jones. Kicks off the outside of the boot and turns it over. Burns takes the mark. Might be time for one more St Kilda goal as he kicks into the pocket. And Cooper Sharman takes the mark. In the left forward pocket, 45 metres out from goal. An emphatic response from the Western Bulldogs as they square the ledger at 3-3 and turn the spotlight right around on the Saints with just the final margin to be decided. Cooper Sharman out to the left. He'll start his approach outside the boundary. Just the one behind so far for him tonight. From outside 50, sets fly. Great finish. Something for Saints to smile about at the very end because there wasn't much throughout the match. And that tips them just under the biggest margin in which Ross Lyon has suffered as a St Kilda coach. The Bulldogs win by 60 points.
Red, white and blue. We come out snarling. Bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs bite and bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West.
The Bulldogs led by 37 points at quarter time. They kicked 7 goals to 1 in the opening term, in which Cody Wakeman booted 3 and Aaron Norton also kicked 3. By 49 points at half time, by 71 at three-quarter time, and eventually prevailing by 60 points. 19-10, 124 to the Saints, 9-10-64. And after a week of intense media spotlight, the Bulldogs square the ledger at 3-3, while the Saints, they slip to 2-4.
Sons of the West, red, white and blue. We come out snarling, Bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. The team of the mighty
The Bulldogs winners by 60 points on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The big question heading into tonight is what sort of response would we see from the Bulldogs? Well, it was an almighty response. Winners by 60 points and a tough night to be a Saints fan tonight. With so little answers and so much on the line. For the Dogs, Aaron Norton finished with 6, which equals his career best. 3 goals to Cody Waitman and to Marcus Bontempelli. Individuals to Treloar, Darcy, McRae, Gallagher, West, Dale and English. Meanwhile, for St Kilda, 3 goals to Tim Membry. They all came in the final term. Individuals to Zach Jones, Owens, Wilson, Garcia and Caminiti. It is the Barker-Whitten Challenge Plate, which is taking place tonight as well. So we will potentially have a presentation as Ross Lyon gathers in front of his St Kilda players, and the Bulldogs are making their way with Marcus Bontempelli just coming over before the presentation will take place. But quick thoughts from Brent Harvey and Cameron Ling on the Western Bulldogs 60-point win.
Well, I don't really know where to start with the Saints, Lingy, other than we spoke at quarter time. For them to get something out of the game, they had to try to do something in the last quarter. They end up kicking 4 goals. Remember, kicked 3 of them by as well. 4 goals to 2 in the last quarter, and that momentum hopefully can take them into the start of next week. That's the only positive I can really take out of the night for the St Kilda Football Club. It was really disappointing from the get-go too. From the get-go, it was 7 goals to 1 in the first quarter. The game was lost.
So the Barker-Whitten Challenge Plate is being presented. We might get to hear a word or two from Marcus Bontempelli here.
To that win for you?
Oh, I mean, obviously it was a tough week after last result, so we did want to come out and I guess re-establish our football, and obviously at different points it was tough. So credit to these lads too. I know we'll probably do the same as we did. You got to go back to what you know and try and re-establish those things. So all the best to the Saints boys for the rest of their season, and Rossi, good luck boys. But yeah, good to get a win.
I would now like to invite Challenge CEO David Rogers to present the plate. Challenge is, of course, an organisation dedicated to supporting children and their families living with cancer. Challenge, an incredible organisation and one that these two teams love supporting.
Yeah, exactly. And as you mentioned, both foundations contribute, and as you said, it's a tough situation for little ones going through, obviously, a really sick disease. So anything we can do to promote it, and obviously this is a great tradition. So we very gracious winner, very gracious acceptors, and yeah, hopefully can make a bit of a difference.
Thank you for your time, and congratulations to the Western Bulldogs winners here tonight.
Abby Holmes from Channel 7 chatting with Marcus Bontempelli, who receives the Barker-Whitten Plate, and Ross Lyon turns and heads to the change rooms with his charges following in behind him. We'll bring you Ross Lyon's press conference later tonight. But the Bulldogs, maybe you touched on some of your initial points, winners by 60 points. Lingy, was there a little bit of justice there for Luke Beveridge with some of the decisions which maybe paid dividends tonight?
It's funny, isn't it? It'll be an interesting press conference, and I'm sure he'd be tempted to just have a couple of little words to say, but he won't. Because he'll do the right thing. He knows that the game of footy can swing week to week, and the momentum can shift against and for you often throughout a season. But I thought tonight was just outstanding from the get-go from the Bulldogs. Their ferocity around the contest was great. Their pressure was excellent all night. But then there was a willingness to also take the ball forward and be daring with their ball use. They had 74 more marks than St Kilda, so that came from, first of all, winning it in a contest. They didn't stuff around with it either, Boom, which I liked. Yep. 1 or 2 quick hands, and then they got it going forward. You mentioned a couple of times players like Ed Richards took the game on and went forward with it. Jason Johannesson's run, I thought, was really good off half-back. Bailey Dale took the ball forward, and that led to marks around the ground, opened them up, and then marks inside forward 50. And Aaron Norton had a superb night, kicked the 6 goals. Cody Waitman was brilliant early with his 3, and then Marcus Bontempelli finished well, playing more as a forward with 3 goals as well. But just a complete performance on the back of copying it all week. And ultimately, that's what you have to do. You've got to go out there and produce quality footy. You can... Amit Baines was in the box with us pre-match and did everything that a CEO should do, defended his coach and his team and spoke positively. Luke Beveridge can talk during the week at press conferences about what they're trying to do, this, that and the other. But ultimately, we judge them, their fans judge them every single weekend by what they go and produce out there, and they did that superbly tonight.
We see a lot of stuff with ball in hand, and that's what people like to see in football. The biggest thing on the back of tonight, Lingy, and I mentioned it a few times, was the tackles. So end up being 50 to 71, 21 more tackles when you win by 60 points. That's unheard of. You don't see that stat very often. Every time St Kilda scored, they had to beat, other than that one kick out, they had to beat the Western Bulldogs 3, 4, 5 times. And if you get beaten 4 or 5 times, that's okay. You can say, well done, Saints, great goal. But every other time, there was so much pressure on them, and I think that's what they'll take out of it. Our pressure was elite. On the back of that, yes, we scored. We had 29 shots on goal, but our pressure was the thing that that was our one wood tonight. That's what we won the game with tonight. So I think they'll be more pleased about that.
So many times they just created turnovers from that, didn't they? And not all of those turnovers are from fully executed tackles that count in the tackle count.
Received pressure.
Yeah, getting a hand in there, maybe the kick just is a little bit affected. Then a player up the ground, one of your teammates, can make a really proactive decision to take an intercept ball, and then away they go and they can attack again.
Booker Karmas, Jones down back, that's what they want. They want heat on the ball carrier, and they had that tonight. It was just that hand in, scrape the leg, scrape the hip, and then they can be more proactive in their position. Jones' position tonight, in particular when he was playing on a small, was outstanding, and they get a +1 just through him reading the ball, but that comes from pressure on the ball carrier.
A couple of players who were brilliant tonight and ones that there's been a spotlight on because of what's happened throughout the season with them either being sub or out or maybe feeling like they're out of favour. I thought Jack McRae was great tonight. His hard work. He got his hands on the footy again. He ended up with, he got 30 disposals in the end, but he also tackled and worked really hard across the ground, had the 7 tackles. Bailey Dale off half-back ended up with 39 disposals. Now, I know there was a few nice ones at the end, but that's okay. You're allowed to do that when you've worked extremely hard all night. His kicking and his penetration of half-back was back. He was using it well. He even snuck forward and kicked that goal on the run from about 50. That's... Now, if we're going to shift the narrative, we say, well, okay, maybe message received by... and Luke, and that's good coaching. It's funny how a win and playing together really well as a team can possibly shift that to, well done, Luke Beveridge. That was great. Gave them a sting, and away they go. They were brilliant tonight.
They look back to the Western Bulldogs, and you mentioned those ones, and that's on my notes. Dale, Johannesson, and McRae in particular, that run and carry, they look like when they turned up, they'll get in the ball.
Yeah.
So that's fantastic. And you want to give it to McRae. Such a beautiful kick. You want to give it to Dale. Johannesson makes great decisions. When he's on fire, he's a really good player. When his confidence is down, he's not so good. But when he's running from half-back, now, Ling, it is easy to do when you're up by 10 goals. You can take a few liberties and say, rightio, I'm going.
He had over 800 metres gained as well, Bailey Dale, tonight in the Bulldogs' 10-goal win over the Saints. As they make their way into the change rooms, we can join them with Tim Hodges.
I just felt, Clinchy, this was more than 4 points. Luke Beveridge was a fascinating watch afterwards. He went and hugged every staff member, every player that wasn't playing. Even the media manager got a hug. It just felt like a real statement victory. James Harms absolutely cops the sports drink. He is the last man to join arm in arm in the song. The Dogs will enjoy singing this one, I reckon.
Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs rock. We hear the very best. We can't be the boys of the Bulldog crew, but the team of the mighty West.
We'll bring you Ed Richards very soon, guys. They're a pretty happy bunch and probably very relieved after what happened last Friday night here.
Thank you, Hodgie. Looking forward to hearing from Ed Richards, who got his opportunity tonight in the middle with no Tom Liberatore. The Bulldogs 19-10, 124, their highest score of the season, defeating the Saints 9-10-64 in front of 26,719 fans. So, I mean, the Bulldogs, they play Freo next week in Perth. They've got Hawthorn, Richmond in the next couple of weeks. There's a chance there to get their season back on track if they can maybe jag a tough road win against the Dockers.
Yeah, that's the thing. You get on the road now and you go and have a win like that, then you really start rolling. And until we worked last Friday night here and I saw them against Essendon, I was still pretty positive about the Bulldogs. I thought the game goes a minute longer in Adelaide at a gather round. They probably get over the top of the Cats. They were coming and they were better than what their record had suggested. But then last week was such a poor performance and just something that you're just not used to seeing from the Western Bulldogs. Well, now they've fixed that up. They've played one really good week. here's the challenge. Get on the road, go and play Fremantle, get another win there, get rolling, and just keep building on the quality that they produced tonight. And you never know, they could really start pushing up into that top four.
Let's head back down to the Bulldogs rooms with Tim Hodges.
Clinchy, no one happier to talk to Lingy than Ed Richards. He just said a fellow ranger. Thanks for joining us, Ed. What a real statement win that felt like from your footy club.
Yeah, it was unbelievable, really. I mean, our first half really set the tone. Forwards just, applying the contest and getting to work down there, and then it helps when you make your shots, and Naughty was obviously instrumental in doing that, which was great.
Such a brutal week off the field after last Friday night. Were you concerned or really edgy coming to the ground tonight thinking, I hope this works tonight?
We actually spoke about not hoping this week, so we did come in sort of edgy, but that's always good to play on that edge and play with that instinct. We didn't want to, take a back step or anything, so coming into this game we wanted to, really put the pressure on St Kilda, and I think we did that really well.
But was there a little bit of relief after the first 30 minutes at quarter time when it's 7-1 on the scoreboard and everything that wasn't going right last week was going perfectly so far?
Yeah, it was. It was great relief coming in at quarter time. We felt like we were all over things, and then I feel like we continued that for the 4 quarters, which is what we wanted to do. We didn't have a 4-quarter performance. We haven't had that this year, I don't think. So that's something that we can really build off and hopefully propel us into the rest of the year.
Nice to have you for a few minutes, Ed. I'll send you upstairs, Brent Harvey, and a fellow ranger, Cameron.
Well done, Ed. Fantastic.
He said it, Lingy, as well, so
that's all right,
okay to do it.
Otherwise, he'll sort you out for me. And
sorry, I missed that bit.
No, Ed, well done. Fantastic performance, mate. Hey, just want to ask you about Luke Beveridge. Sometimes the coach's job is almost just to cop it from everyone else out there in the footy world and protect the players a bit. But he's also a human being. How's he been through the week? How have you sensed him and trying to deflect away from all those criticisms onto the fact he wants to prepare you guys ready to go tonight?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's obviously extremely difficult being a head coach, but his positivity is something that's a strength of his. So he just came in, wanted to be really positive with us. We weren't in dire straits. We'd lost a couple, but we know our best footy's good enough. So that's what he just wanted us to do. Just wanted to come out here and put a really strong performance together.
And your own role, obviously a bit more in the midfield, but terrific off half-back, terrific whenever you're on the wing, any part of the ground. You've obviously got weapons there. What ultimately your preferred part of the ground to play? What do you reckon it is?
I would say I'm a half-back. I play my best footy off there, but tonight was more just filling a role. Obviously, we didn't have Tom, so being able to go in there, just my transition game sort of a strength of mine. So that was the main message from Brendan Lade, our mids coach, just to get up and down the ground and try help out where I could, really.
Ed, congratulations, great game personally, but collectively the start was sensational. Can you take us inside the week? Take the listeners inside the week. How did you review last week? A disappointing loss, obviously, to the Bombers. How did you review the game, and then how did training go? Was it a bring your mouth guard session, or was it just a normal week? From the outside, we all know that Luke was under the pump a little bit, and the messaging might have been a little bit more aggressive.
We had a quick turnaround, so we couldn't really dwell on it too much. After the game against the Bombers, obviously a disappointing loss, but we came in and we spoke about sticking together. That was the main message. We got to stick together. We're a really tight-knit group, and if we do that week to week, then I think we're going to be really strong from week to week. So that was really the main message. Training wasn't exactly, bring your mouth guard and throw down the gauntlet. It was pretty normal. We just wanted to get some things right this week that we didn't last week.
There were a couple of guys that found some real good form tonight. Bailey Dale off half-back. I'm not sure if you've seen the stats. He's had 39 touches.
Yeah.
Johannesson had it 31 times. McRae had it 30 times as well. You guys look like a different team when them guys are running. Was it a bit of a focus to give them the football tonight? Because it looked like every time they turned up, it was a conscious effort to give the handball receive. They're all beautiful kicks and get the ball going forward.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't really a focus, but they were just turning up in the right spots. I mean, Bailey's obviously one of the best kicks in the competition, and he definitely showed that tonight. JJ shown that over the journey as well. So it was great to see Bailey, take the game on. I mean, he kicked a nice goal as well. So he was really, really great off the halfback tonight. The boys were waxing without me, unfortunately, so that was a bit unfortunate.
Ed, it's Ben Cameron here. I'm led to believe that the golfer from the Live Tour, Australian who's out of Melbourne, Lucas Herbert, came down and had a chat to the group during the week and spoke about routine, mindset to do with putting and to translate that into set shot goal kicking. 14-3 from set shots tonight. What did he tell the group during the week? Were you in that session?
I was not in that session, no. But
it's a good question, though.
It was good to have. I think his nickname's Herbs and Spices, so it was good to have him. Bringing something, bits spice things up in the forward line there. So they obviously did really well. I mean, 14-3, like you said, I didn't know that, but that's amazing, and that's something that we can really strive to do every week. And I think our contest did sort of complement that as well. If we weren't going to have that accuracy at goal, then I think our contest would have still got it done.
But he was down there. Did you get around him?
I did get around him, sort of. Not really. He was only in for a one day, but he worked a little bit more with the forwards, I reckon.
I think those questions are double bogeys for me, aren't they?
Ed, we made mention of the fact that in the midfield at one stage it was all left-footers. Was that something you were keen to get the opportunity with Tom Liberatore missing tonight, and would you like to spend more time in there if you were given the choice?
Yeah, obviously I'd love to, dip my toe in if I can, but as I said before, I think my best position is off half-back, and it's what I can bring to the team when, week to week. So with Tom going out, it was something that Bevo wanted to explore, and I think all in all it worked okay. I think I was bloody blown there at one stage. It's a different sort of running. I'll give him that. I never really gave him much credit. I always thought they were lazy and everything, but it's actually bloody hard. I was struggling through the middle of the ground there.
And I think tonight Rory Lobb had 9 inside 50s, so I mean, the change in roles with Jamara Ugelhagen missing tonight, Aaron Norton a bit closer to goal. How different can your forward line look on each certain night if you wanted to?
Yeah, that's the beauty of having great depth. I mean, Jamara obviously came out late, so Lobby really, stood up to the challenge, and I thought he was great. He presented the ball really well, took some strong overhead marks, really provided a great contest, which was all he really needed to do to get the job done for us.
Now you've got a 9-day break until you take on Fremantle in Perth. What does that look like for you?
I know, I'm bloody keen for it. We've had 3 6 days in a row, so my legs are a bit sore, a little bit weary, but looking forward to just refreshing. Might have a hit of golf tomorrow, which will be nice, and then we'll just reset and review the game next week, and then off to Perth we go.
Who's the best of the Bulldog golfers?
Tim English is pretty unbelievable. He's long levers, doesn't really hit the ball hard, but hits it far.
Do you know what he plays off?
He's off 2.
Very handy.
What are you off?
I'm off 8.
Oh, that's pretty
at
good
the moment
as well.
But I'm in a bit of a form slump, so I'm trying to rectify that tomorrow.
Well, as always, we appreciate your time. Congratulations on getting back on the winners list, and hopefully you hit them straight tomorrow.
Beautiful. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that.
Ed Richards joining us from the Western Bulldogs rooms. Winners by 60 points, 19-10, 124 to the Saints 9-10, 64. That sounds a bit familiar to our play. I'm a bit sore and sorry, but I'll be okay playing golf tomorrow.
It's good recovery.
You're always right to play golf. Or for me, it was always you're always right to go for a surf the next day. Had to convince the fitness staff that was my recovery. It worked beautifully.
Scared of sharks. No good.
I agree, Boomer.
No good.
So, in all honesty, what do we take out of tonight in terms of the Western Bulldogs result? They deal with the media intense pressure and the spotlight around whether they're a top 8 side for a week. Is there enough in that to suggest that they're back in business, that they were able to beat up on a side that was well off their best tonight, and what can they try and translate from tonight into next week?
I really like what Lingy said at the start of the game. The Western Bulldogs shouldn't be putting themselves in the St Kilda category. And that's taking nothing away from St Kilda. I just think the lists and everything, where they're at right now, the Western Bulldogs should be aiming clearly as high as they can, but, 4th to 8th maybe. And St Kilda I don't see there right now. I think that's a 7th to the 12th, I think you might have said, Lingy, and I totally agree with you. Tonight it looked like that. I thought the Western Bulldogs had more to lose tonight if they had have lost.
Yeah.
St Kilda, not 100% sure where they are. Tonight wasn't great.
But if they can unfortunately, it doesn't get any better. They've got Port Adelaide next week in Port Adelaide. So it's not an easy run, Lingy. If they lose that one, that puts them right behind the 8 ball. But I thought the Western Bulldogs did what they had to do tonight. They did it convincingly, and that can propel them forward with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, that's the challenge, is turn tonight into multiple wins in a row and really good performances against better teams.
Well, next week they find themselves. It's Fremantle in Perth. It's a really big game because they are a little bit closer. We know that Fremantle's going to win the games in Perth. They should win.
Yep.
That's their benchmark right there. If they win next week in Perth, that's a really big win for them.
Yeah, then all of a sudden it cuts out all the talk.
It opens up a bit for them, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, St Kilda, on the other hand, they just simply need to... Their effort, their fundamentals, their foundation of their game has to be better than tonight. No, they're not great list-wise. I think one of the SMSs that came through before the game was, why do I hate the Saints? Again, reiterating, I don't hate the Saints. I just don't think they've got a strong list and they're competing to be a top 4, top 6 team. They're a list that is hoping to sneak into the top 8. And performances like tonight say they're even worse than that, but they're better than they are tonight. But they have to bring their fundamental game just at an absolute minimum. It has to be great pressure, fierce around the contest, really good defensive mechanisms to keep them in a game, and then hopefully add the layers of the attack and scoring to it. Tonight was really bad. I know that's quite just generalisation and pretty bland, but they were awful tonight, St Kilda, and that's not acceptable. Not a team that's looking to go places, coached by Ross Lyon, all of that.
I'm worried they're stuck in the dreaded no man's land. So I don't know where the list is at. Ross is always going to be able to, excusing tonight, sort of wring the neck of a group and get the absolute best out of it. But where does that actually leave them? Because they're not going to be rebuilding, and the list doesn't seem to be good enough, according to what you've just said there, Lingy.
What is that? The King does make a difference, right? But tonight, with 44 inside 50s and the ball they're getting in there, King doesn't make a huge difference. He's probably 2 goals tonight, and that's it. So it goes from 60 points to 48. It's still a convincing win. And let's face it, they've kicked 4 goals at 2 in the last quarter. They've actually made the scoreboard look okay for them tonight, haven't they?
So where do you assess their list? Well, where does it sit in the competition? Is it only above Hawthorn, North and West Coast?
It's pretty blah for me. And unfortunately, when you don't hit the draft really well, and this is going back probably 5 years ago, 6 years ago, around that sort of time, you don't really nail the draft and you get the wrong free agency choices in and spend money there, and have major impact with those players. Well, now you're almost, and that's not going to be called a rebuild or anything like that, but now you're needing to go to the draft of the last couple of years, and they haven't got the games under their belt to have massive impact. Like Wangani Miller is a star and wonderful player. He's played 47 games. He's got a long way to go. Windhager, I think, is going to be a beauty. He's played 42 games. Where's Caulfield? Where's Hunter Clark?
Yeah.
Where's Zach Jones having a huge impact as a big name signing? Where's Brad Crouch having a huge impact as an A+ grade midfielder? They're the ones that they've probably missed on, and that all happened, 5-6 years ago? It was around about that time where they've come in. That hole, either through draft or free agency and trading in their list, is why they're not elevating into the top 4 right now.
Just on...
I was going to say, let's just find out what it looks like in the St Kilda rooms. I don't think we'll get a response from a player interview, but Tim Hodges has made his way to the Saints room. Soji?
Clinchy, they're not much fun, really heavy losing rooms, and it's not much fun. And I can just tell you the meeting room the door's just open, so the players are coming out. So they've been in there for 18 minutes with Ross Lyon. So it'll be fascinating to hear what Ross Lyon says out of this. The club has said they're not putting anyone up, so I'm really probably in your hands, Ben and Matt, whether we push that or not. But it it is a sombre mood in here for a team that started the night the favourites. I think most people thought they were a very, very good chance to win the game, and to be blown apart like that, it's ugly. Add to the fact that Dan Butler, that's a hamstring injury for him, so another player on the sidelines for the Saints. It is an ugly night and an ugly fallout, and that's why Ross Lyon will be so fascinating. Hopefully we can grab some of that press conference if he gets there in our window before we go off air, because it will be... honestly, and Lingy and Boomer, you're probably better equipped here of what on earth can he actually say to explain that performance this evening.
Not a hell of a lot.
Yeah,
I mean, he will be so disappointed.
He will be.
Boomer.
This is the part where about the review I was talking about, Lingy. As a player, you want to put that right behind you, and you don't want to go in on Monday and watch any of it, because you'll be looking for yourself and you'll be dreading what you're going to see. And Ross will probably watch this game twice before they get to the club on Monday, and he might even make him sit down, and that first quarter that goes for 29, 30 minutes goes for about 50 once they start it, let's go back, and you watch the whole first quarter, because the game was done at quarter time when it was 7-1. So potentially it will be really interesting to actually find out how they go about the review, because it's never good when it's a 10-goal win, a loss. It's always good when it's a 10-goal win. Sorry.
I just got a question around Bradley Hill. You were quite critical of him throughout the night. Lingy playing sort of ring-a-rosy around the back and those touches and being a sexy misser.
Those who listen to us regularly will know that is not just tonight I'm saying that either. So I'm not saying that on the back of a poor Saints game. And Mick Malthouse, who often sits next to me, is 100% with me on this. They give it to him thinking he's a good kick. He does not kick the ball well. It looks good. It spins beautifully. And every now and then it's a bit of a nice lace-out one. Wanganeen Miller is the one I'd go out of my way to give the ball to. He is a superb user.
Sinclair when he's down there.
Sinclair, definitely. They're the ones, the creative ones you want with ball in hand. I'm looking at their list, and obviously, a Mason Wood injury and a Liam Henry injury, they hurt. They definitely hurt. There's no doubt about that. When you're not deep and you lose a couple of good players, Max King, we've already mentioned, is not there as well.
Henry and Wood both runners as well, so that probably adds to their game style. It looks like Ross with Bonner in there as well. They want to generate some run off half-back. Hill on the wing, Wanganeen Malira coming off half-back. They want to generate that run, but looked like tonight they just didn't defend well. It looks like Ross has always been a defensive coach. We know that. It's sort of like 70-30 defensive. It looked like tonight it was sort of shifting 60-40, and they're just taking their finger off the pulse in terms of their defence.
Brent Harvey, Cameron Ling, Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron with you for ABC Sport. The Bulldogs winners by 60 points, 19-10, 124 to St Kilda, 9-10-64. We heard from Ed Richards. Felt like he gave a bit of a dash into the Bulldogs midfield. Would that be something Luke Beveridge would be keen to continue to have a bit more of a look at? I guess the one thing is when Adam Treloar gets squeezed out, it's trying to find that injection of pace and the right type of player.
Yeah, and I liked him. I think we both did, Boomer, that he provided that something. He was pretty keen to say he prefers to be off half-back.
Less running, I think he got.
Yeah.
Didn't he?
and I actually think he's been quite good off half-back. Bailey Dale tonight was excellent off half-back, so maybe it's Richards and Dale each off the half-back. It probably makes it harder for Caleb Daniel to find his spot back at half-back, but maybe that means there's a spot back in the midfield. Even with Libba coming back in, that extra number through there, Caleb Daniel's creativity with ball in hand, it might not be this week. After a win like that, they probably won't make many changes, and Jack McRae found form and all of that. But just different looks in that middle of the ground, I think, are important. We saw a Western Bulldogs team play 2 weeks ago where Libba was just astonishing how well he played against the Cats. I can't remember the number. It was a ridiculous number of clearances.
Yep.
Huge number. And Marcus Bontempelli was superb. Those two were best on ground. 3 votes, 2 votes by a mile, and they still lost to the Cats. So still finding others to go through there, which just creates a different look for the team, is maybe how they get this team a little bit more unpredictable.
I like it. I like the kickers up the ground, and footy has sort of changed in the last 2 years where they're all trying to get the kickers and the speed off half-back. You get them kicking that ball in 50, which is, I think, Lingy's the most important kick in football, because that's what the Western Bulldogs lack for me. Just a little bit of polish going in forward 50.
The thing of the Sydney Swans with that, you've got Heaney, Warner and Goulden.
Yep.
Blitzing through the middle of the ground and
Kicking the ball in.
elite kicks.
Yep.
All right, still to come, the 3, 2 and 1 for the ABC Football of the Year, but let's take you inside Ross Lyon's press conference.
First performance that wasn't, you've been probably pretty consistent up until then. How do you explain it, Ross?
Yeah, I can explain it a little bit, but so I'd like to think that's not us. And our trend, if I look at with the group for 27 games, 23, 24, 30 games, so I mean, we haven't had one performance like that, to be honest. I think our worst might have been over in Adelaide or I think Gold Coast, and both of them we still sort of fought on. So, look, we're a little bit worried coming here. The demands of the game, and I don't want to use excuses, but I certainly come here, I was cautious and I flagged, even in a pre-game interview, that it's our second 4-day prep. So first thing is the Bulldogs spoke about. I didn't understand the noise around them. You get the champion data analysis. They're one of 6 teams to sit attack and defence above average, and played pretty good opponents. So I think they had a flat second half against Essendon. So we knew that they were very capable. We knew how they played. They had a couple of good players out, obviously Ugalhae, Liberatore, that everyone respects. We lose King. But coming here, I was like, well, they got backs to the wall. They're off a 6-day break. But our cumulative load for us and our experience in our youth, the physiological demand is extreme. And that was the worry. I thought in the contest we're okay. We win the ground ball and those things. But they really put us to the sword on the outside. Their centre square bounce work was very good, and English was very good. We played probably the best running team in the competition week before, and we went right to the end. So I don't want to make excuses because I want to give credit to the Bulldogs, but certainly with my group, there was no angst after the game. It was like, but we've got to prove it's an aberration and that there was a lot of mitigating circumstances that really challenged us. So, we'll look to respond. We'll lick our wounds tonight. Really feel for our fans and our members because, all they see is the performance and ultimately that's all we're judged on. So I thought at least, Higgins chase at the end. But our ball use when we normally shift and lots of marks and that, they've had 150 marks to 60 marks. So there's a lot of numbers that tell us they just beat us on the outside. So that's my simple summary, and that's basically what I said to the players. And then the mind drifts as the scoreboard goes. There was a kick-in that was reviewed, and we should have numbered off, and they had 4 on the open side. It just tells you the players were feeling the pinch mentally. But in some ways, we fought on a little bit at the end. Certainly didn't blow out to 100 points or anything. So we need to respond. We play quality next week, Port. So all I know is this group, for myself and the coaches and each other, have given a lot and played with good character. And if anyone can say that's typical of us, I'd defy them strongly and really fight to the last breath to say that's not true. So is there going to heat? And that's the business we're in, like the Bulldogs. So I love what Bontempelli said. We just come here to re-establish our foundations and our game, and that's what we're going to have to do going forward.
I know you're not making excuses, but is it an unreasonable expectation to play 3 games in 11 days, 2 outside Victoria?
Well, it's interesting. I suppose, I don't know, there's always commercial aspirations of your club and who represents you at that time. And then there's the footy agenda. So, look, it's the demands of the game. I think deep squads, and we're a really honest team that's trying to improve capability, like the Bulldogs are, to chase the ones that have established themselves. So is that what it is? It's 3 in 11 games.
3 in 11 games.
Yeah, but it's not an excuse, I don't know. They might have had something similar, but we lost Butler with a hammy at the end, but he's come off a limited pre-season. So look, we'll find out. We need to regenerate them and get going because we're all, we're not playing the way we want to. And look, all year we've just been a little bit inconsistent, but we've played quality, to be fair. If we had got the 3-2 to this game tonight, arriving out, I would have thought that's fair. So we're probably 1 behind where maybe we could be or should be. So we just got to keep fighting. Have to get King back, Wood back, get Dow in. Jimmy Webster comes through. We've got a few that are coming. So that's my biased opinion. But I've got a lot of the information. So I never knew it was three games in 11 days. But all credit, I thought the Bulldogs were fierce. They tackled. Their big men looked threatening. They blocked for them really well. They moved the ball, and we couldn't find them, which is unusual for us. So all credit to them, and they march on, and we'll take some heat. But we're just going to improve our capability in our footy and re-establish what we stand for.
There was expectation that you would have better first quarters after the last couple of weeks. Obviously, that didn't happen tonight. Were you expecting it to change in that first quarter, or were you concerned coming in, as you said only a couple of minutes ago?
Yeah, I think I've just iterated what I felt the situation was, and we had a first look or two looks and just slaughtered it a bit. So we've been a good starting team. We're not at the minute. We've had a couple of pretty good against Essendon, pretty good somewhere else. We get Pies. I don't know. So look, we've got to get to work on a lot of aspects of our game. So look, we know the journey we're on. We know what we're doing. We know what we're building. We've got a short-term and long-term narrative. We're confident where we're heading, and I'm confident though the player group and the coaching group will respond, because that's our job, and we owe our Saints fans that. I think they've walked away for 30 weeks thinking we've never given up. Even tonight, did we turn our toes up? I'm not sure we did.
Were you concerned though by a lack of response after half-time? You had a chance to reset, but they got those 5 unanswered goals at the start of the third. Was that
Yeah, look, I don't want to be cute, but I'll just reiterate. Like, I've painted a big picture for you what I think's going on. And with all that, there's no magic potion to find your legs and your energy.
Tried a few things. Jack Sinclair in the middle. Were you just trying a few things to...
Yeah, we tried a few things. In the end, we just wanted to sort of not lose him as, So, yeah, look, the criticism, I can see what you saw, but I'm trying to understand it. And they were up and going. I don't think we gave up. I mean, I thought our second quarter was really good until the end, and they smacked us out of the middle on a couple. One stage was 12 entries to 8, and we slaughtered a couple. And so we're trying to get more polished, take more opportunities. And they got hold of us in the middle. We turned that around a little bit. Look, I got no silver bullet for you. Now, I saw what you saw. But what I'm saying is, and you can argue differently, but for 30 weeks, have you seen that from us? That's a binary question. Silence doesn't get it done, lad. I'm allowed to ask you one question. I flipped the script once and you don't talk. Is it a Y or an N?
Just on...
That's an N, isn't it? Yeah. So, but you know what? We'll be judged going forward. I don't want to be flippant here. This is a serious business and a serious loss, but I'm certainly supporting the group, and I think the answer is an N, but we need to respond and we need to improve our footing.
Just on Dan Butler's hamstring, what are the early indications with that?
So it's torn. The early indications are it's torn. They'll let us settle. He'll go and get an MRI, which will tell us what signals are there. They'll grade it, depending on what it is. Typically, an average hamstring is 21 days. If it's got tendon involvement, it could be 6 to 8 weeks. If it's more serious than a 21-day, it could be 4 to 6. So we'll know more and update the market tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ross. The thoughts of St Kilda coach Ross Lyon in his press conference post-match. 18 minutes the players were behind closed doors after their 60-point loss to the Western Bulldogs. Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron, Brent Harvey and Cameron Ling with you. We asked if any players would be available. We were told they would not be. It's never fun doing media after you have a loss like that, Lingy, but I'm sure it would bring back the memories of when you have to front up and try and at least put a positive spin on it for the supporters.
Yeah, you do, because they want to hear from you. They want to understand, and they're hurting. I mean, we read out some SMSs from people. We were getting personal ones. Saints fans were angry and bitterly disappointed. So they do want to hear, and hearing what Ross is talking about there is obviously something. But it's almost like, I used to talk to fans and understand why they wanted to hear so much from players after a loss, and they almost wanted to be sharing the pain with the players. They almost wanted
Just know they're hurting with you.
Yeah, that's the one. They just want to go, oh, okay, these guys care. They're shattered. They're disappointed. I can sense it in their voice. They don't quite know what happened. That's fine. They don't have to have all the answers. But they're just in some pain as well, like I am. And that has a level of comfort for supporters.
It's really interesting because that basically means if you stand up there and say, look, I don't know what happened today. It all went wrong. The supporters will basically find that endearing and move on. But
which is sort of the opposite of what Ross Lyon said, wasn't it? That's not us. We think that's an aberration.
No, supporters probably want answers from coaches. They do. Yep. They want the coach to be in control of things and be a bit more reassuring.
Yeah, it's probably the worst thing about being the skipper of the football club is doing that because they normally go to the best player. So they'll go and ask Ben Cunnington, hey, do you want to do it?
You were going to say Ben Cameron.
Ben Cameron.
Over towards me.
And Benny Cameron says, no, thank you.
Yeah.
We've just lost by 60 points. You got no hope of getting me. Yep. Then the media manager walks to the next person who got 25 possessions and they go, nah. And they go straight to the skipper and go, sorry, mate, you're up again.
But the harsh reality is, Boomer, the players have agreed to a collective bargaining agreement now that they are happy and willing to do more media, to take fans inside the game, to try and grow the game, which can't be just when it's the good times.
Well, unfortunately, sometimes it is because they don't want to do it. You try to get someone after a 10-goal loss, you don't want to say nothing wrong that the coach might pick up on or someone might pick up on or a supporter might be upset at. So it gets left to few, the good media people at your football club, and some people speak a lot better than others, and the captain gets the brunt of it. And so it's not the captain, it's the leadership group, but it's usually the captain.
Can you think of a time when you were captain when you didn't want to do media and you were told you had to do it?
35 times. More.
Do you think they should have done something today? Someone should have spoken. I know Cal Wilkie, I think, did a TV interview. Ross Lyon obviously does his presser, but that was the extent of it.
Yeah, I always believe this is a philosophy we had, and I shared it pretty strongly, and was part of implementing it. Was regardless of the result, we try and recover, behave, do our obligations in the exact same way. We used to have it was like a quirky way of looking at it. Is that, say the next morning, if you were from another planet and you came into our club rooms and you observed us going about our business of reviewing, recovering, interacting with each other, having conversation, everything like that, you wouldn't know what the score was in the game the day before. That was always our aim, and that includes post-match. It's late, it's night, you want to get home, you're sore, you're hating everything, you're tired, but the fact is that's part of your obligations, and it was always just do it. You shouldn't let the scoreboard affect the way you behave post.
And sometimes that's easier said than done.
100%.
If you lose by 10 goals and you're the captain and you didn't really contribute, gee, you sit there with the...
And you know my old favourite quote from Dennis Pagan.
There's a few of them.
Show me a good loser and I'll show you a loser.
Yeah, there you go. And that's a good point.
Who was the ex-Geelong teammate of yours, Lingy, who would often do losing interviews?
It was one of the smartest blokes going around, Matthew Scarlett. Everyone wanted to talk to him because he never did much. And he said, this is when we became good only. Mind you, he never did it early days. We became good, and he said, hey, anytime we lose, I'll front up and do it. We lost 10 games in 5 years. So it wasn't like he was really doing much heavy lifting. But yeah, he'd always be the one front up in a loss and say, and give the other guys a bit of a chop out. You kind of got to do it.
Yeah.
Now,
you do it. You have to.
Boomer is right, though. This is all easier said than done. And it's shifted even more. There's more money in it for the players. The average wage is, $400,000 a year, the average. And that comes from so much of the media rights and also comes from club memberships, people paying to go, and they want to hear from the players.
It's kind of the Don Draper line, isn't it? That's what the money's for.
Yeah.
A little bit. And you compare it with American sport, and not that we're like for like, but Clay Thompson has a dirty night for the Golden State Warriors. They're knocked out of the finals. He doesn't have a choice whether he fronts the media, and the questions are all going to come, are you still a good enough player to contribute into a superstar team? And that's, I guess, the wrestle between what the players want financially versus the obligations to the game to promote it. It's interesting, Boom. I'm not dismissing your point because, I take it players don't want to do it, but then there's sort of the reward that comes with being heavily invested in.
I totally agree. And I'm with Ling. I think somebody has to speak, and it can't always be the coach, because he's going to, like, that was a pretty good press conference. I thought Ross Lyon would have been steaming out of the ears and the eyes and everything, but he was pretty calm and collected, wasn't he? He knows there's a little bit of work to do, but he's still got to send a message, and he said he's behind his boys. He's going to back them. That's a different Ross Lyon than I've seen before.
And the other hard part is the 3 games in 11 days. Well, the clubs and the players signed off on having 2 5-day breaks per season. The Saints have had a Thursday night fixture, be it against the Western Bulldogs. It was their home match, so the Trevor Barker, Ted Whitten Challenge plate. So it's great to try and promote, but 26,000 tonight, probably not as many as they would hope at the start of the season, trying to draw on a marquee day.
No, and I think Ross touched on that, didn't he? There's commercial realities of, ultimately probably Friday night games is still the marquee slot of the weekend. But Thursday night can quickly become that. And I think obviously a Saturday night as well. But Thursday night, there's a lot of eyeballs just sitting on the couch. They're getting towards the end of the week. They've still got work tomorrow. Maybe they don't necessarily come to the games as much, but they just want to sit and watch it.
First game of the week too, Lingy.
Yeah.
Everyone likes the first game of the week.
And people are talking about it at work the next day, and it's a big slot. To perform like that in a big slot is really disappointing from St Kilda. But the Western Bulldogs, who failed the test last Friday night in a big marquee slot against the Bombers, they stepped up tonight and they got a fantastic win. And some of the players who did step up individually were huge. McRae and Bailey Dale, but Aaron Norton as well, who, when we spoke pre-game with Amit Baines, was about, he's not exactly firing with the amount of goals he's kicked. Well, he slots 6 tonight.
Doubled the tally tonight, one game.
So really impressive performance by the Western Bulldogs.
On the SMS, 0437 774 774. A cheerio to Matt, who's been listening on the ABC Listen app from Canada. Lived in Carlton in 1998 and barracked for the Blues, enjoying the call from Canada. From Wayne in Oakley, thanks guys for maintaining plenty of passion despite the result well and truly being decided. The Traralgon Tigers with you, Benny. Maybe Lucas Herbert could help the Bulldogs with their kicking, but what about their putting? Lions no halo, that's from John. Ken in Sandringham, thanks for all the special comments. And Brett and Cameron, who were keeping company while they were camping, getting us all the old transistor radio. And Glenn and Tara from Darling Downs. Cats fans, I didn't bother with who won this match. I flicked on halfway through the first quarter. Anyway, what are the thoughts on the Cats and the Lions? We kind of touched on that, but there's a few footy fans that are moving to the rest of the weekend. We need to get the votes for the ABC Footballer of the Year. Who's got the job tonight?
Boomer's got the job.
Yes, I've got the job. We did have a quick discussion. I was trying to get Bontempelli in there. He's had 24 touches and kicked 3 goals, and we couldn't slot him in, which is unheard of. But I don't think he had his first half, Lingy, when the game was won. I don't think he was his best.
No, they finally they supported him through a little.
And it's a great point because they didn't do that last week when you were asking for it. So we thought Jack McRae, just his run off half back through the middle of the ground and his penetration with his kick. I thought he was fantastic tonight, Lingy. A lot of handball receives and just kept turning up. So we gave him 1 vote. Lingy's man, got him in the form. Bailey Dale, beautiful, 39 touches, 1 short of the big 4-0. 7 contested possessions as well. I thought he was fantastic. Kicking efficiency at 93%.
Nearly 1,000 metres gain.
Yes, that's
880 or
that's
something
huge,
like
isn't
that.
it? Kicked the goal as well. So we thought he was brilliant. But the guy who kicked 6 goals, 3 in the first quarter. Aaron Norton doubled his tally tonight in 1 game. Was sensational. Marking everything. Let's hope we see a little bit of that going forward in the next couple of weeks as well. So we gave Aaron Norton the 3 votes.
3 to Aaron Norton, 2 to Bailey Dale, 1 to Jack McRae from Brent Harvey in the ABC Footballer of the Year. It all continues tomorrow night. Looking forward to the clash. The Adelaide Crows taking on Essendon. The ABC coverage from 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Corbin Middlemouse heading across to join the team. Just out of interest, who tipped the Bulldogs tonight?
I think I tipped the Bulldogs. I thought they'd bounce back tonight.
My 12-year-old son apparently did.
Yes,
he was
you did
texting me tonight.
Yeah. Letting you know about it.
And I didn't, Ben. I haven't liked what I've seen from the Western Bulldogs to date. And I just thought Libba and Jamara were huge outs, in particular Libba. But not really. in the end.
No, it wasn't, and it just provided a little different look for them. And you right from the very first minute you were onto this, Boomer, it was their pressure, it was their tackle count. Despite the fact they had 75 more disposals than St Kilda, they had 21 more tackles, which
out-tackled them.
Usually goes the other way. But they were just brilliant right from the first moment. They set the game up, and great performance.
What's the match you're most looking forward to for the rest of the weekend?
Kangas Hawks.
Didn't have to pause. He fired that away rapid fire.
Nah, it's a great round.
It's the three back-to-backs, isn't it, on the Saturday? It's the Collingwood, Port, Carlton, GWS, and Lions, Geelong.
That's a fair old Super Saturday, isn't it?
That's a Saturday. That's a Saturday at home for 9 hours on the couch.
I was just about to say.
Finishing off the Easter eggs.
Yeah.
Still got some left.
Oh, we got 3 kids. We got lots of Easter eggs.
I'll tell
you mine in a week.
Hey, what I might need to call past the bottle at some stage. And that's a nice little Saturday afternoon and evening right there.
Yep, it certainly is. And whether Geelong can take their form, they and GWS is the 2 unbeaten sides. The Giants without Steve Cornelio and Sam Taylor against the Blues, all of a sudden have picked up some soft tissue injuries themselves. So there's plenty to look forward to across the weekend.
Sam Taylor, big out.
Yeah, huge.
Good player. Very good player.
Yep. That just about brings us to a close from Thursday night footy. The Western Bulldogs winners by 60 points, 19-10, 124 to the Saints, 9-10-64. Arlene, we'll chat to you on AFL Sunday.
Yes, we'll get together. We'll have plenty to talk about, given that how good that Saturday is. You and I are going to have plenty to talk about on Sunday, 12 o'clock. Be great to be with you.
Going to have our task of trying to rattle through all the matches on Saturday. Boomer, we'll chat to you next week. Benny, we'll hear you and Corbin, of course, Grandstand Saturday. AFL Saturday, of course, with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball. You'll be able to catch up, of course, under the best of ABC Sport. And we do have an exciting announcement with the new AFL Daily podcast not too far away. So you'll hear more about that in the next few days. But the Bulldogs, 19-10, 124. St Kilda, 9-10-64. There was 6 goals for Aaron Norton, including 3 in the first quarter. Cody Waitman and Marcus Bontempelli finished with 3 goals apiece, individuals to Treloar, Darcy, McRae, Gallagher, West, Dale and English. The Bulldogs with 7 goals to 1 in the opening quarter, which sets them up beautifully as they turn their attention to the Fremantle Dockers. They move to 3-3. The Saints at 2-4. They have Port Adelaide next week. So a lot of work for Ross Lyon. I'm sure the media focus will turn to the Saints this week with the challenge of trying to find their way to bite back. The Bulldogs winners by 60 points. For Bulldogs fans, it's a good night. We'll leave you with the Bulldogs theme. Enjoy your night on behalf of the ABC Sport team.
And Bulldogs roar, we give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. The team of the
Sport and Spice brings you the big picture conversations and plenty of fun every week.
So you were peeing in a cup with Messi?
Yeah, basically I saw Messi's pee.
It's like I call it the race for